109 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
Okay, here we go. Another day at the 2023 Fide World Cup. This is the long-awaited tiebreaker round of the 4th round of matchups, reporting live from the capital of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku, the birthplace of so many great chess players, including Garry Kasparov, and of course my mom as well. Wow, we're going to have so much action as we see Lizzie Potts there, the playing hall. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, both marquee matchups, will make their way to the tiebreaker round. Grandmaster Peter Lecko, it's going to be a wild ride today.
Yes, hello Danya, hello everyone. Super excited for this incredible tiebreaks. We have many favorites involved in today's tiebreaks. Magnus Carlsen bouncing back yesterday against Vincent Keymer. Hikaru against Pragg, that's a very even match so far. We have seen 2 very double-edged big fights which ended in 2 draws. And also Jan Nepomniachtchi's match against Nihal Sarin also seems to be going all the way to the wires. It's Jan did not manage to put any pressure on Nihal yet. In fact, yesterday he was in some kind of a danger. So much to look forward to.
Indeed, and we will keep a very close eye on Carlsen Keymer, as well as Nakamura Praggnanandhaa. Pragg turning 18 yesterday. His birthday present was a very difficult game against Hikaru Nakamura, a unbalanced game, a game in which we thought both players at various times had the preferable chances, and the draw, a very fair result. You called the match evenly matched. That's exactly what it was. Both draws, very fair results, and it's so hard to predict what's going to happen today. Of the 2 big matches between Hikaru and Keymer, Praggnanandhaa Nakamura, which one, Peter, do you think has more of the potential to go down to the wire?
Well, basically, I think if we look at the record of Magnus against Vincent, then we know exactly that Carlsen has been dominating Vincent Keymer, especially in the rapid time control. And we see also that, but on the other hand, yeah, it's the World Cup, and Vincent is a completely different player than, for example, half a year ago. He has made incredible progress. He was training very hard. He was playing a lot of tournaments against the very best. He got confidence. But of course, after bouncing back yesterday, it's clear that Magnus is the big favorite here.
He is indeed. What a crazy game Magnus played yesterday. A mutual blind spot. Knight takes c4 would have likely sent him packing. Instead, Vincent has to put that game out of his mind, because right now the score is wiped. The slate is wiped clean, and you have a completely different mini-match to play. In fact, you might have several different mini-matches to play. If you are just joining us, first of all, where have you been? But second of all, you do come at a pretty good time. Let's review the time control and the format of the tiebreakers. It's pretty simple. We start with a 2-game mini-match consisting of 2 rapid games, 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. In the event of a 1-1 tie, we go to the second mini-match, also 2 games, 10 minutes plus 10 second increment per move. If that is also tied, and don't think that that's a remote possibility, we've already had several matches go all the way down to the final blitz match. We play a third tiebreaker. This one, blitz format, 5 minutes with only a 3-second increment per move. And if this third tiebreaker is also tied 1-1, then we finally go to the sudden death format. It is one blitz game at a time, 3+2, and the winner of that blitz game advances to the next round. In the event of a draw, the players keep contesting blitz games, alternating colors, until a winner is declared. Now, in the previous tiebreak, we had Vidit Bluebaum, we had Dronavali Haruka advancing through the blitz. And this is not a surprise, Peter. These matches are so even. These players are putting so much on the line that it's really not a surprise that at least one, if not more, of the matches comes down to alternating blows again and again and again.
Yeah, whenever I look at the pairings for the tiebreaks, I have the feeling like, oh my God, I mean, half of them will reach the blitz stage. But so far, it turned out to be a foolish guess because, yes, we always did have blitz playoff at the end of the day, but usually only 1 or 2 matches. It just goes on also to show that how difficult it is for the players, yeah, that they have to adjust. Also, the additional second, the increment in the classical portion, they get 30 seconds increment per move. Then in the rapid section, 10 seconds. Then at the first blitz, only 3. And in the very final blitz, sudden dead match, only 2. And we have been seeing this in the time scrambles, that your intuition automatically tells you that, okay, come on, if I get down to a couple of seconds, I make a move and I get 30 seconds or I get 10 seconds. No, you only get 2 seconds in the final blitz games, and it's so difficult mentally to adjust to this.
And those 2 seconds, they evaporate faster than a droplet of water in a hot desert. It's crazy just how quickly your time seems to be sucked by the complexity of the position. We've had several top players already flag. Most famously, Anish Giri flagged with the white pieces in the decisive game against Nijat Abasov, who himself now has to play another tiebreaker against the ageless Peter Svidler, as we see the ageless Hikaru Nakamura there playing against the aging Praggnanandhaa, who turned 18 yesterday. And I mean, obviously, this is a tiebreaker that we're all so excited about. I'm excited as a chess fan. Obviously, I'm excited as a commentator, and we're going to be bringing you all of the action. But first and foremost, I'm just excited to be here and to watch this historical tiebreaker unfold.
Yeah, perfectly agreed. I was watching the interviews of the players. There was this incredible interview with Pragg, where the interviewer was trying to tell him that, but Hikaru is very strong in rapid and blitz, and Pragg's answer was, so am I. It just went on to show what a confidence level Pragg has. It's going to be a very tough match. And we see Magnus arriving 2 minutes before the start of the game. That's a sensation.
Hold your chill out, dude. I mean, you don't want to get too extravagant here. Magnus Carlsen 2 minutes early for the tiebreaker round. And he also gave an interesting interview yesterday. Now, I will confess I was derelict in my duty as a commentator. I didn't watch the whole thing, but through the grapevine, I heard that the implication of the interview was that Magnus seems surprisingly chill. I thought that he would be full of emotion, and he made that blunder, and I thought he would be relieved. But from what I understood, he was pretty chill. He's kind of bored of classical chess, and he's just taking it one day at a time. But he doesn't seem to be a nervous wreck, and that might be bad news for Vincent. It might be good news for Vincent. I don't know how Magnus's frame of mind is going to impact his play.
Well, definitely it's not classical chess today. Yeah, we got down to the tiebreaks, rapid play, which Magnus very much enjoys. However, there is a catch. Yeah, that this is a 25 minutes rapid in the first portion, and this is a completely different discipline. We have witnessed this already, that players are taking clearly much more time than usual. They don't need to rush so much. On the other hand, you also don't want to fall behind on the clock. It's an art in itself. How do you play objectively best chess and you still keep your clock under check?
Well, there's Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think he will have no problems keeping his clock in check, and he hasn't had those problems for most of his chess career. But 25 plus 10, that is a luxurious time control. It is considered rapid, but as we discussed previously, you can take 10 minutes on a move. You can take 15 minutes on a move conceivably and still have enough time left to play a decent game. So this isn't a race. You have to invest time in your opening, because if you get and dig yourself a hole out of the opening, then your opponent will have enough time to punish you. And the ticker there over Magnus's head. It shows 2 seconds, 1 second, 0, handshake. Round starts on time. Vincent starts Magnus's clock. Magnus plays d4, and the tiebreak round has officially begun.
Wow, and it's d4. Magnus did bounce back with e4, but he feels like, no, today I'm not going to do that. And what do we see? What do see? Wow. So Magnus immediately goes for a fixed Carlsbad structure. It's kind of a surprise. Let's see how he continues. I mean, he does very much enjoy this position, and he used it already, I think, against Alireza Firuza. He has also played it against Jan Nepomniachtchi last year in Sinquefield Cup.
Now, when I hear Carlsbad, I'm used to the bishop coming out to g5 early. Here, Magnus deploys his knights first. Is g6 a move here, or does Vincent most likely go for the standard setup with bishop e7? I know that there have been some creative attempts to reshuffle black's pieces. Bishop f8 to d6, of course, also a move. But Vincent going more traditional with bishop e7.
Wow, he just played the move bishop e7 because, yes, I will... okay, but after bishop f4 you can still play g6. Yeah, that's the point. Of course, you first develop the bishop. Why would you play the move g6? I was just highlighting that, yes, that's the typical idea. We are expecting something like bishop f4, g6, e3, bishop f5, bishop d3 to happen. And again, it's usually seemingly a very solid position. Nothing is happening, but white haven't committed his king position yet, and I believe that Magnus will try to play with h4 as he did back then against Alireza Firuza.
So interesting how a lot of old openings, the Carlsbad has been around since the early 1900s. That's what it's named after, the tournament held in Carlsbad, Germany, that featured the top players of the early 20th century. But a lot of modern players are breathing new life into these old openings, finding new setups and new ways to deploy their pieces. And even the bishop coming out to f4 in the Carlsbad was not always standard fare. Bishop g5 used to be largely automatic, and you called it, Peter, bishop f4, and now we're expecting g6 to prepare the development of black's bishop to f5. Obviously, you want to avoid bishop g4 here because that runs right into knight e5.
Yes, you don't want to let this happen. Yeah, Vincent goes g6, of course. And yeah, I'm basically expecting, yeah, Magnus plays the move e3. He very much wants to rely on this h4 idea as he did against Firuza last year. Was it? I think it was the Road to Miami tournament.
Oh, the the FTX Cup rip.
Yes, exactly. It was in August, if I remember correctly. And these kind of positions, because from old view, you would think like, okay, what's happening? Nothing is happening, but white will not castle short. That's guaranteed. Magnus will try to create very serious attacking chances on the king side. And now it's the big question with black then, do you castle, do you play knight b7? How do you really play? Vincent, of course, goes knight b7 and h4 on the board.
So h4, a clear sign that Magnus will castle queenside. Is that a certainty? There's no universe in which Magnus castles kingside with a pawn already on h4. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, the very first time when I saw Magnus play this line, I think it was against Levon in Levon Aronian in Stavanger. And I think that Levon played something like a5. If I'm not mistaken, then actually Magnus switched back to some g3, king f1, king g2 idea. I still remember it because it completely surprised me when I saw that game live. I did not see that coming at all. But if I remember correctly, then exactly that's what happened.
Wow, so a5 is an interesting move because it sets the gears of the queenside attack in motion, and it discourages white from castling queenside, because the typical way of attacking for black is, of course, a5, b5, b4, etc. Of course, black can also push c6, c5 at the right moment, but that's an incredibly committal move because it voluntarily destroys the pawn chain and it weakens the d5 pawn. So you would only play that move if it's crucial to open the c file. But we will see how Vincent handles this position. Now, castle's short for black here seems to play right into white's hands.
Yes, I mean, basically it's really asking for it. But if Vincent already started with knight bd7, I don't see him at all castling, because after castles, white would just push h5, and after knight takes h5, rook takes h5, white would not spend a second on that exchange sacrifice. It would ruin black's pawn structure. Then white would just castle, and Vincent has made a move. Queen a5.
Oh my gosh. I'm also checking the Hikaru game. There's a crazy stuff underway in the Hikaru game. Peter, I hate to draw us away from this fascinating battle, but I think we got to check out the position in Hikaru's game because it's complete pandemonium.
Yes, of course. We are moving there.
Oh my gosh.
Just
what is going on? I'm staring at that position on my other monitor and I cannot make any sense of it. We'll pull that game up in just a moment. But King F1, Magnus going for that plan that he worked out against Levon Aronian. So finally the position kind of stabilizing. But let's look at this. The knight on h4 is trapped. And Pragg has castled to the same side. And then played g7, g5 on that very same flank. We will see a piece sack by Hikaru, most likely.
Yes, I think that this is usually a typical stuff. But the question is that, is somebody mixing things up or not? Because now I'm a little bit confused and we have to see the camera. We have to see Hikaru's face, that how is he reacting? I know exactly how this line happens. But apparently he did make a move a3, which, because usually black's bishop, I think, goes back to c5 or something. I mean, I have some very vague memories from something like 10 years ago. And I looked at this position.
Was Hikaru tricked? That's the big question. And this started out as a Four Knights English, the same opening that featured in both of their classical games. Of course, in the first game, Hikaru was on the black side of the g3 English. He played knight d4. Pragg plays bishop b4. The knight jumps out to d5, as is very standard. And e4, knight h4. This is a very well-known line. It's a tactical line, but it's well-known by theory. Bishop g2, d6. Castles apparently is one of the main moves, or is castles the mistake? And according to the engine, a3 is the mistake, and apparently the move is d2, d4 after castles. But Peter, my insight in this position is non-existent. I know that this is a line vaguely, but I've never studied it.
Yeah, it has so many different move orders. When black plays d6, when he castles, and I do believe that here maybe white was actually supposed to simply take that bishop on b4. Maybe it's possible, or to go a3 here. But Hikaru played castles, and after g5 he opted for a3. But after bishop a5, of course not bishop c5, because then white would run to d4 with a tempo, hit the bishop, and the bishop would be threatening to take the pawn on g5 with a winning pin. But black falls back with the bishop to a5, and now how do we save that piece on h4?
Yeah, so that's what's happening. The knight on h4 is literally trapped. This is a dire concern for Hikaru. Now, obviously, white will have compensation, long-term compensation, based on black's compromised king position. My biggest question would be, what happens if white plays d4 here with the idea of meeting g takes h4 with bishop g5? And I'm answering my own question as I'm asking it. Black plays knight takes d5, c takes d5, and if black's rook were on b8, then everything would work out perfectly. But black has this initial square for his knight. Why knight b8? Because knight e7 is terrible. It blunders the g5 pawn. You need to keep the contact between black's queen and the pawn on g5. And white will lose the knight on h4. Now, what can white get in return? Well, white can pick up the e4 pawn. That's the low-hanging fruit. But Peter, after g takes h4, there is no question, even without the eval bar, that white's compensation here is woefully insufficient. Yes, black is underdeveloped. Yes, the king is weak. But all of these are resolvable problems. And what is white going to do to garner more compensation here and prevent the consolidation of black's pieces?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not seeing any compensation. I think Hikaru is in a state of shock that how did I mix this up? And usually if something like this happens, you still have a bailout. It just move 9. But exactly in this position, I don't see a bailout at all, because of the fact that black can capture on d5 always. And just to highlight, that some ideas like b4, bishop b6, d4, also runs into knight takes d5, c takes d5. Now even black gets a extra option of taking on d4, but even if black just falls back to b8, nothing really happened. Nothing changed compared to the previous line.
Crazy. And it's insane that white can't get more than one pawn for the piece, right? If white could get 2 pawns for the minor piece, okay, then you could make a case that white's got some compensation. Here, all that white can get is that e4 pawn. That's it. And the queen from d1, it can't jump out to h5 because it's blocked by your pawn on e2. Oh my gosh, I'm also in a state of shock. Now, we know that Hikaru's pedigree involves an incredible ability to manufacture chances, sometimes in positions that aren't just lost, but there are no words in the English language to describe how lost they are objectively. We all know that as the Hikaru effect, but let's not forget that this is a 25 plus 10 game. This isn't Bullet Brawl. This isn't Title Tuesday. Pragg has time to figure out how to consolidate his pieces. And objectively, it appears that Hikaru is borderline lost here.
Yes, and that's the key. Yeah, it's a 25 minutes rapid game. What we have been speculating about, yeah, that this time control gives you the chance to spend time in the opening, and Hikaru is now really kicking himself. It might cost him the whole World Cup of trying to play instantly when he was not sure about the exact move order. With the committed knight on h4, he should have spent the time here and at this moment to understand how he keeps things under control, but he wanted to show strengths. He castled g5, and then he went on to play a3, and after bishop a5, it's already too late to think. It's just too late. It's bad time management.
And it's easy, I think, for chess fans to exaggerate and to say certain things and to think certain things in these situations. How could Hikaru do this? How could he not have spent time? And it just shows us that we're all human, and it doesn't matter what your rating is, what your pedigree is, what your reputation is. At some point or another, everybody mixes up lines. It's just something that happens because you have so much in your head as a super GM, so much that you have to retain, that sometimes you are absolutely convinced. And this happens in real life too. Sometimes you are absolutely convinced of a certain memory, and then it turns out you were wrong all along. And maybe Hikaru is experiencing this. He imagined a different position in his mind. Maybe he thought that d2, d4 garners the piece back, and then realized, wait a second, that's a different position. That's with the bishop on c5. Whatever it is, Hikaru has to exercise those demons and start working on making his way back in this game, which will be a Herculean task, probably the hardest task that Hikaru has faced in this World Cup. He was losing in his first round tiebreaker against Venkataraman, but this seems to be even more objectively lost as he tries the move d3, and we will see, Peter, knight takes d5, cd, and knight b8 for sure.
Yes, it's for sure. The move d3 is of course stronger than d4. It was also Top's engine move. The point being that probably white will be able to capture with the pawn on e4. That's what I'm guessing. Does this give us some more control? But I don't really. I mean, the position is bad anyway. You can get a better version of a losing position, but definitely the question is, how will Hikaru manage to at least set up a position where he can put up a fight, he can put some pressure on his opponent, and that's exactly what he's trying to create.
And you don't come back from these positions in one move. First, you need to manufacture the type of position where Pragg starts feeling uncomfortable. You start to sow a little bit of doubt in his mind. Maybe the win isn't that easy. That's what Hikaru does. This is going to be a long process for white of generating counterplay, maybe on the king side, maybe eventually on the queen side with b2, b4, and bishop c1 to b2. We will see how Hikaru arranges his remaining minor pieces. He's not going to have a lot of them left. In fact, he's only going to have his 2 bishops to rely on. But Pragg double checking there, making sure that knight takes d5 and knight b8 is the correct path, which it is. And then we're likely to see bishop takes d4, gh. And I mentioned before bishop b2, maybe bishop h6 is a more appetizing, more energetic way of deploying the bishop. Not totally sure where that bishop is best put to use.
Yeah, basically, if white already plays b4, then I'm pretty sure that white wants to play bishop b2. If we want to go bishop h6, then we should do that immediately, because the bishop on a5 is actually quite a stupid piece that anyway will have to move to b6. It's a much better diagonal. Well, it's very difficult to speculate at this moment. It's clear that objectively black is clearly better, almost winning. but the game is still ahead. Pragg will need to control his nerves.
We really cannot emphasize enough how not over this game is and how important it is not to just look at the eval bar. Hopefully people have watched Hikaru enough to know what he's capable of in any time control, right? The guy is one of the most resilient chess players in history, and he doesn't have a type of psychological effect named after him for no reason. Like you said, Pragg will have to control his nerves. He understands the significance of this game. If he wins with black, I mean, the likelihood that Hikaru strikes back in the next game with the black pieces is not all that high. So one of the most important stretches in Pragg's young chess career, and we will see how he handles the stress and the tension of this moment with so many fans from India and his family undoubtedly watching and cheering him on. Man, I do not envy Pragg here as he fights all of those demons as well as the opponent that sits in front of him and tries to recover from this shocking blunder in the opening.
Yes, I think now we have to move on because we definitely will be coming back to this game. What does it tell us? So we have the Jan Nepomniachtchi Nihal Sarin game. Let me bring it up. Wow, okay, so this is a much quieter affair. It's like a typical Maróczy bind. However, without the knight on c3, this knight on b4 is a bit strange, and Nihal is already hinting at a timely d6, d5 break. Yeah, the typical idea that you want to do in this type of positions. I feel like he has no problems at all.
Man, I feel like we just exited a war zone and are sitting by the fireplace with a nice cup of coffee or glass of wine. This is just such a tamer position, but it's still very strategically complex. You mentioned the sort of hedgehog-like structure. d6, d5 seems to be the pawn break Nihal is relying on, and I like his position. The knight on b4, it has a role in terms of preventing d5, but that's all it does, right? It's kind of awkwardly sitting there like a middle schooler at a dance. It doesn't know where to go. It doesn't know what to do. And Nihal, he doesn't have to have a one-track mind here, right? You can play rook fd8, but that's not the only thing that Nihal can do. He can also go knight d7 and bring that knight over to c5. And he does go rook fd8 for the time being. Looks like he's solved his opening problems at the least.
Yeah, it looks like a normal position for black. Basically, the moves like rook fd8, knight d7, rook ac8, I believe will be played in the next couple of moves. And the big question is in which order. Yeah, and it's basically sometimes just a matter of luck or how the player wants to. I mean, you can start with rook ac8, it does not spoil anything. You can start with rook fd8, you can start with knight d7. As commentators, we will never be able to call out the exact move order that will happen here.
I think chess fans sometimes underestimate the amount of times that even strong GMs go eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and just choose between three moves, all of which you want to play, and you have no clue which move you should start with. These minuscule differences that the engine points out are imperceptible for a human. But knight d7, that looks like a great move because it overprotects b6. It takes this thing out of a potential queen sally to b3. And let's see what Nihal settles for in the end. And it is knight d7. Good move, good positional play by Nihal. And is there a case to be made for b2, b4? Unfortunately for Nepo, that move can be met with a very nasty a5, carving out the c5 square. And is Jan once again sliding into a bit of uncomfortable territory here? Or do you believe that the position is still completely balanced?
I think it's balanced. If white is not playing for an advantage, it's very hard to believe that black can also fight for something. I mean, the rook on c1 beautifully targets the queen on c7, so any break with d6, d5 is not possible. But wow, hang on, queen b3 really stepping into knight c5? Why did Jan do that?
So he is inviting the move knight c5. Does he want queen a3 maybe, and then b2, b4 in that version? He definitely will not take on c5 because that gives up control, a complete monopoly on the dark squares in the center. And I guess we're about to find out because Nihal isn't buying it either.
Yes, but I feel like because this is a very strategical position with more or less equal chances, yeah, the move a5 had been played. This gives us a chance to continue our tour because nothing extraordinary is happening here at the moment. So
Definitely
do you have a
not.
preference? The Gukesh
We've got a-
Esipenko, or you
Let's
have
start
any
there.
other?
We've got Abasov Svidler, also very interesting game, but I'm more than happy to start with Gukesh Esipenko. And then maybe we can look at Abasov's game as well, with Peter Svidler going very far in this World Cup. He defeated Jordan Van Forest, but now has a very difficult task in front of him. Here's Esipenko, who has the white pieces in Italian. First impressions look pretty positive for Gukesh, who's got his pieces nicely massed in the center. He clearly carried out the d5 pawn break, and it seems that he did it at an opportune moment.
Yes, it looks like black has nothing to worry about. It's also a very typical and very nice way of dealing with this advance of white's queenside pawns with b4, a4. Typical b5, you place then the bishop on b6. You make sure that the a file is not important. The big question is, however, always that is this bishop hanging? So is the tactic with knight takes e5 a problem or not? The move rook a d1 already indicated that not. I just wanted to highlight that, yes, the tactic with knight takes e5 backfires, because then black captures, and after rook takes a7, he gives the knight f3 check or knight g4 check, no matter which one, and then black captures the rook on e1. Thanks to this counter tactics, black is able to solve the problems against knight takes e5. So white just played the move rook a d1. I'm expecting something like bishop b6, just stabilizing the position. And yes, it's black has solved all his problems, but it's also very difficult to imagine him really creating something at the moment.
White is so solid here also, because if you overstretch with black, the fulcrum on which your position stands is that e5 pawn, and you got to keep a very close eye on that pawn. There are some tempting moves like knight d5 to f4, but white has a lot of ways that he can solidify and buttress the weaknesses in his position. There's rook e1 up to e4. You know, d3, d4 is not yet an issue because the c2 queen hangs, but it could potentially be an issue under different circumstances. So this does look very balanced to me. Dynamically, bishop c1 would be a great way to meet knight f4 and challenge that knight, setting up the threat of knight takes e5. So I think Gukesh should play this modestly, and he's obviously more than happy with a draw with the black pieces in the first rapid game. Man, I love this matchup. They're a bit of a rating disparity, but I still feel like they're very evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, okay, from the opening, I feel like Gukesh has a lot of confidence, and Esipenko is not yet exactly feeling how to target Gukesh. Also, yesterday's game featured e4, e5, and he did try something there with the 4 knights or what it was, but he wasn't getting anywhere, and now so the Italian is very nicely neutralized by Gukesh. I'm truly impressed by Gukesh's preparation, by Praggnanandhaa's preparation. It just shows that these players are really on the level of the absolute of the top 10 guys, preparation wise, and already also fighting wise.
The top end Indian talents are all impressive, no matter what they're rating, whether it's Nihal or Pragg or Gukesh. They're at various stages of their chess development, but the whole country is behind them. The environment in which they train is very friendly. There's a spirit of camaraderie, and they're all just incredibly well behaved and easy to root for. So definitely some talents to watch, but perhaps we should keep going around the horn.
Yes.
We've got our two big games that we will return to in a bit. I see the Svidler-Abasov game. There's a lot of action there as well. This seems to have come from a Grunfeld, not a surprise, as Peter Svidler, the author of a chessable course on the Grunfeld and one of the world's leading experts in this opening, along with MVL. But is he experiencing some tactical trouble here in this highly unbalanced position? He's got that juicy pass pawn on c3, but white has that pawn surrounded. And with his last move, Nijat Abasov, it's not that clear that he's threatening knight c4, but definitely knight c4, knight c6, both ideas that Svidler has to deal with as he gets down to 10 minutes on his clock.
Yes, it's kind of a scary thing, because knight c4 is not exactly threatening the rook on b2. However, if white knight reaches the c4 square, then the pawn on c3 will fall. And let's not forget, if black loses that pawn, then white will be the one who ends up having just a very lovely center control. The pawn on c5 might also turn out to be weak. Everything hangs on the fact that Peter will be able to get enough counterplay, something like queen b4 targeting the e4 pawn, eventually also setting up ideas like queen d4. I mean, you have to keep the unbalance and the pressure on white before he stabilizes.
Queen b4 looks like a great move because the e4 pawn will hang. And if the e4 pawn is lost, then the d5 pawn may follow suit. Queen b4, knight d3. It's important to point out, knight takes b2 in the current framework is not a real threat because black recaptures with the pawn and forks the two rooks in the corner. This is an important detail. So queen b4 might be met with f3, but if you can induce that move, then you can also slide the queen over to d4. And that's actually a big problem for white because rook takes c3 there runs into rook takes e2. And white loses the piece because you cannot recapture it due to the pin. Yeah, rook c3, rook e2, and the bishop on c8 is defended by the rook on f8 at the end of the line. So not all bad for Peter. I'm more worried, honestly, about his clock than his position right now. Although his position isn't all that great either.
Yes, I'm trying to understand what's wrong with the move queen b4, and I'm trying to feel like maybe bishop c4 is a move, because the point is that after queen b4, knight c4 is not really possible due to the activity of black's bishop, rook takes e2, followed by bishop a6, so bishop a6 immediately. But the somewhat surprising bishop e2 to c4 might turn out to be a problem, because white simply cuts off black's queen. White is also threatening somehow just to play a3 and then start collecting. If the pawn on c3 falls, somehow white gets perfect coordination and black's position is collapsing. That's why the real pressure on Peter, and he's down to 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's so hard to find a move here because your bishop on c8 is no prospects. Your knight on f6 is just kind of sitting there. Your pieces look active, but they're all not very well coordinated. And white's got this very clear plan of moving the bishop from e2, taking on c3, and your position will start to crumble unless you find clear ways to keep up the initiative. And Peter Svidler clearly struggling with the task in front of him. He is down to 7:45, and I think that he is in serious practical trouble against the hometown hero, Nijat Abasov, who knocked out Anish Giri in the previous tiebreaker round. We've got also a lot of action in the Carlsen game with the center opening up and a lot of trades. But if you want to keep going around the horn, I'm more than happy with that. But perhaps we can check back in and see if Magnus Carlsen has managed to squeeze anything out of the opening. And it doesn't look like he has. It looks like Vincent has acquitted himself in excellent fashion and completely equalized, neutralizing Carlsen's kingside initiative.
Yes, it looks like he's perfectly safe. The only pressure is coming from the clock. Yeah, he's down to 10 minutes versus almost 20 minutes by Magnus. But the position has the tendency of being pretty dry. Now, we know exactly that dry doesn't mean anything because Magnus Carlsen is always ready to get the maximum out of any chances. Now, the question is, how do we deal with the fact that this knight takes f6 check and eventually the queen trade on d5 might be somewhat of an issue, because black has this awkward pawn on a5 and I don't want to let that happen. I'm tempted to eventually grab on e4 here, making sure that I will keep the d5 square.
So after knight takes e4, which piece is white likely to recapture with? Queen takes e4 has the benefit of trying to take the queens off the board and maybe setting up d4, d5 later. Rook takes e4, maybe black can respond with bishop f6, and then I was checking out bishop e5 as a potentially annoying tactic. So maybe black should play that a little bit more carefully after the trade on e4.
Yes, I mean, for example, after knight takes e4, queen e4 takes, rook takes e4, bishop f6, I don't feel any danger at all. It looks to me like it will be liquidation because the pawn on b2 is also weak, not only the pawn on a5. So we are kind of expecting after knight e4 to the move rook takes e4. And then the question like bishop f6, bishop e5, yeah, that's the only scary thing for black in the position, that you have to understand that actually after bishop e5 there are no threats if you just retreat the bishop to g7.
Bishop g7 is a power move because it keeps the tension, it threatens f6, but most importantly, it maintains your control over the d5 square. If instead you take the bishop on e5, white recaptures with the d-pawn, forces the queen back to e6, and things go from bad to worse. The rook slides into d6 and then maneuvers to f6, and the assault on the f7 pawn turns decisive immediately. So bishop g7 has to be foreseen by Vincent if in fact it goes down this line, and it's a pretty easy move to miss. It's easy to forget that the f7 pawn actually is protected by the queen, and he's down to 8 minutes on the clock. he's got alternatives to knight takes e4. He doesn't strictly have to make that move, but I really, really think that given the time situation, you want to clarify the position if you can. And this might be Vincent's best chance to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, basically it's so tempting to take on e4. The only problem after rook e4, bishop f6, bishop e5 feels like, wow, yeah, I don't want to let that happen. It's dangerous, it's scary. But yeah, that quiet bishop g2 move stabilizes everything. Now the big question with all the nerves involved, how easy it is to spot that move. Yeah, it's sometimes these little quiet moves, when you feel that, oh my God, my opponent is just about to get the initiative, then you stop.
And rook a d8 may seem, but bishop f4 to c7 has to be factored in by Vincent, exposing an attack on the f6 knight and trying to harm the coordination between black's rooks. So that's the kind of stuff which could befall Vincent if he does not take this opportunity to grab the knight on e4. And I'm almost certain that the wheels in his brain are turning in the direction of this line, knight e4, rook e4, bishop f6, bishop e5, and he might be struggling to find this, what's called a collinear move. It's when two pieces are staring at each other and you make a move along the same file or diagonal, but without capturing the enemy piece. Those can be some of the hardest moves to see in chess. It's a well-known fact. And 6.5 minutes as Vincent makes his decision, and he does indeed capture on e4. Big two moves coming up.
Yes, so
bishop f8.
And he goes bishop f8. Yes, it's the more solid move. However, this gives white the chance eventually to transform into this endgame, which I was a little bit worried, especially because of knowing that it's Magnus Carlsen sitting on the white side. But probably Vincent feels that, okay, come on. Yes, Magnus is incredibly strong, but if the position is kind of draw, then why should I be afraid of that?
And it's probably a fair conclusion objectively. And I think the best that Magnus can do is rook takes e8. Magnus doesn't seem to have any other appetizing moves. So we will get likely that trade on d5. And the only annoying thing is rook c1. White gets control of the c-file, threatens rook c7. And the pawn on a5 is also a bit of a long-term weakness. It can be targeted potentially by the bishop, sometimes by the rook. And Vincent will have to tread carefully in the resulting endgame. Now, queen takes f3 check is possible, but I think it's highly counterproductive because it helps white break through with d4, d5 after the smoke clears.
Yes, I mean, takes, rook e5, rook takes e8, d5 is very scary because then all of black's pawns will be very vulnerable and white will have this beautifully active rook. Also, white's king is much, much more active. So Vincent needs to take back on e8 and he's taking his time. I'm not liking this because it somehow feels that he underestimated the dangers of this endgame. And there's something really to worry about this. Yeah, rook e8 is played. White will take on d5 and go rook c1 and ask some questions.
Yeah, and Magnus has 19 minutes with which to ask questions. He's left himself with almost the full complement of his time, a 13-minute time advantage that Vincent will have to fight here. And he might be feeling a little bit of deja vu. It's a completely different type of endgame, but we saw something similar yesterday where Vincent misses a clear opportunity, as he did here with bishop f6, which would have equalized completely, gets a tiny, tiny, tiny disadvantage in the endgame. And we just know how much of a virtuoso Magnus is in these positions. Speaking of virtuoso, it looks like Pragg continues to nurture his extra piece against Hikaru. Maybe we should throw out an update on Hikaru's attempt to muddy the waters in that game, which started out with a shocking opening confusion by Hikaru. The wires got crossed into his head. He gives up a piece and does not attain nearly sufficient compensation for it. This is the current position on the board. Pragg's last move, knight d7 to e5, deploying the knight. He is still up a piece. Hikaru still only has, I believe, one pawn for that piece. And man, it does not look like white's got any compensation at all at this point.
Well, actually, if I look at the position, I don't have the feeling white only has one pawn. Yeah, I was pretty sure that white at least has two pawns because of the pawn chain. The pawn on c7 doesn't really make much of an impact at the moment, but it's a very important stabilizing pawn. The bishop also on a5 will beautifully sit on the b6 square protected by the pawn. It also protects the pawn itself. And this lovely knight on e5. Yeah, Hikaru has to play bishop g3, queen h5, and then hope
F4?
for something like f4. Yeah, but where does it lead? I don't see valid
F4.
leads.
F4 chases the knight. Where does the knight go? Knight G4 is the aggressive, the principled move, and then maybe Bishop G2 to F3, trying to create some tension on the king side. Hikaru instead with Rook to G1. But now, Peter, after King H8, F4, Knight G4, Black will be threatening Queen takes H2 and Knight F2 mate, and that is not just a gimmick. That is actually a problem for White in that position. Things seem to be going from bad to worse here.
Yeah, it's looking very scary for Hikaru. Okay, Hikaru anyway will play then Bishop F3, which creates luft for his king, and probably wants to go Rook G2, trying to double or do some action on the G file. But Black is perfect under control, and he still has 7.5 minutes and has stabilized the position. It looks almost impossible to imagine that Hikaru will create some magic, but still not to be ruled out.
We can stay on this game, but bad news for Vincent Keymer fans. He has made a big mistake almost immediately upon transitioning into that endgame. He has blundered a pawn. Very similar, actually, to their first classical game, where Magnus has an unstoppable threat of winning a pawn. Now, we can go back to that game. We can stay on this one. But it does seem like Vincent, his time management really hurting his chances. And at this point, he is hoping for a miracle. Magnus is just doing Magnus things in that game.
But why exactly? How? So after Bishop takes d4, what's the trick?
I think Bishop takes d4, Rook takes a5, and you cannot stop Rook b5 while defending the d5 pawn.
Wow. Okay,
It's
but
insane.
this is not easy, and I'm still not completely buying it that this is so strong. But is it? Yeah. So Bishop takes d4, Rook takes a5, Bishop takes e3.
No, immediate
a5.
First take on d4,
Yes,
and then take
takes.
on a5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Pardon me. Yeah, takes, and then you just take. Normally, such rook endgames are almost automatically drawn because it's Black is active enough. But suddenly, this Rook b5 protecting back on b2 and hitting the pawn on b7 just wins the game. Oh my God! Yeah, it was so easy to miss. But
God.
I was really worried after this Rook c1 with little time on the clock. If you have 15 minutes, it's fine. But with 6 minutes on the clock against Magnus, it's too scary.
Yeah, this is such a nasty position. And the correct move, Rook e2, it's so easy to rationalize. Oh, of course, you need to get the Rook to the second rank. But there was the threat of Rook c7 there. And it's so understandable that Vincent wanted to douse the flames of Magnus's initiative by going after the d4 pawn. And man, Magnus, this is just vintage Carlsen. He's got 19 minutes on his clock. He's played with supreme confidence. And yet again, he was able to squeeze out something out of nothing. 2 minutes on the clock for Vincent. The situation is borderline hopeless.
Yes, and it's a big shock. Yeah, I think that Vincent felt like he went for this Rook e4 Bishop g7 idea that, okay, I might sacrifice a pawn somewhere, I might lose a pawn, but it will be a very drawish endgame and it will help me to defend with little time on the clock. But he will lose the most important pawn, and the problem is that this d5 pawn won't be such an asset because White's king is way too close, and White will be able to, with a timely king f3, take care of any advance of Black's pawn on d3, and White will never give up the b2 pawn, and White will rely on this powerful pass pawns on the queen side.
Well said. Either you lose b7 or you lose d5, and in either case, you've got a technically lost position. We've got crazy action in the Nepo Nihal game. It does seem like the world champion challenger is in big trouble. Obviously, we are also keeping an eye on Hikaru Nakamura's attempt to salvage what is turning into a completely lost position. So we will bring you that game very shortly, but maybe a quick peek at the complete pandemonium on the board here, as Nihal Sarin has just sacrificed a piece on g3 and shattered the defenses around White's king. Jan's position is teetering on the brink of calamity.
Yeah, I mean, look at that gorgeous bishop on c6. It had been opened up now with e takes d3. The last move from Black. Black is eyeing bishop takes f3. Let's not forget that the rook is also ready to join the battle with rook f8. The king on f1 in a lot of trouble. And the clock situation, yeah, Nihal has 8.5 minutes. I don't really believe that you can survive this attack.
Rook d to b8 seems like a good response, heady response to bishop takes b6. It hits the bishop, and if the bishop moves back to e3, then there's several things Nihal could do. He could capture on f3 with either piece. Nihal, of course, could play bishop takes f3 here immediately, seeking more tactical complications. So it's not the easiest position to navigate for black either. And he does have 8 minutes on the clock, which might be Nepo's biggest hope at this point. And
Yes,
Hikaru, by the way,
intuitively.
Hikaru might resign any second now. So maybe we should go back to that game after you finish your point.
Yes, no, okay, we can just go back there immediately. I mean, my point was that bishop takes f3 and rook f8 are the most natural moves in the position, but we will come back. Hikaru is in this situation. What does it?
Knight g4. Knight g4,
Knight
and
g4.
white loses everything.
Yeah, because of this beautiful tactic with queen takes h2 threatening.
Oh my gosh, maybe we should
All
show
eyes-
it on the board just in case.
Yes, all eyes on Pragg. So knight g4, e4, queen takes h2 check, bishop takes h2, knight f2 check, mate. That's the very big problem. And no, Pragg missed the chance. He opted for bishop h3. Wow, nerves are involved, but still black is winning.
But knight g4 was a much cleaner move, and that move would have ended the game immediately. This is what you don't want to do against Hikaru. You don't want to start letting it back in the game, because then suddenly you feel like the winning task gets harder and harder. But again, let's not overstate the case. Pragg still wins, but he has to find the move knight g4. That move is involved in every winning attempt here for black. You could play bishop takes g2 check first. You could play knight g4 immediately, but you cannot keep this knight on e5 because it will be targeted by the combined forces of white's rook on f1, the bishop on g3, the queen on c3. They are creating heat and putting the heat on black's king, the f6 pawn, and the e5 knight. And knight g4 solves all of these problems at once. Can Pragg find it on the second attempt?
Well, capture, I mean, there was a trade on g2 first, and knight g4 also threatens, then queen takes d5. Yeah, the pawn on d5 is also hanging. That's another problem. But on the other hand, this knight is such a stabilizer, and it does stop white's queen of getting access to the f6 pawn, and it also blocks the bishop on g3. So I also understand Pragg that psychologically it's so difficult to move that knight away. We see that computer screams that it's a winning move, but over the board you might have this tendency of just trying to stabilize as much as you can.
And Pragg, I mean, you can sense the nerves. He seemed to be about to move. He's shaking. He's putting every fiber of his effort into trying to convert this extra piece against Hikaru. More hesitation for Pragg. He's got 3.5 minutes to Hikaru's 13. So the last thing you want to do with black is to start letting white back in the game. If Hikaru can complicate this, he's got black's low time to bank on, but the knight jumps out to g4, the correct move by Pragg. And Hikaru, is he a little surprised? Is he disappointed? And most importantly, how does he stir up complications in this hopeless position?
Yes, it's very tough. The problem is that, I mean, okay, not only that the e3 pawn is falling, but black will also have this queen takes d5 idea, pinning the rook on g2, and the bishop on b6 makes sure that white is even not really able to move with that king from h1. And then how do you continue the game?
There is bishop takes c7, which is a brazen attempt, but I feel like that's in Hikaru's style, just to try to create as much chaos on the board as possible, with the idea of meeting rook ac8 with d6, and you do have that asset, that passed d-pawn, which can wreak some havoc on black's pieces if allowed to advance. So bishop takes c7, maybe the cleanest response is queen h5, takes d5, just eliminating that pawn, and most importantly, pinning the rook on g2 to the king, which means that the knight will be untouchable.
Yes, that's the key idea. I think it was also the reason why Pragg spent some time on knight g4. He had to triple check that, yes, what I'm planning is correct. Because let's not forget that we were shouting out that knight g4 was winning on the spot, but Pragg has played the move bishop h3. He traded that bishop with probably the clear intention that, okay, if I want to take that pawn on d5 with queen and pin white's rook to the king.
It's so important that the f6 pawn is well defended. The rook on g2, its influence on the game is completely circumscribed by the knight, which also controls the f2 square. So white is unable to double on f2 and attack essentially black's only weakness in the position. I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing a way for Hikaru to prevent the imminent collapse of his position.
Yeah, I mean, this queen takes d5 is so incredibly powerful. and so painful for white, yeah, because you hope to generate some counterplay, but queen takes d5 just kills all hopes. Hikaru is taking his time, but I don't, he cannot hang on to the d5 pawn.
That's the biggest problem. And once he loses d5, he essentially loses all of his chances. Obviously, Hikaru is investing potentially the rest of his time into trying to find something here, some way, somehow. He will try to complicate the narrative, but with a win in this game, Pragg will put himself in an excellent position to knock Hikaru Nakamura out of the World Cup. I'm also keeping an eye on some of the other games. Vasily Ivanchuk is a winning position in his first tiebreak game against Vahap. Carlsen continuing to convert that extra pawn, and Vincent down to his last minute. He is fighting like a lion, but I just don't feel like he'll be able to pull this off in the long run.
Yeah, that looked pretty hopeless. Now, of course, this is such a critical moment because if black simply takes on d5, then I don't really seeing how Hikaru can put up any resistance. He's using all his time. He feels that, yeah, this is the last moment to come up with some kind of a defense or at least some question, some trap against his opponent, but I don't see it.
And the appeal of bishop takes c7 to me was that it tempts black into rook a8. But Pragg was not born yesterday. He knows that Hikaru will try to find some way to confuse him. He is prepared for that. And I think he's going to think clearly about what needs to be done here. He's also using Hikaru's time to generate certain potential next moves, right? He sees queen takes d5. He sees rook takes e3, and he knows that he will have to test one of these two moves, regardless of what Hikaru does. d6 doesn't do anything at all. You just play c takes d6. There's nothing to attack here. There's nothing to grip. White's got no purchase on the king side.
Yeah, and Hikaru goes crazy. Yeah, he wants to create some question, at least some tension, because he feels that Pragg is done on the clock. But the position just does not let it happen. Black has everything under control. This knight on g4, and in hindsight, I have to say that, yeah, this bishop h3, trade on g2, knight g4, followed by queen takes d5 idea was a super clean, practical play by Pragg.
Indeed it was. And a couple of updates as Hikaru thinks. Peter Svidler held that position against Nijat Abasov. That game will end in a draw. Esipenko and Gukesh, kind of as we expected, they made a draw. And Dominguez is slightly worse against Radoslav Wojtaszek with the white pieces, but also has excellent chances to hold a draw. And final update for now, Weng Hao and Rasmus Vane are also likely to draw their game, although Weng Hao has minor winning chances in a theoretically drawn endgame.
Yeah, Pragg, after d6, I believe he just captured on d6. Yes,
why not?
C takes d6. Yeah, it hurts, yeah, because the queen d5 idea is still there. Black also gets the e6 square now for just stabilizing the position even more with rook e6, making sure that the pawn on f6 will be double defended. It's always a very nice feeling when you know that everything is super safe.
And Hikaru just disgusted with the way that this has gone. He might play bishop takes d6, trying to set up some check on c4 maybe. At least I would consider that move, but not sure what Black's cleanest response is to bishop takes d6. It's definitely not rook takes c3, because that would in fact blunder the fork on c4.
Yes, this is what Hikaru is putting his hopes on, that eventually somewhere queen c4 check targets the knight on g4, especially if the bishop moves. But my concern is that after bishop takes d6, Black will simply play the move rook e6, or also rook a8. I mean, yeah, all these moves are very natural. Hikaru was about to make a move, but not yet.
Yeah, and he knows full well the hopelessness of the situation, but this is not a resignable position in a rapid game. You have to exhaust every last opportunity, and we're so used to Hikaru coming back that you almost start believing that there are chances to be found, but in this position, there are no chances to be found. That's just a full extra piece. White's position is collapsing on all sides. You're going to lose e3, and you don't have a single piece to attack. Knight takes e3. Knight takes e3 might end the game here, because queen d7 check is met with rook e7, and I think Pragg is going to pause here for a couple moments and calculate this line, because if you calculate it accurately, you end the game immediately.
Yes, but at the same time, you let Hikaru sacrifice his rook on f6 with a check.
Yep.
And after king f6, rook f2 check, it's so easy to see some goals there.
Oh, absolutely. Queen d7, rook f6, rook f2, bishop h4 could be thrown in at the end of that line. And you need nerves of steel to go for it. But knowing Pragg, he pins a lot of his hopes on his own calculation, and he found a great alternative. He drives the rook down to e4, forcing the queen back to its initial square, and perhaps he will deploy the other rook over to e8, or maybe to g8, and solidify the knight even further.
Yes, and basically black is already a piece and the pawn up, has perfect coordination. All his pieces have joined the battle.
Whoa. I'm also checking out Magnus's game. Magnus has apparently let the win slip, and on his last seconds, Vincent is fighting tooth and nail, trying to make that draw. He's generated potentially game-saving counterplay. I don't know which game we should look at. They're both so interesting as Pragg captures the bishop, the pawn on e3.
Well, here basically the game itself is already not interesting because Pragg is clearly winning. The interest is that Hikaru is in a hopeless situation and how he fights, and if Pragg will able to handle the situation, I believe yes. I mean,
A4.
Look at this. He can do whatever he wants, and Hikaru doesn't know what to do.
He has no moves. A4 by Hikaru, just giving Pragg the move. And Pragg says, thank you. I'm going to deploy my rook. I'm going to put it on e8. And queen b3, last attempts here by Hikaru. But b7 is neither here nor there. You can give that pawn up. You can play bishop e3 back to d4 in order to vacate that parking spot for the knight. The only small concern is Pragg's clock situation. He cannot let it get, let's say, under 30 seconds. But he's not going to.
Yeah, in this position, there is just no reason to do that. No threats. Hikaru can throw in the tower any minute, any second.
And he might resign in this position. This is how bad it is. I think we have to go back to the Magnus game, but we have to also see the handshake. So let's wait a couple more moments here. I'm also seeing the Magnus game. I'm keeping an eye on it. But Hikaru continues to try. He continues to squeeze his way through with his queen. Is there anything to be found? Is there a miracle waiting for Hikaru in this game? I don't think that the miracle will be found this time in Baku. That's it. There's the handshake.
Yes, which gives us the chance to move immediately to Vincent's game. Okay, maybe he has some chances, but look at the connected pass pawns. However, Black finally created himself an H-passer.
And he has to set it in motion and do it ASAP. He's got to get that king off of H4. But where does he put it? King G3, correct. And H4, basically a pre-move.
Well, King F5 should be the move in order to meet H4 with Rook B3 check, followed by King G4, getting access to that H4 pawn. But then Black is in time to collect the pawn on A4 and attack the F4 himself. Wow. Wow.
Incredible. So much going on both sides of the board here. And obviously we have to switch to this game, but not overshadowing the incredible result by Praggnanandhaa, who defeats Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. But that match is far from over. Hikaru has one more chance. He will have to win on demand with black in the next game. And what an epic contest that will be. And what an epic contest this has been, as Magnus, he played really quickly to start this endgame. He slowed down considerably as he realizes that Vincent is not going gentle into that good night.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, how Magnus will try to fight this position. If you take on f6, then simply black's pawn, the h-pawn runs way too fast. It might even be a bit scary. Of course, white can always sacrifice the rook and rely on the pawn, but that's not what Magnus wants. But he takes on f6.
But isn't that just a draw? I mean, Magnus will not be able to keep his queenside pawns alive. And if he plays f5, black plays h3, white has to, at that point, give up the rook for the pawn. Black has plenty of time to collect the a4 pawn and stop the f pawn simultaneously. Oh my gosh, what a save this would be. But, I mean, we're so used to Magnus finding chances anywhere that I'm almost holding my breath here, despite what seems to be a surefire draw.
Yeah, it looks like the pawn is still far away. The king is kind of blocking the pawn, so white will have to move that king away. That will give black all the time in the war to collect all the pawns on the queen side and then sacrifice his rook himself to force a draw.
My goodness. Quick update. We've got a huge turnaround in the Nepo game. It looks like Jan is stopping Nihal's initiative. Nihal let his clock tick down to its last seconds, and he is suddenly in a world of hurt. So I'll keep an eye on that game, and we'll bring you a result when it comes in. But this is the game that the entire chess world has its eyes on, as Magnus trying to find some way to complicate the game in Vincent's time pressure. There's nothing. H3 is coming. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I mean, okay, one really has to calculate this line, yeah, with f5. I don't know if we can make the moves or we should just point out with arrows. f5, h3, rook b3 check, king g2, rook takes h3, king takes h3, then white's king moves somewhere. I don't know exactly. It's also a critical question. Where do you move? But I don't feel like white is able to play for a win there.
No, and I think Magnus's body language says it all. If you go from behind, if you play rook b8, well, Vincent at the very least could just take on a4, and that would be that. And then after h3, it would be black who can build that bridge with his rook from h4 or g4. So last thing Magnus wants is to tilt his way to a loss, but he's got nothing. This is just a forced draw. And this has been incredible fighting spirit by Vincent Keymer. He was dead in the water on the board and on the clock. 10 moves ago, he already had a minute, and he was hopeless objectively. How did he do this?
Yeah, somewhere Magnus had been careless. Yeah, he probably felt like, okay, he's winning. Yeah, f5, h3, we're gonna see this line. And as you indicated, yeah, Magnus signals that he does not believe that there is anything left in the position.
H2 pre-move. Everything comes with tempo. White's going to give up his rook. Go king g7 and perhaps even offer a draw, admitting that he was unable to convert this endgame. And what a confidence boost this will be. Not just an objectively great result for Vincent to hold Magnus with black, Peter, but convincing himself that, yes, I can fight even in a lost position. I can hold that endgame. And this makes the match a completely different animal in the second game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's yesterday it was Magnus who came back from the deaths. Yeah, he realized that there was this knight takes e4 stunning combination which would have just won the game and the match for Vincent. He survived that scare, and now exactly the psychological situation. Before the tie breaks, it looked like Magnus has the upper hand. If Vincent saves this, then okay, Magnus goes king g5, he tries king g5.
Ooh.
But what does it mean? h2. Does white give the check on g4 or goes rook h4 immediately?
I think he gives the check on g4 and then goes rook h4. Magnus is trying to essentially save the queenside pawns and prevent rook takes a4. So I think we will see a check. Then king f2, rook h4. And wait a second. Is it that clean there for Vincent? How does he go about making the draw in the best possible way?
Yeah, I think that rook g4, king f3, and if rook h4, then we include a rook g1 check. Yeah, because white's king has to move somewhere. Yeah, that's a very crucial check there.
Rook
That's
takes
why
a4.
Magnus. Yes, and now rook takes a4 is a great possibility.
But h1 queen is, I guess, a mistake, because then Magnus gets the ideal version of that endgame. But Vincent's got time now. He's got time, and he's going to figure rook takes a4 out. It's not a hard move.
He captured. Yeah, he captured on a4. Magnus took on h2. f6 will be played. And now the big question. Yeah, there is also this defense that eventually you go back with the rook to a8 and you start bringing that king back. And you will be in time to protect, but probably there is also something simpler.
Rook a1. I think rook a1, and then you do this thing where you keep checking, and when the king leaves contact with the pawn, you attack the pawn, then you keep checking. If the king steps in front of the pawn, you immediately attack the b pawn to prevent its further progress. But Vincent has to keep his nerves at bay. He's got 15 seconds to figure this out, and there he goes. King g3 is one of the drawing moves. You assign the king the task of stopping the b pawn, while the rook stops the f pawn.
Yes, he will go for the king f3, king e4 plan.
Good calculation.
Just in time.
Great calculation by Vincent with his last seconds.
Yes, just in time to stop. And that's it. The handshake.
Fair kings. There we go. A huge save by Vincent Keymer. A monumental defensive effort with his last seconds. And shock for Magnus Carlsen, who we are used to seeing as a well-oiled machine in better endgames, much less in technically winning endgames. But such is the power and the fighting spirit of Vincent Keymer, who sets himself up with a white game in the second rapid match game. Carlsen there pointing out his own mistakes, perhaps. What a game. What a
I think Magnus cannot really believe that he did not win that game, but we have no time to even pause. There is still this incredibly tense game. With few seconds on the clock, Nihal is fighting here.
Now Nihal let slip a potentially decisive advantage, and then it was Nepo's turn to make a serious error. But how can we even speak of mistakes in this position? What is going on here? It's like a Hieronymus Bosch painting.
Yeah, it's a big question. Does Black take on F2? He can. Do you do that? Yes, he did. He also has this H-pawn. Still the bishop on C6 is alive. King C1.
Queen E1 check.
A big mistake.
Oh my god, it's made. Queen E1 and bishop E4. And Queen B1 check. Sends the king to A3 where it is checkmated on A1. Will Nihal find in 2 seconds? And he missed it.
Unbelievable. And now white is winning. Or he's... I mean, now the king... If the king saves itself without being checkmated, then with few seconds on the clock, it will be impossible for Nihal to... Oh my god, yeah, Queen E1 check was just winning on the spot.
Nepo sees it. Nepo shakes his head. He knows the bullet that he just dodged. And this reminds me of Grishuk's Queen D5 or Queen E8 against Bardia Daneshvar that would have set up a very similar mating construction. Nihal, the tragedy is that he sees the idea of bishop E4, but he put his queen on the wrong square. Unbelievable turnaround that we're witnessing, but it's not over yet. Nepo has to be very careful here.
Of course, yeah, because the king is still not safe. Queen takes D6, however, is a very natural human move because you will also get access to the E6 pawn, start giving checks for the black king.
And there he goes. King A3, Queen E1. And, oh, I can take the A5 pawn and open up a pathway for the king to escape on B4. That is what Nihal missed with his last seconds.
Wow.
Oh, man, what a bummer for Nihal. What a bummer.
He's still trying.
Queen D8, Queen A5.
Played the move. And you see, he finally brought that queen to E1, bishop on E4. Everything perfectly, but just he lost 2 moves with Queen F4 check.
Whoa. Nepo took the wrong pawn. He might have let Black's king escape, and Nepo might be unable to capture that A5 pawn. He might have to deliver perpetual check.
Wow, yes, because now you lost the control of the D8 square, which eyed the pawn on A5.
What is he doing? Queen D8 and Queen takes A5, Peter, was basically game over.
Yeah, but with the nerves, he should. But he had 3 minutes. He should have calmed down and he should have taken his time. Understood. But this Queen D8, Queen takes A5 was also so difficult because the rook was hanging. Apparently, Black had a double threat on taking on C3 and Queen A1 check. So your mind might have told you that, okay, I have to take the pawn and I have to start giving the checks.
But what was Nepo relying on? Now he starts thinking as though, oh, he missed something. What could he have missed? Queen F7, King H6, Queen F8, King H7. You're just repeating moves and making a draw here. Does White even have an attempt in Black's time pressure? Will Nepo go Queen F4, Queen C1? But then he runs the risk of losing the game.
Yeah, the H-pawn is a monster pawn still.
Oh, Queen F6 and Rook C4. And the A1 square is protected. And Nepo gets another chance.
God. Wow, but how on earth you don't go to H6? This is just because of nerves.
King H8 by Nihal. That opened up the door for so many more checks. It made no sense. It also blundered Queen C8, Queen C7, Queen takes A5. My lands. And Nepo needs to calm himself down. Pause and realize that the A1 square is defended if he moves his rook.
Yeah, rook C4 on the board.
Wow.
And H3. Now he's also threatening himself to go C6, yeah, and rook H4 checkmate is coming if Black moves that bishop.
And that is it. No more chances. Queen e5 is the dagger. h2, you can take that pawn on h2 with a check.
Yeah, what an incredible queen on e5. Covers every single important square.
Queen g1, but that does nothing. You can play rook takes e4 here and cover the check on c1 with queen b2. Nihal lost on time. Nepo's probably pointing out the win that he had.
Yeah, probably, yeah. He just... Oh my god, if Nihal gets to know that he could have won on the spot with queen e1 check, that's insane.
Unbelievable, but the good news for Nihal, the match is not over. He's got white in the next game. And to push this away, to push the chances he got away, and to reset from scratch is so difficult psychologically. And then the chance he got at the end, king h8, Peter, that was pure nerves. He would have played king h6 in a bullet game 9 times out of 10.
Exactly. I mean, it was the natural move. Just king h6 and white probably will give queen f8 check. And then you go back with the king. And I believe we would have seen a repetition of moves.
Man, what insanity have we seen in this first round of action? And the games aren't even over. We have Wang Hao against Svane in a crazy endgame. And we also have the more interesting game, Maksudlu against Duda in a time scramble. Parham has the advantage, but he's also down on the clock. Wow. Still
wow, craziness. Yeah, craziness guaranteed. Absolute craziness guaranteed. Yeah, white is having a great advantage with that monster knight on g7, making sure that the e-file is in white's control.
That knight is a bone in black's throat, and the knight on g5 is dominated by its vis-a-vis on g7, the e8 square. The white queen on d2 threatens to infiltrate down the queen side, perhaps with queen a5, but Parham still has to find a way to actually infiltrate.
Yeah, Danny, can you give me just 1 minute? I'll be back. There is just too much pressure going on.
Yes. Of course. Go ahead. Okay, queen e1 there by queen e1 by Maksudlu. 30 seconds for both players. 30 seconds for both players. Rook b8 by Jan Krzysztof Duda. And Parham seems to be shuffling his queen from d2 to e1. And where is the infiltration? Rook e7 check? Maybe. No, you can't go rook e7. What do? Queen a5. That is the move we talked about. And Duda hides his king on g8. 20 seconds now for Parham. Now, he can pick up the pawn on a4. He can pick this pawn up, but there is this nasty check on b1 that he has to factor in. And it will be unclear where to bring his king. 10 seconds for Parham Maksudlu. And it's easy to overpress here if you're white. And he does take on a4. My God, that is a risky move. Okay, Duda can go queen d7 to c7 here and try to get his queen around to g3 and set up massive threats against white's king. 38 seconds for the Polish Grandmaster with 3 names. There is a check on b1, but apparently it's wrong. Apparently you're not supposed to leave the 8th rank because then white will be able to deliver a counter check on e8. The last seconds here elapsing for Duda. What will he do? And he goes knight f7, and that was one of the best moves. And that's an incredible move because he's threatening to slice off the defender of the knight on g7. He wants to take on h6. He wants to take on h6, and then the knight on g7 will be left without a defender. Knight takes h6, and black might be taking over the initiative here. White will have to drop the knight back to e6. Black can bring the knight in via f5. Material equality has been restored, and it looks like Jan Krzysztof Duda has taken over the driver's seat in this game.
I'm also back. These rapid games are just killing me. I mean, just so much tension and everything. I feel for the players what we have just witnessed there between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer, and also in the Jan's game that was just driving me crazy. And what a turnaround here as well. Now black eliminated that pawn from h6. Wow. Black has, but still down to 10 seconds.
Anything can happen here. Black's king is still very weak, but Duda's playing one engine move after another. He's eliminated the knight from g7. And Parham is getting confused. King f2 was a really bad move. h4 establishing an outpost on g3, and it'll be Black's knight who has its moment in the sun now, potentially. Parham grasping at straws here. Maybe queen f4 and queen g4, one way to attack the g6 pawn.
Yes, he has to try something. Yeah, but hang on. He pushes the pawn to a4, rook e8. How do we react to a move like rook e8?
Knight f4?
Yes, but I don't know. Then, yeah, not easy. Yeah, not easy at all. But looks very scary for white.
I think he played rook b1, and he wants to checkmate white. He wants knight g3 and knight h1. No, he goes rook b3. I apologize. Rook b3. What does he want?
Why?
A quizzical move. Maybe queen f4 by Parham. And now who's got the initiative? Is it changing hands again?
Yeah, wow. That knight on e6 is still alive. White is combining play with a5, a6, and trying to give queen b8 check. Yeah, king f7 had to be played.
a5 is such a nasty move. You said it, Peter. Rook a3, queen b8, and queen f8 is essentially unstoppable. Suddenly, I prefer white again. a5 is played. Rook b3 was a very nervous move. Knight g3. Apparently, it loses to queen d6, but that's impossible in time pressure. Oh my gosh. There's a queen sack on e6.
Possible.
Rook, where did he go? What is happening? We will get the moves in a second.
Knight g5 check, king g7, knight e6 check. So king f7, queen d6 probably. Duda has realized that queen d6 is a big problem.
Queen d6, and if you trade and take the rook on e2, white advances d7, and the pawn is unstoppable. Black can give up the rook for it, but then the a pawn will promote. Parham has the repetition in the bag. Does he see queen d6?
He's down to 3 seconds.
And he's made a move, and we're about to know what it is. No, he's repeating the position. It's likely to be a draw.
Wow, but then actually black will have to claim the draw after king g7, knight e6, king f7, before playing the move king f7, just to make sure that white will not have time to realize that queen d6, this incredible stunner, would actually win the game.
And he's got king g8. He's gone for the win.
Wow, but he really forces Parham to go queen d6, because queen d6 is again very strong.
And now he found it, and it's still incredibly strong. Not as strong, because the knight will have to waste the tempo going back to e6, but still potentially winning. Jan-Krzysztof Duda with a brazen decision, and Parham is punishing him for it. The queens are off the board. The pawn is pushing itself up to d7, and the knight returns to e6. Problems for black now.
Yeah, black is actually borderline lost. Yeah, you can't stop those pawns. Unbelievable. And Duda, look at, he's in a state of shock. How did this happen? I had the chance of repeating. Why didn't I do that?
He's got to get his knight back in the game in order to stop the a-pawn. That's not going to cut it. Promote an a6, a7. White's going to make a queen. Duda has lost his mind. a6, that's it. Oh my gosh, and he can't believe it either. Look at him. He's devastated. What on earth just happened?
Yeah, unbelievable.
He hasn't resigned yet. He is shell-shocked. He's coming to terms. He still could have played knight takes d4 and stopped the pawn with knight b5 and fought on. But king e8, Peter, that was just... king g8. What kind of a decision was that by Jan-Krzysztof?
Yeah, we even have to bring that back. Yeah, it's this was so dramatic. The stunning study like queen d6. Nobody tells the players that there is a study like win. So Maxodlu has missed it. He finally convinced himself that, okay, we have seen enough adventures. Let's just make a repetition. And then just at the moment when king g7, knight e6 check, king f7, black could have claimed the draw with the move king f7. Jan-Krzysztof decides to gamble and play on with king g8 and gets punished with the stunner queen d6, and Parham Maxodlu wins the dramatic game.
Wow, Mikhail Tal's words come to mind. You can only take one of my pieces at a time. Everything's hanging, but the pawns prevail. The soul of chess, as Svidler called them. And we have one more game still going. We have Vasily Ivanchuk trying to squeeze what used to be a technically winning position, but now is drawn against Vahap Sanal, the Turkish phenom. And Vahap Sanal is defending with some iron play. Nerves of steel with his last move. Bishop takes f6 is threatened.
Yeah, but bishop takes f6 before was met by rook h1 check. That was the problem of Chucky, and maybe Chucky from a distance thought like this construction will not hold for black. And now it's clear that this should be a draw.
And Ivanchuk's got the time. He's got 1 minute, 22 seconds, but there's no reason for Vahap to give up the knight for the pawn. That would be a huge practical mistake, because holding that position with a few seconds on the clock is much harder than this one, where white should not be able to advance his pawn. An excellent move by Vahap using the pin to get his knight over to e6.
Yes, okay, king e5, rook e1 check, king d5, knight e6. Is black able to force the trade-off knight versus the bishop? That would be very important after rook d7 check. If he can play king e8, attacking that rook on d7, that would do. Or is there something? Okay, Sana done to, and he goes knight b3.
Check. Just take the bishop.
Yeah, just take
the bishop.
Super
but
clean.
not twice. But not twice. The pawn endgame is lost. But the rook endgame is dead drawn.
With the pawn on g2. White has the extra 10 piece.
That's good enough.
But hang on. Okay, rook f1, rook f4, but rook g1. Yeah, that's the super clean move. Just to make sure that white has to lose a tempo protecting the pawn, and then black's king reaches the f-file. Chucky goes king e6. Now we're going to see rook takes g2 and the handshake coming.
What a save by Vahap. He was losing earlier in the game. We caught it at a time when the worst was behind him. Nerves all around, craziness all around, insane results all around. No matter where you look, Vincent Keymer saves a hopeless endgame against Carlsen. Then Prague defeats Praggnanandhaa. Prague defeats Hikaru on the strength of some incredible opening play. And then what we just saw in Duda Maksudlu and other games, including Nepo against Nihal, it's unbelievable. This is why the World Cup is such an epic event, Peter.
Yeah, and that time scramble between Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nihal Sarin. I mean, I passed out. I just couldn't handle the nerves. I mean, what we have witnessed there was a direct win for Nihal with queen e1 check and bishop e4, a stunning mating construction, which he later, just 2 moves later, was setting up, but then it was late. Then Jan missed the chance of winning with a stunning queen d8, queen takes a5. And then at the end of the day, Jan went on to win that dramatic game. Incredible action.
I absolutely can't blame you. I'm glad you're good. And we have some results in the women's section projected on the screen here. You see Hotenashvili defeating Humpy Canero and putting her, for the second time, in a must-win situation. Oh my gosh, we have Alexander Guryachkina, who did not need to go into the tiebreaker round, but Ju and Elizabeth Potts, they draw their first tiebreaker game as well. Wow. And that concludes not this day of the World Cup. By no means are we done. We're just getting started, folks. So stay with us. But this is the end of the first tiebreaker game here in the 4th round. We will be back with more World Cup action. So many players in a must-win situation, particularly Hikaru Nakamura, who has to win with the black pieces on demand against an on-form Praggnanandhaa. Is he up to the task? Is Vincent Keymer up to the task of dealing the upset of the year to Magnus Carlsen? Well, there's only one way to find out, and we will find out on the other side of this break.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, Fide World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Phew, we are back at the 2023 Fide World Cup 1 minute before the start of the second mini match game of the fourth round tiebreaks. I don't know if I want to call this the playing hall. It's more like a gladiator rink. It's more like the scene of a bloodbath, because that is what we saw in the first round of tiebreaks, in the first game, I should say, of the tiebreaks. A complete bloodbath on all the boards. So many interesting narratives, Peter. I'm literally out of breath, and not because I was running, but because of the games that we just saw. You can't script this any better in Hollywood.
Absolutely. I mean, now the players have 20 more seconds before the game is about to start. I don't know how they are handling it. I'm almost dying, from all this incredible stress that, first of all, Hikaru blunders in the opening, mixes up the move or loses the piece, has to fight and try to create some chances. Pragg showed excellent technique. His win was never in danger. And the handshake, a very critical game. Hikaru Nakamura needs to bounce back at all costs with the black pieces.
And Pragg there, he gathers himself and he deviates from their classical game. He plays 1e4, and look at Hikaru playing an opening that he is known to play online, and he has played this opening in must-win scenarios before. The modern defense with 1d6 followed by g6 and the early bishop fianchetto. And Pragg, he seems to be prepared for this eventuality. He did not miss a beat as he deploys his bishop to c4. Peter, this is a relatively non-theoretical line, but Pragg seems to be stellarly prepared here.
Well, I'm pretty sure that he kind of expected, and we spoke about this also, that yesterday Wesley should have played d4, g6, whatever, close his eyes, try to fight, because if you go for theoretical lines on this level against such well-prepared opponents, you have zero chances of creating problems. This is exactly the right strategy what Hikaru is doing. It's not about objective chess, it's about creating chances for yourself.
First and foremost, with the black pieces, you have to unbalance the game. And if you have to accept an objectively worse position to do that, you are more than happy to pay the price. Of course, black is somewhat worse in a lot of lines in the modern, but what Pragg is doing is trying to balance the structure here. He plays the bishop c4 line with the aim of preparing the early e4, e5. This compels black to be the one to push e5. Pragg trades and gets, I think, exactly the kind of position that you want in a situation where a draw suits you. You've got solid structure, good development, and I feel like already a bit of a disappointment here for Hikaru, though I don't want to jump the gun here in my conclusions.
Yeah, well, on the other hand, yes, it's a symmetrical position, but still a lot of pieces on the board. The biggest problem, what I'm a little bit fearing, is that some rook d1, queen e7, and the surprising little move b2, b3, trying to set up that bishop a3 move, attacking the queen on e7 and the rook on f8. That's a move which might force black to some more trades with rook d8, and the more pieces you trade, the less likely you will get enough counter chances. So I feel like Hikaru wants to keep all his pieces on the board. If he ever gets some chance, like for example for knight h5, knight f4, unbalancing, creating complications, that's exactly what he would love to achieve.
Rook d1 seems like a very safe move to start with no downsides. And you pointed out b3, bishop a3. I will also point out the alternative conventional idea, knight c3, and then at some point knight c3 to d5 can precipitate a series of trades in the center. Even trading one pair of knights can make it a lot more difficult for black to carry out this f7, f5 pawn break, because it will take away the typical knight maneuver to f4. But all roads lead to Rome here, but you should start with rook d1. That's where all paths begin, and that's where Pragg puts his rook d1, hitting the queen.
Yes, and I also like the fact that he spent some time, and this is so important. I'm pretty sure that he was sure of the move rook d1. He knew that rook d1 has to be played, but still, he is not rushing. Everything is under control. It's a symmetrical position. In fact, one can argue that the bishop on c4 is actually superior to the bishop on g7. Yeah, so objectively speaking, he has nothing to worry about. Clock is under control. Just no rush decision, just to make sure that you always play the best move according to the position.
And as a modern player myself and a King's Indian player, of course, these structures arise also in certain King's Indian-like variations. This is the most unpleasant type of setup because I always feel like white's got the superior light-squared bishop, and white's got very easy play in the center. That's what always bothers me, is how easy these moves are. You know, b3, bishop a3, knight c3, knight c5. These are natural maneuvers that occur in the center. There isn't a lot to calculate here. And I mean, I'm really curious to see how Hikaru will go about trying to manufacture some form of an imbalance. Maybe in the event that Pragg does play knight c3, Hikaru will try bishop b6, and then if Pragg trades, he might take with the f-pawn. Any imbalance right now would work in Hikaru's favor.
Yeah, and he's taking his time because, yeah, this is such a tough question. If not for the fact that knight c3 and b3 both are very effective against queen e7, Hikaru would have blitzed out the move queen e7. It's just that both b3, bishop a3, and this knight c3, knight d5 that you highlighted are very annoying. The big question is, I was trying to make a case that if all this bothers us, is a move like knight d7 option just to unbalance things. But the problem is that white will play bishop g5, hitting the queen, and after queen e8, again the same maneuver, knight c3, knight d5 will be very effectively touching the pawn on c7. So black can't go crazy with knight d7.
We will go to the Magnus game, but there's a line that illustrates just how bad the situation can get for black. If I can show this briefly, knight d7, I think you called it bishop g5, queen e8, knight c3, and if I understand this correctly, knight b6, you commonly see this move, and you would think that white needs to play bishop b3, but no, knight b5, and it's literally impossible for black to defend c7. Moreover, after knight takes c4, knight takes c7, the queen is literally trapped. The queen has no squares, so when you're this cramped, these are the kinds of things that happen. You have a hard time protecting all of the weaknesses in your position, and Hikaru is trying to make a move, a provocative move, that maybe unsettles Pragg a little bit. Bishop c8 to d7. I maintain that in a classical game, first of all, he wouldn't reach this position, but if he did, he would play queen e7, but desperate situations call for desperate measures, Peter.
Yes, and he wanted to block that d5 somehow. I mean, all the problems is connected with the knight on c6. Yeah, if black could get that pawn to c6 instead of the knight, then black could very nicely just sidestep with the queen to c7 and play a long game. But because of this knight c6, that's why the plan that you mentioned, and instantly I'm truly impressed that you seem to really be feeling this position. You explained that this is what you are most worried of with black, yeah, that white can with very simple measures treat this type of positions. Yeah, Hikaru right now in a difficult spot, and Pragg goes for it.
Black's position is really bad, and again, I know this because I've had these types of structures many times, and not only is it bad objectively, you can see that by the eval bar. That's not the main thing here. It's just bad practically. It's hard to find a setup for your pieces. You're gasping for air, and anytime you try to make any aggressive move, whether it's knight h5, which runs into bishop g5, or queen e7, which runs into knight d5, it seems like white just pushes your head back onto the pillow, and Hikaru is in trouble here. He is in big trouble. He needs something to go right for him in the next couple of moves. Queen c8. Okay, I thought that might be his idea.
Yes, exactly. After bishop d7, you can't really tolerate the pin on the d5 for too long. The queen sidesteps. He would love to use this knight on c6 eventually for some knight d4, but that would mean also some more trades, and at the moment it's also not possible because black would just lose a pawn. He probably hopes for some knight h5, knight f4, but knight h5 will be always met by knight d5.
Yep.
At the moment, it's not yet visible how Hikaru is able to get out of his cramped situation.
Bishop e3. Bishop e3, I think, is kind of a low-hanging fruit type of move because it also threatens bishop c5. And another problem is the f7 pawn. If the rook leaves f8, knight g5 is a move that you learn in primary school, but it's remarkably effective in these types of positions. Of course, there are situations where you sack on f7 and play knight g5, queen c4, but with black's queen on c8, that will probably not work because the e6 square can be used by the bishop to block a potential check on c4. So Pragg doesn't need to get extravagant. He just needs to play meat and potatoes type moves, maintain his dominance in the center, and most importantly, not play for a draw. Keep the foot on the gas pedal because winning the game also advances him to the next round.
Exactly. I mean, the main task is not letting Hikaru coordinate his forces and get a double edge position, which he's hoping for by going for this opening. It was truly impressive how Pragg has handled this situation, but maybe this also gives us a chance to look around. Many players, also Jan Krzysztof Duda, we have just witnessed this incredible dramatic time scramble against Parham Maksud is in a must-win situation. Magnus Carlsen has spoiled the winning advantage in the previous game, so there's also something to play for, a very important something to play for there as well. Where you want to go?
Let's go to Magnus. I think we should go to Magnus, and especially because they have a very rich position. Vincent Keymer not mincing his words, not hiding his intentions. He wants to go for the kill in the second game. This is clearly a same-ish Nimzo Indian, a 4F3 Nimzo Indian, but Magnus's setup is really risky. He's given up the center, as Black often does against the same-ish. There are so many different setups here. Magnus chooses a less common one. He plays knight c6 and strikes at the center with e5. Vincent tickles the bishop. We have a trade on c3, reaching the sort of very typical same-ish structure. d6 and b6 here is the common approach. Black generally deploys the bishop to a6 and goes after the c4 pawn. That is White's main weakness. That is exactly what Magnus does. But what surprises me, h7, h5. Peter, that's a typical motif. When the knight is on g3, you often see the pawn driving up to h4. But with Magnus's king still stuck in the center, this is an incredibly committal decision, and I'm a little bit skeptical about this.
It's a bit strange. I mean, of course, now the big question from the white side, do you jump on f5? And I'm guessing that the answer is yes, because if White would fall back with the knight, which is very typical in these positions, but it looks a bit slow before White is able to get that knight into play, Black will very quickly target the typically very weak pawn on c4. The whole point of knight a5, the whole construction that Magnus has been setting up is aimed at targeting that pawn on c4. On the other hand, if you jump with the knight to f5, Black clearly captures it, and after he takes f5, one could argue that the knight on f6 is beautifully placed. However, the black squares, Black has to watch out, because White will get that dark squared bishop to g5, eyeing the h4 pawn, and also where is this Black king going in the long term? That's a big question.
To me, that's the biggest elephant in the room. Because if Black hides away on the queen side, right, which may seem like the most natural option, White's pawn structure is not visually appealing, but White can play the move c4, c5 at the right moment and really shatter the queen side and open up prospects for his light squared bishop to jump to a6. And when you've got the bishop pair, you're automatically in pretty good shape when it comes to your attacking options. Not that White has to commit to anything extravagant. White can also massage the situation in the center, you know, rook e1 and queen e2. And as you pointed out, bishop to g5. So it almost feels like White is better dynamically from a king safety perspective, but White is also better from a piece placement perspective, because there's no question that the bishops are preferable in this scenario to the knights.
Yes, it's kind of a very dangerous strategy, and Magnus is basically asking for knight f5. Yeah, the move h5, h4 indicates that, and Vincent goes for it. I think psychologically it was very tough. Yeah, that, okay, come on, but my opponent wants to invite me to play knight f5, but he goes for it. And the big question is all eyes on Magnus. How will he handle this situation? Will he try to set up some kind of a complete blockade with c5, queen e7, making sure that White will not be able to use that typical pawn sacrifice with c5?
Ask and you shall receive. Vincent says, you want me to play knight f5? I will play knight f5. He embraces the challenge, and this is a huge moment. This next move will likely dictate the subsequent course of the game.
Yes, absolutely. It's such a vital question, and there is even some arguments to be made for the move queen d7, because seemingly queen e7 protects the e5 pawn, but queen d7 followed by long castle indirectly protects the e5 pawn anyway, because after any trade on e5, the white bishop on d6 will be vulnerable, so White definitely will not give up his center control. It's very important to keep Black's forces passive. You don't want to open any lines. But for the moment, Magnus is taking his time, because it's a very important decision. I mean, he has to decide which setup he's going to go for.
Absolutely. Okay, let's see what Magnus decides. He's got a very difficult situation. This is the deciding game. They drew their first game. This match could have looked completely different. Vincent Keymer was on the ropes. He had a technically lost endgame, and he found it in himself to pull out a draw and bring himself to a good spot. Well, as Magnus ponders his move, perhaps we could take a quick look at the women's section and take a look at the top games, because we've got a lot of intriguing matchups in the ladies section as well. So off we go to the Women's World Cup, where we have Ju Wenjun and Alexandra Guryachkina, the two big favorites who are still in the tournament. We also have Hampi Canero, who loses her first tiebreaker game and is once again in a must-win situation.
Yes, I mean, of course, to my eyes, the main game, but okay, for the moment, we already have the game between Hampi Canero. She lost with the black pieces, so this is good news to her, that in the classical section, she had to bounce back with the black pieces, which almost feels like a impossible test. She did manage. That should give the chance for her to get the confidence. And we do see this Carlsbad structure, this Ragozinish Carlsbad structure, which Fabiano Caruana, I think, has played against Mustafa Yilmaz. Exactly the same line.
Let me pause you there for just a second. We're trying to pull that game up, and there we go. We have that Carlsbad structure. That's exactly what I was thinking, right? The bishop from before dropping back to f8, and the kind of position you want to get if you're trying to play for a win.
Yes. I mean, it's a very double-edged position, a lot to play for, a lot of maneuvering. On the other hand, of course, Kotanashvili should be extremely happy, that she handled the situation so well, and after losing the second classical game, she managed to win the first one, again putting the pressure on Hampi. It's going to be an incredible match.
It is indeed. Shall we check out Ju Wenjun's game? Because
yes,
she has had a topsy-turvy path in the Women's World Cup. Again, just mentioning her insane comeback in the second round against Fatalieva, a game she should have lost 100 times over. Not only did she hold it, but she managed to turn it around and win that game. And so Ju Wenjun, she is trying to make the most of her journey. She's got the black pieces against Elizabeth Potts. They drew their two classical games. The second one, a Berlin, they drew their first rapid game. Eventually, we've got to have a winner. What do we make of this position? A Jabab London by Elizabeth Potts. I'm always, my heart is always warmed when we see a Jababa London in mainstream chess.
Yes, and Elizabeth is famous for having these very tricky lines. I think that's why exactly the computer is highlighting that there is a stunning tactic here.
I've had this a million times. I've had this a million times in Blitz games, Peter. This is a pretty well-known trap in the Jababa London. Take it away.
No, then please tell us if you already had experience yourself.
It's black makes all the most tempting moves. Bishop takes d5 is a pretty devastating shot. How does it work? Well, if e takes d5, knight takes d5, obviously the knight is going to c7. And importantly, black can pick up the knight. That's not the problem. The problem is after the smoke clears, white sends that d-pawn flying down the board and chasing away all of black's minor pieces. I mean, even rook e1 there is also good. But even the simple knight takes a8, queen takes a8, and something like rook e1 followed by d5 and d6 is a complete disaster of a position for black. So you can't take the bishop, but you can take the b2 pawn. And I think if Elizabeth plays this, Ju Wenjun will likely play queen takes b2. But that does not solve black's problems because white plays bishop takes c6, BC,
and sorry to interrupt, she did take on d7.
Which means she's going to take on d5. I have no doubt about that at all. And after knight takes d7, bishop takes d5, queen takes b2, white trades on c6 and plays something like queen d3. Black has a miserable pawn structure. She's got to burn more tempi in order to retract her queen from white's side of the board. And this is a plus over minus position. This is the lesser evil for black. It's not losing, but this is more than Elizabeth Potts could have dreamed of from the Jababa London.
Yeah, wow. And basically her strategy of going for the tie breaks. Yeah, we have seen yesterday with the white pieces, she just forced the draw in the classical portion, feeling, sensing that, you know what, with my opening repertoire, I think I can be much more successful in the rapid tie break. And she comes up with this surprise, shocks the world champion. And now maybe even there is a case to be made that black should capture them with the king on d7. However, it also runs into knight a4. You can't take on d4 because of the eventual fork on b6.
Wow. Knight a4 is a dagger of a move. It forces the queen back, and c2, c4 there seems pretty appealing to rip open the center. Oh my gosh, this is major, major trouble for the women's world champion, who runs into an opening trap. Of course, still a relatively obscure opening trap, because the Jababa London, definitely not a mainstream opening. But it says it all that Ju Jun is not recapturing immediately. You know for a fact that she has spotted bishop takes d5, and she is trying to mitigate the damage. But it is too late. She will have to accept a really bad position here. And she does, in fact, bite the bullet and take back with a knight. I think that is the right decision. I think she should go for the queen takes b2 line and hope for the best.
Yes, she will, and also knowing that Elizabeth is a very aggressive, dynamic player, she will definitely take on d5. No doubt about that. All eyes on our cameras. I think she's about to play this move any moment.
We will wait perhaps for this move as Elizabeth double and triple checks the ramifications of the line. But we've got a lot of developments also in the open section. Maybe we should entrust the finding of bishop takes d5 to Elizabeth, and perhaps we can go back to the Hikaru game because we've got some major developments. Pragg continues to nurture his big advantage. So let's see whether we can return to our Nakamura Praggnanandhaa game. There's the Carlsen position. You called it, Peter. Carlsen playing c7, c5. So here we have a relatively stable position. 2 bishops against 2 knights. We're going to be in for a complex strategical battle in the middle game. And the Hikaru position could not be more different as we go there. The last move was knight f6 to h5. Hikaru declining the trade on d5, which apparently, Peter, was the top engine line. Apparently, black could have equalized by trading both pairs of knights, but Hikaru feels that that would not have afforded him significant winning chances.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not about playing objective chess. It's much more how do you keep your hopes alive. Yeah, just to highlight that after knight d5, yeah, if black plays like the computer insists, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, and plays knight d4, it's a professional way of kind of solving the problems, but it leads to massive trades. And Hikaru says, no, I'm willing to gamble. I have to try to bounce back somehow, even if it involves taking immense risks. Another idea is that, of course, the knight on h5 is somehow also provoking white that, you know, you want to trap that knight. No, first of all, you shouldn't, because black has the possibility of sacrificing on g4 or also jump with the knight to f4. And in a situation like Pragg, where he's leading in a match, he will never ever consider a move like g4 unless it wins on the spot.
Indeed, and this is what I think some people watching might be missing, right? They see knight h5, they see the question mark, and they say Hikaru blundered, and Pragg blundered before Hikaru. But no, there is this even more important narrative in this game where Pragg is deliberately making moves he normally probably wouldn't play. The line we illustrated with the exchange of knights would basically lead to a forced draw, because in that position, white could have also traded the dark-scored bishops with queen f3 and bishop f6. That essentially wiped all of the pieces off the board. And as ugly as this position looks, at the very least, Hikaru maintains pieces on the board. He's asking Pragg some questions, and he's relying on Pragg's nerves, I think, to help him produce some chances. The sort of plain vanilla move here to me is c3. That's the move that you often see white playing in these types of positions to cover the d4 square. Now, maybe that's not the most that white can squeeze from this position, and the computer likes this small move, queen e2 to e3, which does a lot of things. It prepares bishop h6. It makes sure that knight f4 no longer comes with tempo, but I think it's easy to forget that knight d4 in this position, I don't know if it runs into knight e7 check. That has to be calculated, but I do think that knight e7 check works in that scenario. Maybe we should put that on the board. Knight d4, knight e7 check, and I'm pretty sure that after rook takes, bishop takes, knight takes c2, white's got several options on the menu, but the simplest is just queen d3, and then you take the bishop, and black's position falls apart. The knight on a1 is stranded, and black's whole 7th rank is burning. So not an option there. If Pragg finds queen e3, I think he will be in fantastic shape here.
Yes, queen e3 is that one little move that you feel like after that move everything makes perfect harmony, perfect sense. it's also one of those moves that from the black side you are really terrified, because you are hoping for some provocation. You hope that your opponent will make some inaccuracy or be too careful or whatever. For example, the move c2, c3 is a very professional move, but it does give black one extra tempo. I don't know exactly what black will do with it. One could argue that black could eventually play h6, force that bishop back to e3, and eventually try to regroup with knight d8, knight e6, threatening to go c7, c6, and all of a sudden it's a game. That's exactly what Hikaru is hoping for.
A quick update, Lizzie Pods did find bishop takes d5, and they did indeed reach the exact position that we were analyzing. And now it's Prague's turn to make a decision. And he has gone. He has made a move, and it's queen not to e3 but to d2, which I think is a very reasonable alternative. He is preparing, I think, bishop h6. He also has the hidden threat of knight e7 check. You highlight the bishop. Bishop e6 here looks virtually forced to me, and then I think, if I'm reading White's intentions correctly, Prague wants bishop h6 with more simplification, essentially imminent.
Yes, also bishop h6, I mean, yeah, bishop e6 on the board. One could argue that why is White trying to trade that active bishop on g5 against the so-called seemingly passive bishop on g7, but the point is, first of all, he doesn't mind trading pieces. Secondly, he also eventually gets access to the g5 square who is knight, and that knight would put immense pressure on the bishop on e6, and without the light square bishops, actually black's position would be almost completely falling apart. That's, I think, the strategical justification of bishop h6.
It's so helpful to Prague that he can make moves without having to worry that, oh, maybe Hikaru will equalize, because some forms of equality are unacceptable to Hikaru. He has to not just equalize, but equalize in such a way that affords him winning chances. And no, Prague goes in a completely different direction. He makes a bishop move, and instead he threatens bishop takes c6 and knight e7. Simple, straightforward chess. This is a hard threat to meet for Hikaru, whose pieces are discombobulated, they're passive, and apparently the best move is bishop takes knight. Try playing that in a game. Man, allowing e takes d5, that is not an easy thing to find.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, okay, it's all based on the fact that after e takes d5, black has a6.
Yep.
And black is not losing a piece, and if he does not lose piece, then actually I'm believing that e takes d5 practically isn't the right choice. Whenever you see that in the long run, black will get counterplay with e5, e4, you know exactly that against Hikaru, you should never ever even give him the slightest of hopes. I'm believing that after bishop d5, we might simply be seeing queen takes d5, keeping everything intact and basically making sure that black will not have any serious counterplay.
I'm expecting king h8 by Hikaru, and Hikaru's strategy here is to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, to keep as much tension as possible. So king h8 would take the sting out of White's threat, because knight e7 would no longer come with a check, and therefore would no longer come with a fork. I'm still pretty partial to this bishop h6 concept, because it also opens up the g5 square for White's knight. But Prague could also take it slow. He could play c3 at any moment, and he has the luxury of being able to play slow or being able to play fast. I just don't see a clear path for Hikaru to improve his winning chances here. Maybe f7, f5 needs to be tried, you know, by hook or by crook. He has to create some complications, and at this point, he doesn't have much to lose. He might as well try.
Yes, I mean, basically the move king h8 followed by f5 is very much typical Hikaru. The big question, and I feel like looking at the position, we might get the feeling that, everything worked to perfection for Prague. However, there is a very important moment that we have to highlight, that Prague has burned already more than 30 minutes on the clock, including the increment even more. He's down to 12 minutes, and it's only move 14. So by gambling and going into inferior position, actually Hikaru forced Prague to make some very difficult decisions, which took him time. And the less time he has, the more chances for Hikaru that eventually in some time scramble, he can hope for a miracle.
That's exactly the thing. And that's another reason that you often go away from theory. It's not just to avoid a potential drawing line. It's also to make your opponent think as early as move 4 or 5, which is what happened in this game. Prague had to choose the proper setup. He burned a lot of clock because of it, as you're indicating. And the longer Hikaru can keep the tension, the more time he takes off Prag's clock, the higher the chance that something crazy happens in a time scramble, even if his position remains objectively bad. So Hikaru himself down to 13 and a half minutes. It seems like he's pretty close to making a move, but perhaps we can leave him to ponder his move. I see you've come to the Magnus Carlsen game. What is going on here? Oh my gosh. We have come at the right moment. Explosion here in the Keymer Carlsen affair.
Yeah, I think we have just witnessed some incredible deep idea by Magnus. Just to go back 2 moves. F takes e5, d takes e5, queen e1 had been played, targeting both the h4 pawn and the e5 pawn, and Magnus sacrifices first the pawn on e4, which is kind of understandable.
Yep.
White takes on f6, and black, instead of taking back that bishop automatically, which would be thematic, Magnus goes rook d8 to a8.
Oh my gosh. And the point is, if bishop takes e4 now, then g takes f6 with an eternal pin on the bishop, and the knight from a5, either through c4 or through b7, will apply potentially devastating pressure on that bishop. So Keymer has to save the other bishop and play bishop takes g7, but then, obviously, Carlsen plays e takes d3, establishes a nasty passer on d3, and then plays rook hg8 with tempo, which, Peter, potentially forces white to lock his bishop in a self-made prison with f5, f6. That is not an easy move to play, especially when your queenside is on the verge of collapse and the rook from e8 can jump to e2. This is starting to feel pretty juicy for Magnus Carlsen here.
Well, I think it's a forced line, yeah, that white has to take on g7, black captures on d3, white has queen d2, targeting that pawn immediately. The move rook hg8 looks to be kind of forced. White pushes f6, and it's good news that we get access from the white side immediately to the pawn on d3. Black is most probably capturing on c4, white takes queen takes d3, and then black has to decide where to go with the knight. White is a pawn up after all at the moment, so it's, yeah, bishop takes g7 played. We are back to the current position. We might be seeing this line.
A quick update, Jan Krzysztof Duda is knocking on the door of a comeback victory. He has a technically winning endgame against Mike Sulu. It's not such an interesting position, but just figured I'd provide that update. So despite the meltdown in the first game, Duda calms himself down, and with a couple accurate moves, he should be able to force the second stage of tie breaks.
Wow, I mean, okay, Duda has nerves of steel. He's also famous of handling all these time scrambles fantastically. That's why I was completely sure that there is no way that time scramble will end badly for him. But we did see that Parham managed to win that in a dramatic fashion. But all lies now in Magnus's game. I'm trying to understand that how the players feel. Yeah, I feel like, okay, Magnus understands that I got counterplay. At the same time, I think Vincent can also calm himself down that, hang on, okay, yes, it was a fantastic idea by black. Magnus is Magnus, but I have everything to play for. There is no reason to panic.
And you know that when the position gets this unbalanced, yes, it may be more quote-unquote fun for black to play, but the probability of a mistake is very high. The price of a move is incredibly high, and we've seen Magnus struggle in high-tension positions, just like anybody would. So I think Vincent might be nervous, but, you know, excitement is the other side of the coin. He might be feeling like this is getting tactical. Anything can happen when things get tactical. One mistake could cause the position to spiral out of control. Magnus, he was obviously not thinking. He was away from the board. He sits back down. He seems pretty comfortable, although I don't want to put too much stock into the body language, but he's got to be happy with the developments of the last, let's say, 7 moves, because when Vincent got that bishop pair, I'll be honest, Peter, I was feeling really skeptical about Magnus's play, and he has found a way to reanimate his position.
Yes, there are also certain different ideas, like, do you go rook h8, provoking f6, and then you don't take the pawn on c4, but go rook e2, you sacrifice that pawn on d3, queen takes d3, and then you double up on the e5 with your rooks. And you know what? Black is 2 pawns down, but suddenly the coordination and the potential of black's knight finally grabbing that pawn on c4 and white's bishop completely out of the game on g7. Of course, that bishop will try to come back, but that's also a very interesting strategical idea.
Wow, such a rich position. And you've got action on all three sides of the board. Queen side, right? The c4 pawn is hanging center. Black's got the e-file and the possibility of rook e2. The d3 pawn also under the purview of white's queen. And of course, on the king side, you've got that bishop on g7, which has just been locked into place with the forced move f6. Will we see knight takes c4 in exchange of the c pawn for white's d pawn? Or will we see rook e2, a more ambitious attempt to double the rooks on the e-file and get control of that important artery of the position?
Yeah, the next couple of moves will be very important, very vital for the position. Also to get the feeling how Magnus feels about the position. Yeah, that does he feel that this is a moment that I can try to play for a win? Or does he feel like, okay, I'm 2 pawns at the moment, I will take on c4, white takes on d3, I'm pawn done, I have compensation, but I should primarily think about safety. Eventually, potentially, the pawn on h4, for example, in the endgame, it's very vulnerable, and the bishop on g7 is a horrible piece in the middle game. But in an endgame, we could see the white pawn pushed all the way till h8. So there are dangers also looming at Magnus's side.
Absolutely. That bishop on g7 could indeed support a potential pass pawn, and these thoughts swirling around Magnus's head in this critical position as he chooses a path forward. Lots of candidate moves here. What a rich position. And I'll point out also that Hikaru's position continues to deteriorate against Praggnanandhaa, and with it, his chances to score a comeback victory with black seem to be lower than they ever were this game. His position, there's no other way to put it, his position is terrible, Peter.
Yes, terrible, and also practically speaking, it's terrible. Yeah, he was doing all this to himself in order to create winning chances, but we only see the chances that are coming for white. White has just set up the move rook d1, d2 in order to double on the d file. Then that bishop on d7 will be vulnerable. There are all kinds of tactics. Even after a6, I was suddenly not even sure that white has to move the bishop or is able to go for the tactics with rook a d1. In any case, he can also just move the bishop back to a4. Hikaru in a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the visual just misery says it all, right? You don't even need to analyze the position or look at moves to understand that Hikaru is running out of ideas. He is trying to nibble around the edges. He chases the bishop away. Pragg instantly drops it back to a4, keeping the tension, the pressure on black's pieces. His next move, rook a to d1, the bishop on d7 on the verge of collapse. If the bishop moves, you lose the knight on c6. I mean, it's like the most fragile construction ever. It's a building that's starting to tumble and fall down, creaking and collapsing, and everything is weak here for Hikaru Nakamura. It will, at this point, Peter, take a miracle for him to pull off even a draw in this position, but let alone a victory.
Yes, exactly. I mean, his back is pushed to the wall. He doesn't have the slightest counterplay. Yes, one could argue that, okay, if the pressure on the a4 e8 diagonal is so big, then why don't black play the move b5? The problem is, yeah, b5 played, bishop b3. It does not solve the problem. It weakens some more squares. Yeah, rook a7 trying
Rook
to protect
a1.
that pawn on c7. But if you already have to play moves like rook a7, it signals that Hikaru is in a deep trouble.
These might be Hikaru Nakamura's last moments in the 2023 World Cup. Will his loss come at the hands of this incredibly exciting 18-year-old now, as of yesterday, Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, who has played spectacular chess all tournament long? He just needs a few more accurate moves. He needs to keep his nerves under control. He needs to keep his clock under control, and I'm positive that he will play rook a d1. That move is begging to be played. And
yes, but there is some stunning defense thanks to rook a7. So Hikaru is not going down without a fight. He wants to set up knight d4, knight takes d4, e takes d4, and eventually c5, c4, trapping that bishop, rook protecting the bishop.
But he's got knight b8 instead. I think Hikaru just kind of giving up hope. If you have to undevelop a piece and put it on its initial square on move 21, that is the worst sign of all. It also gives up the c5 square for the white queen, which now comes with a tempo against the rook on a7. Pragg continues to tighten the screws further and further, the noose tightening around black's neck here.
Yeah, by the way, actually white has different ideas. Queen c5, queen e3.
Wait,
Also,
why
this
does it
knight
win?
on h5.
Sorry to cut you off, Peter. Why does a forced win? Queen c5, rook b7, knight e7, and knight c6. That wins a piece and wins the
Oh my
game on the
God.
spot. Pragg can win this with queen c5.
Yeah, just to highlight, yeah, if rook b7, knight e7, queen d8, and knight c6.
And
Unbelievable tactics
he's found
on the
it. So-
board.
sorry to cut you off there, Peter. I just felt like this is potentially the end of Hikaru Nakamura's road. Knight e7. It's a double attack. It's a double attack on the rook as Hikaru looks off to the side. Queen b7. There is g4, sending the knight to f4, clearing the d file, and black loses the bishop on d7. This one's over. Queen b7
Yeah.
tried g4. g4 ends it.
Yeah, now that the black queen was forced from the diagonal, yeah, white can play g4 and there is no more sacrifice on g4.
Hikaru,
But also,
I think,
knight,
Mhm.
you know, there are also tactics like knight moves somewhere and then rook takes d7. It also could be checkmate with the queen on b7, rook on a7.
Absolutely. Knight f4 could be calculated, but g4 will trigger, I think, resignation. And Pragg sees it. He sees it. A little hesitation, some nerves, double checking, making sure, scanning the board, and he retracts his hand. g4 is what stands between Pragg and qualification. Just making sure that that move has the desired effect because it does weaken the king. It is a committal move, but just look at Nakamura's pieces, and he has done it on the board.
Yes.
It's over.
And look at this, yeah. Everything is written on Hikaru's face.
What an incredible game, honestly, Peter. It's not that Pragg eked out a draw somewhere, and Hikaru, of course, has continued to try to stir up complications, but this is a moot point. Knight b6, I think, for one thing, forces bishop takes g4. It's the way in which he's doing it. He's doing it from a position of strength. He outplays Hikaru in a game where he only needs a draw.
Yeah, now every move is winning. The big question is which one he will choose.
Knight b6,
Yeah,
the best move.
On the board. And I don't see any defense.
Bishop takes g4
Huh.
and knight f4.
Yeah, but also then rook d7 basically wins the queen, but I don't feel like winning that queen. I don't want to free those pieces. Black is completely tied on. Nothing moves.
For sure. And Hikaru, we're entering the territory where he might resign. Since this is, his last moments, I think he is going to try a couple more moves. Why not? Why not test your opponent to the end? But what an incredible display this is by Pragg. And the reason he's winning a piece, the d7 bishop is hanging, the h5 knight is hanging, and he has indeed given up the bishop on d7. So now Pragg has to win the queen, but the king is perfectly safe, Peter, on h2 because the second rank is held by the knight on f3.
Yes, and basically Black's king on g7 also very vulnerable with the pawn on f6. Pragg needs to keep his nerves in check, but the position, chess-wise, the game is over.
Indeed, and he takes on d7. Yeah. Not much to play for left. Knight takes d7. There's even queen takes a7. Oh, that might be just the dagger.
That's exactly. That's what's going to happen.
And Pragg kind of looking up at Hikaru, waiting for him to extend his hand in resignation. No more chances left, not even for Hikaru.
Yeah, that's it. It's over. Pragg is unbelievable. I mean, really, so impressive. Playing brilliant moves, controlling his nerves, not be afraid of anyone, not getting intimidated, playing just brilliant chess.
And you pointed out as early as his second round, Peter, that it's not just the level of play, but also the wide variety of different positions that he handles with such grace, such precision. Even in this mini match, right? In the previous game, it was wild, it was tactical. He had to save his king and convert that extra piece. Check. In this game, it's very positional. He's playing in the center. It's a pretty symmetrical pawn structure. Check. In his previous matches, he's shown such a breadth of knowledge, such erudition in the opening and the middle game that it's frankly just breathtaking to watch him at play. And knight takes e5, I think, is just going to end it on the spot.
Well, or queen takes a7. You can just insist on trading the queens. Yeah, that's it.
And Pragg plays queen takes a7. He will be up a full piece in the endgame. It's time for Hikaru to call it a day.
I think Hikaru is only playing because of terrible frustration, yeah, that he knows that his World Cup is finishing. Otherwise, in any other circumstances, I don't see him continuing this.
He needs to win this game, we remind you. He needs to win this game.
Yeah, and actually his king is in a mating net. Yeah, white can also just
H4.
play H4. Yeah, H4, it's hopeless.
And Pragg may be taking a little bit longer than he normally would have. I think normally he can win this playing instantly. But what is the meaning of playing too quickly and squandering everything? G5, knight e5, the best move in the position. Precision to the end. Knight G4 and rook takes H7 is the mating net. Hikaru has to give up more material. He's got to go G4. But then H4.
Yes, if you want to be extremely cruel, then you go H4.
I think that's exactly what Pragg wants.
Setting further up the mating net against Black's king.
Incredible. And I was expecting a handshake a couple moves ago. I think you called it frustration. The only reason that Hikaru keeps this game going, because objectively, to win this game would take literally an act of God.
Yeah, it's impossible. I mean, basically, if your opponent is down to 2 seconds on the clock, then and there is only 1 second increment, maybe you can hope. But even then, I don't really believe that you have any chances with this time control. And okay, Pragg just took H4, King G5. He doesn't want to do any fancy business. Why should he? I believe that he will also challenge that knight on D3, on F4 with a knight D3 move. And okay, H5 on the board.
Take it. And even rook G7, King F6, rook F7. Some tactics can help Pragg eliminate
rook
that knight.
Knight D3. Knight D3, just exactly, because you feel like your opponent is only relying on his active knight on F4, the last active knight. Let's not grab any more material. Let's just get rid of that knight, and that's it.
Are we entering territory, Peter, where you're surprised at this point that Hikaru is still not resigning?
Okay, I'm surprised already for a very long time, but it's not about chess. This has nothing to do with chess. Hikaru knows exactly. Yeah.
Okay, bishop F7. We have an interesting endgame in the Magnus Carlsen game. Magnus might be winning his game against Vincent Keymer. And there's action on that board as well. But obviously, we wanted to wait for the handshake. This is such a huge moment, folks. I think Pragg deserves for the handshake in this game to be shown on camera. But this game might drag on quite a bit longer than we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially knowing that Hikaru needs to win. Yeah, it's okay. Even a draw is kind of impossible, but he needs a win. That's just.
I guess we should take it to the Magnus game because there is a little bit more meat on the bone there. I mean, the result here is not in question at all. Magnus is close to converting an advantage in the endgame. It's bishop versus knight, and we had it open there on the small board. We still have Hikaru on camera, and we wipe out to the Magnus Carlsen board. This is looking, once again, Peter, really bad for Vincent in an endgame, a different endgame this time as compared to the previous game. But look at those weak pawns. All of them are so vulnerable to the knight.
Yes, the knight is a monster. It's just a crushing machine, this knight. And Black also has the very simple idea of going A5, B5, just creating a passer. The knight on C4 blocks the bishop. The bishop on G7 is completely out of the game. This is also kind of handshake territory.
Wow. And it was equal objectively for a while, but Vincent making the wrong decision to take the queens off the board, I think really underestimating the power of the knight in this position, and again, struggling on the clock, as he did in the previous game. And Hikaru has resigned his game. Hikaru has resigned. There is the victor, Praggnanandhaa. Hikaru quickly leaving the board. Incredible moment. Praggnanandhaa knocks out Hikaru Nakamura, and he does it in phenomenal, a mature, professional, stellar, precise style.
Yes, it's truly impressive. I mean, not just this game, I would say the whole match. And also in the classical portion, one didn't feel like Hikaru was a favorite, not at all. It was a very even match. It was completely double-edged. Prague was fighting for the initiative and goes on. Okay, one could argue that actually this incredible match was decided by Hikaru's terrible blunder in the first rapid game. He should have just, if he was not familiar with the opening, he should have calmed down, take his time, and never ever let that thing happen that his knight gets just trapped.
It shows you how thin the margins are in these rapid play tie breaks. You know, you make one little sloppy move at the start. It seems like you're starting with a clean slate. And a couple of minutes in, you're suddenly staring down the barrel of elimination. And such is the nature of the World Cup. Such is the level of stress that the players have to manage. And Magnus Carlsen has been managing it very well. Vincent has to take on h4 here. I think he's got no choice but to take on h4, go bishop back to f6, close your eyes, and basically try to push the h-pawn. But black can stop the pawn of the king and use his knight to target the a4 knight from the a4 pawn from b2.
Exactly, yeah. This is what Magnus is going for. I was expecting that he, knowing that Magnus has tremendous confidence, he will just go for the direct a5, b5 plan. But he says, no, I don't want to do anything fancy. I'm just going to play the most professional, and I'm having a winning position.
But are we sure that it's all that easy? White is going to go h4 and h5. Black is going to take on a4. Maybe white can play c3, c4 at some point to try to slow down black's pawns. But then the knight just goes back to b2.
Okay, yes, knight b2 played. Also the question, do you play the move a5? The a5 does allow black the counterplay with b5, and then the pawn will... I mean, white will try to set up some a6, bishop b6 thing, but it will never work. The knight just jumps back on c4. Yeah, h4 pushed. You have to push that pawn.
Indeed. Knight takes a4. Black is in time, even after white plays a5. And Carlsen just makes sure that he plays with an abundance of caution. By the way, Nijat Abasov has knocked out Peter Svidler with the black pieces. He won a complicated tactical skirmish. He goes through after knocking out Giri, now knocks out another legend in Peter Svidler. The hometown hero is going far. And the h-pawn is not going far. It's not going past h6.
Yes. I mean, the king is there. Yeah, c4 had been played after knight takes a4. The problem is, yeah, h6, king f7, h7, king f6, king g7. And no tricks with bishop f6 check. Bishop f6 check would be a great trick if the black knight would be on the diagonal, but it's not.
Great point. White's king is also too far away. You could try king g2, but you're not fast enough. Knight b2, knight takes c4, and black's got 3 passed pawns on the queen side. They will decide the game. And king g2 is, in fact, played. Vincent will try king g3 and king f4. Last chance there is to go after that f5 pawn.
Yes, if you would be able to collect that pawn and be able to run back with the king, we could be talking, but I just don't feel that there is enough time. But you have to try.
More results. Nepo will win his game very smoothly against Nihal Sarin. That was not even close. Rasmus Svane and Wang Hao, they go into the tie breaks. And Duda Maksudlu will very likely go into the tie breaks as well. It's a completely winning position for Jan Krzysztof Duda. So we will get a good amount of 10 plus 10 tie breaks. So we have plenty more action on our hands. And Solemn knocking out Daniele Vocaturo as well.
Wow, which actually sets up a match between Salem Saleh versus Nijat Abasov. Who would have thought that this matchup will be there in the 5th round?
Technically, their game isn't over, but Vocaturo's winning chances are vanishingly small. We zoom in on Magnus Carlsen, taking his time, but he will take on c4 and push the b pawn.
And then rely on the 3 connected pass pawns. Of course, white will try king f4, king takes f5, and starts running back. But I mean, knight and 3 pawns should be way too much to handle.
Absolutely. So much time for Magnus. It's so debilitating when you're not just lost, but your opponent has oceans of time to spend on just ensuring that he's not giving you any extra chances.
Yes, and okay, Magnus is just such an incredible strategist, yeah. Very convincing performance, and with the speed how he was doing all those difficult decisions, yeah, that's the truly stunning mastery.
Indeed. We're watching the final moments there. Vincent Keymer, what a run at the 2023 World Cup. Came within a hair of defeating Magnus Carlsen. He had that one move, knight takes c4. And that is the move that he will be cursing as he departs. Baku, b5 is on the board. That pawn is completely unstoppable, Peter. You feel for Vincent. It's a tough moment. Even the tiebreak was incredibly close. It really came down to an individual move. And that's really all you can ask for when you face Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, this is how it goes. I mean, normally if you have a chance and you don't put Magnus away, then you will get punished. I mean, I think Garry Kasparov tweeted that yes, against a number one, if you don't use your chance, then you will not get a second one.
It's true across all sports, right? You get that chance, you got to hit him while he's down. You let him get back up, and you had that meta narrative of that happening within the previous game where queen takes c3. The endgame was still drawable, but Magnus felt like he had a chance, like he was still in the tournament. He felt inspired, and he put that endgame virtuosity to the best possible use. Still, some accuracy required. b3, Vincent will stop the pawns with the king, king d3, and then maybe the a pawn can be sent through with a7, a5. The knight is, of course, untouchable because the promotion square is a light square and white is a dark squared bishop.
Yes, I mean, simply that's the winning technique. Okay, clearly white will just try to put the king on c3 and sit and wait, but in long run, once black pawns are advancing, there won't be any chances.
Yeah. Magnus double checking.
He went for a5.
Whoa, he went for a5.
h6.
Wait a second. h6. King g6. Oh, he's got a trick. He's got h7 and bishop f6, Peter. Magnus might have just allowed a draw.
Wow.
No way.
Wow, but Vincent has just 20 seconds to find that, yeah?
King g6. White plays king e4 to d5. Black plays b3. And Magnus was relying on the fact that bishop f6 is not possible, but white can throw that h-pawn to h7, deflect the black king, stop the b-pawn, give the bishop up for the b-pawn, take the c-pawn, and then eliminate the a-pawn with his king. And you called it, Peter, this idea. You pointed it out a little bit earlier. Magnus had to start with b3 to force the white king down to d3. He's instead allowed the white king to move up to d5. This is insane.
Completely insane. I mean, okay, if Vincent finds this and of course he has nothing to lose, yeah, because otherwise he can just resign.
Oh my gosh.
If this miracle happens, then I don't know, Magnus will be completely out of his mind.
We were calling this game because this game was over. b3 would have ended it. And then a5, a4, a3. You can close your eyes and win. Why would Magnus allow white's king to remain on e4? This just doesn't make any logical sense. But the game isn't over. Vincent still needs to find a string of accurate moves. But it appears, folks, that Vincent Keymer now has a draw. As shocking as it is for us to say this, he has to give away that h-pawn at the right moment, Peter, and understand that the bishop has to head to f6 in order to stop the b-pawn. You should not do it with the king.
And look at this. Vincent is in full concentration mode. He feels like there is suddenly a completely sudden chance. I mean, the lines are so crazy. I'm still struggling to understand if black plays b3 first, then the line is h7, king g7, h8 queen, king takes h8, bishop f6 check, king moves away, and king d3, b2. Why isn't this winning for black? I just...
well, king d5.
Anyway, we go king d4, but it's so easy to... Of course, yeah, Magnus just felt like, okay, I'm just pushing the pawns and it's over. Wow, of course, yeah, again, king d5.
Maybe a4 should be tried by Magnus, but then the problem is when the pawn reaches a2, again, you can stop it with a bishop on f6. And Magnus, he's slowed down, and that tells you all that you need to know. He is suddenly, with his back against the wall, searching for a way to undo the damage, but there is none. And every ticking second gives Vincent more opportunities to calculate out the drawing line. And okay, now you're starting to see the frustration from Carlsen, who has let yet another win slip. This one much more obvious than the one in the previous game. Unbelievable.
But, okay, still Vincent needs to hold it. I mean, he's down to his seconds.
Yeah.
There are 3 pass pawns. I mean, there are all kinds of ideas like just going back with the knight to b7, all the way to b7, just making sure that you keep all the pawns intact and you still have this idea of king g6 taking that pawn. I mean, I'm still not believing that practically white can save this.
No, for sure. Still very difficult, folks. Just because the eval bar shows that a draw is now possible. As Vincent takes a sip of water, he's feeling confident, though. Maybe he feels like he's calculated everything that there is to calculate, but Magnus will try to find the trickiest attempt to cause confusion in Vincent's time pressure. By the way, Ju Wenjun has been knocked out by Lizzie Potts. She never recovered from that opening blunder, and the German Grandmaster sends the women's world champion packing with some excellent technique in a rook endgame. Crazy results all around here at the World Cup.
Yeah, very big congratulations to Lizzie Potts. I mean, that's a sensational result. And the whole strategy, the match strategy that she had in front of her, holding with black and then with white, trying to get to the tie breaks and then punching their work to perfection.
And this is the advice often shared to inferior sports teams. You just make it to the fourth quarter. When there's a couple minutes left in the game, anything can happen. You can hit a couple of baskets. You can suddenly swindle your opponent. And that's also the case. The lower the time is on the clock, the crazier things become. And that is what we have seen thus far in this fourth round of tiebreaks. Magnus Carlsen, shell-shocked, continues to burn clock, tries to find, hoping against hope that something will materialize, but he has allowed the white king to access the pawns from d5 rather than pushing it back to d3, which would have been the winning idea.
Yeah, it's all about this king d5, and it's so counterintuitive. Yeah, it looks like black's pawns are queening. How on earth is white allowed to go with the king to d5? It's like a study-like position, yeah, that you sacrifice the h-pawn, forcing black's king all the way to the corner, then you get access to the f6 square for the bishop, and then that bishop takes care of the b-pawn. Unbelievable stuff.
And wait a moment, king g6 on the board, and what was Vincent's response? Bishop e7, it loses!
Oh
my gosh.
Oh no. So he didn't spot it. Okay, it was so incredible. Yeah, it was like a study-like idea. If we don't see the evaluation, but we would never even think of that it's possible.
For sure, but Vincent, maybe this is backseat driving, maybe played a little too quickly. He did have those 36 seconds, maybe not believing that a draw was possible there. And now the winning move is b3, king d3, and then knight e3. Oh my gosh, that's the winning move which Vincent missed. And will Magnus see it?
Yeah, Magnus will see it, because look at Magnus. I mean, he feels like he was shocked before, because I believe he has understood what damage he has done. And now he's very much relieved that he gets another chance.
And we will show the drawing line after the game, but right now, all eyes on the game continuation. b3, king d3, and then the knight from c4. It jumps to e3, threatening b2. It takes away the c2 square from white's king, and suddenly the b-pawn is unstoppable. You'll have to give up the h-pawn, but white is unable to win any of black's 3 passers. Magnus with 3 minutes on the clock, though, he still has to find this.
Yeah, there is so much drama, but I mean, knowing that he gets another chance, I believe that he will find it.
Solemn eliminates Vokatura. Young Krzysztof Duda does win the game on demand, forcing the second stage of tiebreaks against Farham Maksudlu. But all eyes on this incredibly dramatic finale. Can Vincent Keymer pull off the unimaginable, or will Magnus Carlsen exploit his second chance here and find the narrow path to victory? a4, Peter, is a very tempting move as well. Bishop takes e5,
yes.
b3. Try evaluating that without the computer.
Yeah, because, okay, one feels that then the king and the bishop might be able to guard off those pawns. And if Magnus hasn't blitzed out b3, king d3, knight e3, means that he did not see it. He did not see this line coming at all, which means that maybe the players were believing that bishop e7 is the right defense.
Entirely possible. And the other possibility, maybe bishop e7 did surprise Magnus, but not because he had already perceived the winning option, and he didn't. He's got knight d2 check, and he swung the knight around to b3, which is a reasonable idea. He's keeping his pawns protected, but king c4, a4, and bishop takes c5. King c4.
Wow, and look at Vincent
And
is about to make the
bishop
move.
takes c5, knight takes c5 is still winning for black, though. What's the winning move? What's the drawing move here for Vincent? It's bishop g5. Only move.
Oh
He
my
has to
God.
find bishop g5. Do not take the pawn on c5, because then you will be unable to take the knight. The knight will anchor itself to the pawn. And he has found it.
Oh my God, yeah, this is completely insane.
God.
And nothing moves, yeah. Black has these 3 incredible pass pawns protected by the knight, but actually they protect each other and they can't move, and the king on g6 can only just pass back and forth. The big question, is White running any danger of getting into Zugzwang, or will we have
No.
enough moves like bishop f4, bishop g5 and just sit and wait?
Well, you have 2 moves. You have bishop e3 and bishop f4, and black cannot cover either of these squares with his knight. Black's king, obviously, cannot take the bishop. Then black loses. White promotes the h-pawn before black is able to promote his a-pawn. All Magnus can do is powerlessly sit with his king. If he moves his knight, he loses the c-pawn. If he moves his a-pawn, he loses his knight. And Magnus acquiesces. He plays king h7. And Vincent Keymer just a few calm moves away from holding this insane draw. Will Magnus try knight a5 check here to prolong the game?
And Vincent moved the bishop back to e3. I of course prefer the bishop on f4 as far as possible from black's knight's range, but probably it does not matter. According to computer, it's good enough. The idea is anyway the same what you mentioned, that the black knight will eventually have to move from b3 and then white takes on c5. So we see the repetition.
Oh my gosh, knight a5, king takes c5, b3. The bishop stops the pawns from c1. Bishop g5 to c1 with a dark square blockade. And at that point, it is black who will have to bail out. And this is it. The chances have been exhausted. Magnus Carlsen will not be able to convert this advantage. And he tries with knight d4. And there's a beautiful move by Vincent. Bishop c1. He sacrifices the bishop, but he will eliminate the rest of black's pawns with his king. Incredible. Black's pawns are sandwiched between the king and the bishop. And it's a draw. It's a draw. King takes b4. Peter, can you believe this?
No, I can't. I absolutely can't. And the handshake, draw agreed. What a miracle. I mean, this is truly a miracle. It looked like there is no way Magnus will not win this after playing such a brilliant game. And then Vincent somehow, and finding this bishop g5 at the end was, of course, was a brilliant defense.
And of course, we never call the results of the game, but it was hopeless. It was a position that we're used to Magnus winning 1,000 times out of 1,000. He had time on his clock. He had an elementary win. Then he allowed a draw. Then Vincent with a mistake. The win was much more complicated. He had to find this knight e3 move. He missed that as well. And after that, Vincent, with some power play, with his bishop and his king, is able to keep black's pawn phalanx at bay, eliminate the rest of Magnus's pawns, and force a second stage of tie breaks. But obviously, Peter, it feels like a triumph for Vincent Keymer, but all it is a clean slate. All it is just another set of games against a much angrier now Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, but on the other hand, such a relief for Vincent. Yeah, he survived 2 incredible scares. It looked like he's about to... But we have action. Maria Muzicuk has all the chances of defeating her sister after king e5, king d3, king c4. The king is marching toward the a5 pawn. Why did...
No, it was a draw.
Ah, of course, yes. Again, I was fooled by this fact, yeah, that of course black would just... Let's put that king back to d4. Black will just sit forever, never let white get the king to b5.
And Anna Muzicuk defeats her sister with a victory in the first game and a great hold here in the second. A bittersweet occasion, obviously, but at the end of the day, they knew this could happen, and they knew that they did need to play eventually. Oh.
Yeah, they didn't. And one of them had to win, but we still have action. We still have...
Harika.
Let me get that game.
Harika against Rubers are in a time scramble.
Okay, we need
Okay.
that game.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, Rubers. It's not showing up for us. We see the camera angle there. Huh. Let's see if we can bring up that game as we zoom in the camera angle. It's some sort of a rook end game. And the game is finished. Aline Rubers has lost. Jonavali Harika has won. And we can pull up the final position. Sadness on the face of Aline Rubers. She drew the first game, but was unable to hold the second. Jonavali Harika advances. There's the final position, Peter.
Yeah, Harika is incredibly impressive in this tie breaks. Yeah, she has knocked out Yavakashvili in the previous match. Now she knocks out the brilliantly playing Elina Roberts. She had a wonderful World Cup. She was about to win, to go 7 out of 7. Then the whole match would have not reached the tiebreak. But finally, it is Harika Dronavali who qualifies for the next round.
And more big results as Gukesh knocks out Andrey Esipenko in the most improbable fashion. Esipenko in the driver's seat, and he, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, we have to see this. He blundered a piece in one move. We have to pull up the Esipenko game before we go on this break, if possible, or we can do it after the break. But this is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. This is what pressure does to you. With 2 minutes on the clock, in a dead drawn position, Andrey Esipenko does the absolute unimaginable. Just to rewind a couple of moves here, Peter. Another couple moves from this position. So you have bishop takes f4 check. And this was a transmission error. It wasn't here. Keep going. Bishop f4.
Yes.
And this position onwards. Watch what happens.
Okay, of course, black has all the rights to play with the two bishop. Oh my god! Oh, lost with the black pieces, bishop d7. Incredible.
He blunders knight f8 in one move.
Oh
What
my
a
god, exactly.
heartbreaker.
Absolutely, I wanted to say that, okay, there is still all to play for with the two bishops with little time on the clock. Black is squeezing, trying to squeeze out a victory here, and then it means that you exit the World Cup like this. I mean, this is unbelievable. Just try to imagine yourself in the shoes of Andrey.
What is in the air in Baku? This has been absolute insanity, and the insanity continues. Vincent Keymer with a new lease on life. He will try to continue his incredible run against Magnus Carlsen. We have plenty of other matchups as well going into the second stage of the tiebreakers. We will have 10 plus 10 action for you. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. More World Cup on the other side of this break.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanation. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the prince of painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
Only 3 words properly describe what we just witnessed here in the first rapid mini match, the first stage of the 4th round tiebreaks. Oh my gosh, we are 90 seconds away from the start of the second stage of tiebreaks, the 10+10 stage. The question isn't what happened, it's what didn't happen. We had incredible performances and incredible chokes, amazing upsets, and back and forth battles. We had Praggnanandhaa knocking out Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen failing to capitalize on 2 winning endgames and giving Vincent Keymer another chance. We will, in about a minute, start tiebreak number 2. That'll be, again, a best of 2 rapid games, but the time control decreases now to 10 minutes per player with still a 10-second increment, Peter.
Yes, things are heating up. I mean, we already hit enough heat anyway, but now the speed is coming. Now the players have only 10 minutes. You really have to put the pressure on the clock right from the start on your opponent. Not only enough to make good moves, you have to do them very fast.
And there in the foreground, you see Vahapsanal against Ivanchuk, which was a very topsy-turvy match. Obviously, we had a lot of tiebreakers. We could not do justice to all of these fascinating matches. We had to focus on Vincent Keymer's miracle save against Magnus Carlsen, who has to reset. The adjustment, Peter, you've talked about it. It's very, very hard because the difference in time control is jarring. You go from 25 minutes to something that resembles a blitz game, I think more than a rapid game. And just the way Carlsen is moving, I think, elicits his frustration. We have a Slav this time and a relatively quiet line chosen by Vincent, the early E3 variation.
Yeah, for E3, and Magnus opted for E6. This is not the most common moves, but basically trying to get out of opening battle. Knight BD2, I believe, played by Vincent, if I saw his hand movement right. I think Knight BD2
Correct.
did happen. Yes, it's a very solid move. Usually, black is sometimes wasting a tempo. And yes, C5 is played because white has committed his knight to D2. Vincent goes CD5, ED5, bishop B5. Check. This will be a very technical game. That's why both sides will be able to make their decisions much faster than usual.
Indeed, and we're already getting more clarification of the structure. We have a trade of light squared bishops, and very likely we will get the IQP, or isolated queen-pawn structure. Of course, if and when white takes on c5, and that moment does not have to occur immediately. Black is not really threatening to go c4. That would be very premature. It looks like white could strike and break apart the pawn chain with e4. So Vincent could castle, he could take on c5, and we're going to get sort of a relatively pedestrian kind of isolated queen-pawn structure.
Yes, and I think that Vincent in this regard is feeling very happy about this outcome. We know that he was just about to be eliminated. He also got outplayed by Magnus in this double-edged crazy Nimzo type of play where Magnus probably had much more experience to rely on. And now this time Vincent just wants to get a solid position. On the other hand, it was Magnus Carlsen who blinked first, and they also might have felt like, I don't want to face this FC Nimzo again, and opted for d4, d5 for the Slav defense.
The statistics are not in Vincent Keymer's favor. Not that they're in anyone's favor when they face Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen leads Keymer 8-0 with only 2 draws. And in rapid head-to-heads, it's 6-0 with 2 draws. And Carlsen has won the only 2 over-the-board blitz games that they have contested. But that's the thing, Peter. I mean, if you are to break the statistics in any match, it feels like this is the match to do it in.
Exactly. I mean, okay, this is a new match. It's a mini match. Basically, what happened before doesn't matter at all. And also, when we talk about a young player like especially Vincent Keymer, who only turned professional a little bit more than a year ago because he was attending school, and now finally he can devote all his time and all his efforts into his chess career. And we see that he's making tremendous progress.
Tremendous progress indeed. And just we can see that on the strength of his play against Magnus Carlsen, his spectacular defensive resilience on full display in the previous 2 games. He has opted for a fianchetto, and okay, now he takes on c5, so we get the clarification of the central pawn structure. He will castle kingside, he does, and Magnus Carlsen follows suit. First impressions, looks like white's position is safe as houses, right? It's a relatively risk-free position, and if you had to choose a side, I think one would be a lunatic for not choosing white here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Magnus clearly relying on his experience, believing that he will be able to handle this situation without problems. Yeah, he immediately jumps with the knight to e4. He wants to follow it up with bishop f6, fighting for the typical c3 square. If the the dark square bishops are traded, then black gets access to the c3 square. Usually white will not let that happen. White will, against bishop f6, put the knight on d4, and then the big question, will black be able to nicely simplify the position with some more trades, followed by knight e6? Of course, white puts the rook on d1 exactly for that fact that he's ready for all kinds of ideas like this.
So rook fd1, bishop f6, not obligatory. Black can also drop the queen into a5 and fight for the c3 square like that. But bishop f6 does seem very thematic. And then white plays knight f3 to d4. And when white does that, maybe black can then trade on d2 and put the other knight on e4. Because right now you have a bit of that superfluous knight situation that we've talked about in a previous round, where you have essentially one outpost in the center, and you have both knights that are connected to each other. But only one knight can occupy the e4 square at one time.
Yeah, we do see that Magnus has a serious time advantage already, like 3 minutes, but I'm pretty sure that Vincent is very happy with the outcome of the opening, that you get some stability, and for Vincent also stability is extremely important, especially against Magnus. Yeah, you know exactly that, okay, Magnus is strong, he might be holding this position, but there is no imminent danger on white's position. And there is eventually some pressure on black, because if white is suddenly able to regroup all his pieces, like knight 2f3, rook ac1 will be played, then actually black can also end up in some kind of a long-term trouble. If we would be actually imagining Magnus from the white side, we would be saying that this would be very much Magnus' style type of positions.
If you look at the clock situation, you would not be able to guess the time control that they started with, because Magnus still has, after a 30-second think here and counting, well over the 10 minutes that he started with. He played instantly up to this point, and this is the first moment that he pauses to think about his next course of action. A lot of moves possible for black, and I would argue that the price of an individual move here not very high, right? The position is quite stable. Rook e8 is possible. Queen b6 is possible. You could even play h6 and, make a semi-waiting move, but Magnus wants to play actively here. He wants to keep his foot on the gas pedal because, as we're clarifying from a strategic structural standpoint, white's got exactly what he wants. He's got an isolated queen pawn that he's fighting against and a clear blockade on the square in front of the pawn, which is the textbook method of dealing with IQP structures.
Yes, exactly. And that's why now also Magnus has slowed down. He has to justify himself. He has to find a way to understand how we handle this situation, because so far everything was natural, but the big question is what comes next. And to improve white's position is so easy. Yeah, you can go rook ac1. You can also maybe create a luft on the king side just in case. I'm also kind of expecting from the black side some natural moves like g6. Yeah, g6 would be also thematic from black's perspective, just making sure that the f5 square will be under control. You create a luft for your king. And since there is no direct action at the moment, you can afford yourself to lose a tempo like this.
White's next move very likely to be rook a to c1, essentially regardless of what black plays, maybe with the exception of queen to a5, rook a c1. Of course, there is the very committal move f3. So at some point, white could lose his patience with the knight on e4, play f3, and not only kick the knight away, but also to control the square itself so that the other knight can't jump into e4. But the drawback of f3 is very obvious. It weakens the e3 pawn, and black can target that pawn via the open e-file. So not a move that Vincent will play without very serious contemplation.
Exactly. I mean, I don't really see Vincent playing f3, especially after knowing that, okay, all he's dreaming of some stability. Yeah? He was having 2 crazy games. He was lost in both of them, and he's still in the fight. In fact, Magnus does not even have the lead. Yeah, it's all equal at the moment.
Rook a c1, I think the likeliest move, but there is also this very subtle positional idea, knight d2 to f1, essentially leaving black's knight in the dust, right? Not giving black's knight an escape through the trade on d2, and that could be a precursor to the move f3, but also you could just continue going with rook a c1, and you could really be emphasizing the awkwardness of the knight on c5, which now does no way to access e4 because the other knight is stuck on that square.
Yeah, I think there was some move. Yeah, rook ac1. Yeah, you don't want to be too fancy. You also don't want to burn too much time. If you have a nice little move, rook ac1, at your disposal, you just gonna make it. And Magnus keeps on playing very sensible natural moves. Queen d7, rook f8, both moves have to be played. I would argue that some moves like a6, g6 would be also the next two moves that would be the most natural. And white has to deal with the fact that it would be nice to just remove the knight from d2 and the knight from e4, but after knight takes e4, probably black has the idea of d takes e4, and eventually if white is unable to capitalize on the pin, and I don't see how, then black's knight lands on d3, and you know exactly that no, this you should never let happen.
That's a great point. Yeah, knight takes e4 to be assiduously avoided. Now we're at a bit of an impasse here, in the sense that, okay, both sides have made the low-hanging fruit kind of moves. You know, white has activated his rooks. That's all well and good. But where to now? Do you play h3? Do you keep playing in that style? Or do you embark on a more specific plan? Okay, Vincent kind of takes the middle ground. He does move the knight from d2, but rather than moving it back to f1, he moves it on a more active square, protecting its colleague on d4. And a6, I think, makes a lot of sense here for black, just to cover the b5 square and toss the ball right back into white's court.
Yeah, I think that especially after knight 2f3, it indicates me that Vincent might just wants to double up on the c5, rook c2, rook dc1. It's not exactly obvious what that really achieves, because finally all the traits, yeah, okay. Magnus just creates a luft for his king h6, h3, of course instantly played by Vincent. If you create luft, I create as well. a6, we see all these natural prophylactic moves.
Rook c2. I'm fully expecting rook c2. And we could get black playing rook c7. Kind of a cat and mouse game where black copies white's moves and vice versa. And if we get a mass doubling of the rooks on the c-file, then of course we could get a total liquidation down the c-file. So at this point, it feels like you could understand if the game goes down the path of a draw and a liquidation, but there is still a lot going on. The center is still open. There is still very much a possibility for direct confrontation.
Yeah, it's a slow affair. I mean, if we want to jump around, I don't know if we want or we want to stay all the way with this game, because now maybe is the right time to move after we won't have a chance.
Yeah, we've got a couple of other fascinating games, particularly Maksudlu against Duda, and we also have Wojciech against Dominguez. So maybe we could take a quick look at young Krzysztof's game against Maksudlu, and then come back to Carlsen. So this is the current position. Parham failing to hold the previous game. Duda winning on demand after that meltdown in game one. And looks like Jan Krzysztof is capitalizing on his momentum as he now holds an advantage with black.
Yeah, it was very important for Duda to be able to bounce back before he did that. And after winning and coming back to the new section, now the 10-minute section, you want to make sure that you are as safe as possible with the black pieces. We also see that Magnus uses the same strategy. He doesn't want to go for crazy complications. Black does seem to have everything under control. But again, it's not the most exciting of positions, so we can just probably quickly move around. Let's take a look at Dominguez against Wojciech before things really heat up.
Okay, also
Yes.
not the most riveting position. I think the Ivanchuk game of the games that we have might be the most interesting. It's just kind of a slow start to the 10+10 segment. I think the players are just jaded from all of the craziness that just transpired. But even this game is starting to liquidate, with Ivanchuk's last move being queen f6, offering a queen trade. And at least you have a bit of imbalance here. But Vahap grabs the queen, and even the endgame looks... other way around. Ivanchuk is the one who's black. Ivanchuk is black, so he grabs the queen. And is black just flat out better here? Is the legend going to squeeze this position to its conclusion?
Exactly. Look at that monster bishop on e6. The tactic with bishop takes g6 doesn't work because Chucky has just set up the pin on the d file. Now he has to watch out for bishop takes g6. The big question, however, if black's rook move from d5, then bishop takes g6 can be answered by bishop takes a2. So one has to watch out for direct tactical ideas here.
God, Ivanchuk is a beast. And rook d4, then bishop takes g6 has to be calculated. And that is what Vahap Sanal is relying on. So if
because
bishop,
actually,
uh-huh.
sorry, that rook d4 also sets up the idea of eventually getting to the f6 pawn and also hitting the a2 pawn.
Okay, but rook f4, bishop takes g6. Does black just go rook f4, or does black play bishop takes a2 and snag the pawn first? Probably
Yes.
that. Yeah, probably bishop takes a2.
Exactly, after bishop g6, bishop takes a2 for sure. Yeah, you want to eliminate some pawn, but bishop a2 will be always answered by rook a1, and Chucky goes g5. He doesn't want to calculate bishop take g6 ideas. If he has time to do so, why not? Yeah, this rook d4, rook f4 idea which we just discovered is still there.
Mm-hmm. And g5 is a practical move. It might not be the best one, but he's eliminating risk. He is inviting the move bishop c4, but I actually think that's a really bad idea. Even though you trade on e6 and that gives you a rush, after black recaptures with the f pawn, the f7 square is vacated and the f6 pawn is going to be lost. So you actually don't want to force any trades here if you're Vahabsanal. I feel like white's position from a practical standpoint is exceedingly hard to defend because of the number of long-term weaknesses that you have. You've got a2, c2, f6. You have to keep tabs on everything. This seems really unenviable for Vahabsanal.
Yes, Vahabsanal is in a lot of trouble, and knowing how great Chucky is with all this type of endgames, I believe that Chucky has all the chances to win, but this is also an endgame. Let's very quickly jump to the Wang Hao game. Then that would mean that we have also covered all the matches.
Whoa. This one seems pretty spicy.
Yeah, who is better and why? I mean, structurally, black is doing fine, but white has some initiative on the king side. On the other hand, the white queen on b1 is far away from action.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I would prefer white, I think, but that's only because I'm biased in favor of the side that's attacking or that has the initiative. Now, big question for for Rasmus Svane, should he trade on g5? Because once the pawn reaches g5, white can anchor in the future a knight on f6 or on h6, and that pawn is in general very, very powerful in these types of structures. So clearly Rasmus is not rushing to take the bishop here.
Yeah, probably not. It would be natural to try to activate the queen. On the other hand, right now, who knows? White might be threatening something. But having looked at all the positions, and we see that there is no direct confrontation, I feel like we should be focusing on the Magnus's game.
Let's do it. I agree
your
completely.
take? All right, let me pull it up.
And we're getting some trades in Magnus's game. Vincent also falling once again very low on the clock. That has been a theme of the rapid tiebreaker so far. And Vincent has acquitted himself incredibly in acute time pressure situations, but he can't keep that going forever. He needs to keep time on his clock. And we've just gotten a pair of rooks traded on c7. Vincent can take on e6, but instead he drives his queen up to b6. A gutsy move, but is it too much? Is he overcooking this?
Yeah, I'm not liking this queen b6 because what is the idea? I mean, I feel like with this knight on e4, now already black is setting up some kind of dangerous counterplay. I mean, imagine there will be massive exchanges on d4. I see some chances of black's rook entering on the c2 square, hitting the f2 pawn. And what is this queen? I mean, I would have played back the queen to e1, played rook c1, traded the rooks, make sure that nothing can happen because I don't think that white can fight for advantage anymore.
I think this game really is starting to illustrate how you could have control of the square in front of the isolated queen pawn. You can do everything according to the textbook, but that doesn't tell the whole story. The knight on e4 is such an active piece. Magnus has done a great job coordinating his pieces in general. And there is this scary idea of queen c8. Literally, as Magnus took the words right out of my mouth, you double the heavy pieces on the c file, and in the future, you prepare the move rook c1, obviously when the bishop departs from b2, but that could be precipitated by, as you pointed out, a mass of trades on d4. Apparently, knight takes e6 preserves equality, but that is not an easy move to make psychologically because it helps black improve his structure.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, what is this queen doing? And we are coming back to this narrative that the queen does absolutely nothing on b6, losing control. Black is very active on the c file. I think that Vincent didn't know what to play for. He went for this adventure with Queen A5. He should have not been so creative.
For sure. And now he needs to make his way out of this adventure and stabilize the situation. But will he take on E6 here and liquidate the knights and potentially also the bishops? Maybe even Queen A5, just kind of saying sorry and dropping the queen back where it came from, where it can play a more active role in defending critical infiltration squares on the c-file.
Yeah, but the big question is, do you have time? Yeah, because Queen A5, okay, Vincent goes for knight E6, he understands. He have to pull the emergency break. This is getting out of control. It looked to him probably before that he's the one who can try to pose some questions, but he has to understand that no, I have to be careful here. Actually, Magnus managed to outplay me, or at least psychologically, because Vincent was not clear if he's playing for advantage or not. He definitely lost the thread of the game.
Well said. And knight takes c6, a very wise decision. But rook c6, what an intermezzo by Magnus. First, he chases the queen away. Queen a5 is going to be likely, and then f takes c6 will happen. We will get a trade on f6. And I still think a draw is a very likely result here. Vincent, yeah, he needs to tread carefully. He needs to make sure rook c1 does not come with great effect. He does play queen b4, so he brings the queen a little closer to his side of the board. And I don't think that it changes all that much about the nature of the position. I still think we're likely to get more trades and potentially some sort of a draw here.
Well, there is also the possibility that black captures the bishop on b2. I mean, because trying to get access to the c6 square, however, then of course white falls back with the knight to f4, attacking the d5 pawn. That's a very sharp possibility. Otherwise, with the move queen b4, Vincent made sure that black is not able to capture with the queen because the pawn on b7 is hanging.
Yeah, and that has to be calculated. Bishop b2, knight f4, rook c1. And that may seem very appealing for black because of the activity of his pieces, but the queen from b4 can drop back to e1 and cover that first rank, smoking the rook out of c1. And Magnus will have problems with his d5 pawn. So f takes c6 seems to be the wiser, the more cautious choice. And a draw with black, you know, maybe not what Magnus really wants, but objectively a pretty good result.
Yeah, and still there is some playing left in the position. Yeah, even after f takes e6, black has the control of the c-file. After f takes e6, the pawn on d5 is not vulnerable anymore, so the rook on d1 feels a bit useless. I just don't understand how did Vincent give up the c-file just like that.
Yeah, it seems like his play was a little bit aimless for a couple of moves, and that's all that Magnus really needs to start putting on the heat.
And Magnus opts for f takes e6 finally. Yeah.
After a long think, the time situation beginning to equalize. Magnus now only a minute up on the clock, and a brief decision here. G takes f6, not totally out of the question, but that doesn't seem to be in Magnus's style.
Yeah, it weakens the king side. Yeah, knight takes f6. Of course, a little pity for black to lose that tempo of capturing the bishop on f6 with the knight. The knight was such a monster on e4. On the other hand, yes, keeping the structure, that matters the most. Knight can jump back to e4. Rook c1 ideas are still very much possible. Do we go knight d4? Yes, Vincent does.
Rook c1, the trade. And the black queen could return to c7 with tempo. That actually is a very important detail. Otherwise, e6 and b7 would both be hanging at the same time. So
yeah, but from the white side, I feel like I want to play queen e1. I don't want to move my king to h2 because it will give black some dynamic possibilities.
Queen e1 here. Yeah, again, I forgot about that resource. And the game really beginning to stabilize. But he did take on c1, so he is going down the sort of more forcing continuation. Queen immediately drops back to c7. We could get a repetition of moves here if Vincent plays king g1. Will Magnus go for it, though, with something like e5? Does he feel confident that he can use Vincent's time pressure to manufacture chances in this objectively equal endgame?
I have the feeling that that's very much in Magnus' character. Yeah, he will And Vincent goes f4. He does not want to let that king g1 e5 happen when he loses the grip of the d4 square.
A draw in Wojciech against Dominguez. So they continue their incredibly even match, and everything will come down to their second tiebreaker game. And f4,
Yes.
clamping down on the e5 square.
Yeah, because black would love to play e5, but then I think white can jump in with knight e6 and set up also some ideas with queen f8 check.
Whoa, king f7, queen f8 is a beautiful illustration. But it doesn't work, I think, because the knight gets trapped at the end of the line.
Ah, you mean that if black plays king f7, queen f8 check?
Yes.
Wow, that's a stellar idea, but yeah, where does it lead? Yeah, king takes f8, knight e6, king e7, knight takes 8, king d6, and that black, and Magnus goes for it. Yeah, he realized that he does not need to fear the queen f8 tactics.
And Vincent has to just double check, right? Because it can be very easy to get excited and play it without thinking. But it appears that queen f8 doesn't quite work out here. White might lose in the end. Will Vincent play knight f3? No, he will expand on the queen side with a4. But now e5 has become a possibility.
Yeah, it's somewhat strange. That why do you let this happen?
Oh.
But okay, he relies on takes king h1.
And queen takes b7 and queen takes g7 with knight f5.
Exactly.
Is a massive
Yes.
tactic that's easy to miss.
That's his trick.
Huh.
Let's just highlight it with arrows. Finally, queen take g7 would be the trick. King takes g7, knight f5 check, force the queen, and white wins the pawn. So Magnus definitely will not fall for it.
g5 also possible here, but risky.
I mean, instead of a4, knight f3 looked like the stabilizing move. Yeah, I felt like in time table, knight f3 would have been the more natural move. But Vincent played a4.
3 minutes on the clock for Carlsen as he tries to choose a path forward. He doesn't have to push any pawns at all. He could centralize his knight with knight e4, but after knight e4, already queen f8 check has to be taken more seriously because the d5 pawn will be hanging as a result. And why would black seek adventures if he could clarify the situation?
Exactly, yeah. All eyes on Magnus, how he will react. Not g5, e5, or will he just wait?
I think he might go e5. It's such a tempting move. Then trade on e5 and maybe just bring the queen back to c7, opening up the possibility of some sort of perpetual with queen c1 and queen c7. But lots of roads lead to a draw here. And he's made his decision. And it is e5. It is e5.
Yeah, he breaks. So Vincent has to make up his mind quickly. Yeah, takes king h1, queen c7, very likely to happen, but I feel like black is tiny bit better there with this monster knight on f6 protecting that king on f7. Yes, it is very drawish, the knight on d4 is solid, but with this time situation, Magnus can start to play that position. He does not need to think about draw.
And of course, we know how dangerous the queen-knight tandem can be. One of the strongest piece pairs, the strongest piece pair in all of chess. When you expose your king to the wrath of the queen and the knight, and both pieces are well activated, you get tons of tactical patterns, and it's very, very easy to miss a fork or a skewer or a mating pattern in severe time pressure. So Vincent, he stays away from f takes e5. He plays the cold-blooded knight f3, trying to keep his control over the e5 square and keep his king sheltered by the f4 pawn. A5.
Yeah, it's a very natural move, but a5, yeah, excellent play by Magnus.
Okay.
Kicking that queen away.
Knight takes e5 check, queen takes e5, and Magnus believes that the pawn endgame is winning. Rightly so. Vincent drops his queen back, a trade on f4, and still equal, but g5 now is a nasty move. Instead, he has gone...
He played the queen move, queen to c5, I believe.
Okay, what do you make of this? He's got the passed pawn on d5 now. Magnus, I think, starting to feel a little bit confident in his chances to stir things up here.
Yeah, white plays queen e2, a bit strange. I mean, why do you move that queen from d2? The f4 pawn is vulnerable. I mean, queen b4 will be answered by queen e5. Probably white goes for counterattack with queen e5, queen c7 check.
Also, knight e4, he has knight e5 check and queen e2 to h5. And then it's white's piece tandem that starts to generate pretty big threats against black's king. Of course, the d5 pawn, both a blessing and a curse. It's an isolated pass pawn, so it can be a strength or it can be a weakness if it is abandoned by black's piece tandem. 2 minutes now for Magnus and a minute for his opponent.
Yeah, it feels like a blitz game, but the big difference is that the additional increment is still 10 seconds on the clock. I think this is very important for Vincent. This gives him the stability, because with 2 seconds on the board and only with 1 minute on the clock, could be scary.
Queen c7. Back, repeating the position once. Will he repeat it twice with queen d2, queen c5? Is that the repetition that we're going to see? Or will Vincent deliver a check on e5, which I think is very likely. Knight e5 check, king g8, and maybe queen d3, anchoring himself to the d5 pawn.
Yeah, this is very natural because that queen on d2 construction was not that stable. Yeah, he's following your suggestion.
Queen c1, there is queen f5, there is knight g6. So many different types of repetitions here that are possible.
Yes, and the big question is, do the players want a repetition? Yeah, because so far we have seen Magnus's reaction that he's trying to create some fight. Vincent also doesn't want to stay in passive defense. He's looking for counter chances as well.
Magnus, just the way he's moving, he seems to be resigned to the possibility of a draw. But it almost feels like Vincent is, I don't want to say in the driver's seat, that's too much, but with that knight on e5, you just can't imagine white being worse here.
Yes, no, basically white can't be worse. I almost even felt like Magnus had offered a draw with queen c8. It's only I'm making up, but there seemed to have been some kind of a indication by the players, like not just focusing on the board, and Vincent taking his time. It could easily be, but no, he's about to move, so no, there was no draw offer involved.
He sticks his queen on g6. Obviously, queen f7 check is a possibility. Magnus will likely bring his own queen now to the king side, or queen e6. Queen e6 could be a little bit annoying because, well, it restricts the possibilities of white's queen. And it throws the ball back into Vincent's court. Queen e6, maybe he'll just move his king back to h1 or something like that.
Yeah, basically the queen on g6 does nothing. Yeah, it's so tempting for black to play queen e6. Why is Magnus not doing that? Does he see another idea?
Maybe a draw for by Vincent.
No, the point is that queen e6, there is this knight. No, but knight g4, knight takes g4 is a check. Yeah, so the...
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not really working out.
And he's played a move, and it is queen e6, and Vincent drops his queen back to c2, and we just got this impasse, right, where neither side has anything especially that they can do. Black can push d4. That's the only lever that black can pull. But then the pawn on d4 becomes incredibly vulnerable to various forks. And why would Magnus seek these adventures in a situation where anything can happen? I think we're going to get some sort of a repetition. But Peter, both sides down to 30 seconds, and anything can happen. Even with a 10-second increment, it's still a time scramble.
Yes, and black actually has this knight e4, queen f5 idea, putting some pressure on the f4 pawn. Of course, yeah, white has queen c7, and then the knight can fall back to f3, and the queen from c7 nicely protects. All right, this gets dramatic. Magnus down to 16 seconds.
Hesitating. And 10 seconds for Carlsen, investing the rest of his time trying to find the perfect setup for his tandem. 5 seconds for Carlsen, and he made his move with around 10 seconds on his clock. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's back to 22 seconds. Knight h5 play. So he's trying to provoke g3, some kind of a second rank weakness. Vincent doesn't want to weaken queen d2, b6 on the board.
The players accelerating their pace of play, but the position is not changing. Right, the moves are being made. b6 was played, but right now neither side really doing anything of note, kind of shuffling their pieces. Vincent just might go between d2 and d4. Yeah, queen d3. And, okay. Magnus's turn. Maybe to play knight h5 again. Yes.
Yes, he goes for knight h5.
Queen f3. Queen d4. Many types of repetitions. I don't think Magnus will keep this going for too much longer.
Yeah, I think both sides can kind of live with it. Yes, and the handshake, though, agreed.
Wow. The quietest game that they have played all match long. I feel like a breath of fresh air, you know, a nice evening in the garden with no wind. That was a much calmer game than we've been accustomed to between these two players. Very even game. A little scary for Vincent at one point, Peter. Maybe Queen A5. That was a step in the wrong direction. But absolute kudos to Vincent. He keeps his composure. He found a couple of accurate defensive moves. And there were no realistic chances for Mr. Carlsen.
Yes, it looks like this game was balanced, and Ivanchuk is about to be the first player to get the upper hand in this 10-minute segment.
Ivanchuk is going to win very, very likely. He is up a pawn. He's got that F
And
pawn.
up on the clock. And look at the clock.
Incredible.
Yes. Sanar Wahab needs to play instantly now.
You see them in the foreground. Bishop F7 and C4. Oh, that's a knife. King D3 will come and you will lose the C3 pawn and with it the game.
Wow. I mean, still those Ace3, C3 pawns are alive. Yeah, they were weak right from the beginning, ever since we saw this game. And Ivanchuk with 4 minutes on the clock, I think it's fair to assume that the legendary Ivanchuk will find this and win this position.
Yeah, there are multiple ways that Black can approach this. It's not totally over, but with accurate play, it should be a pretty straightforward affair here with Bishop F7. White will play Bishop E2 and H5.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's never easy. It's so easy when you look at the computer evaluation. You can be fooled that of course this is easy, and then suddenly you realize that okay, hang on, Bishop F7, Bishop E2. White gets his uncountered play H5. The black pawn majority on the queen side is not yet queening.
We should go to the Maksudlu game because they were in a completely even endgame. But apparently, Duda has just made an error. And this game is starting to resemble their first rapid tiebreaker where Duda couldn't contain his composure in the time scramble. Queen E3 is the best move. And White's king is so much better positioned in that ensuing knight endgame. And he's made a queen move, but he's gone the other way to E5. Whoa. Yeah, sacking the G3
move.
pawn.
But hang on, queen takes H4, protects the knight on E7.
Oh my gosh. Queen takes G3 and queen takes H4. And White will have to go after the B7 pawn in that position. But he might have overlooked that. And he grabs it.
Yes. And look at this, the indecisiveness, how Parham made his next move signal that it wasn't planned.
He blundered queen takes H4. And queen C7, I think, is the best chance here for White. No, he's given a check on F2, driving the king back. Will Duda go for it? Yes. And why queen E3?
Wow, the tension, they are down to seconds. Yeah, you never know exactly why things are happening.
2 pawns up is Jan Krzysztof Duda now.
Yes, and also Black is starting to stabilize with queen F6 check.
Queen F3, only move. And he didn't find it. He went back to E5. And Black can go back to F2.
Yeah, he just gave 2 tempi.
Wow. And the H pawn is going to start rumbling forward. No, he's got knight back to G8. And look at Parham activating his knight, trying to generate threats against Black's king. Knight F7, knight G5 is a potential mating idea. But you can't go knight F7. Knight F7, there's queen A2. So Black can push H4. That is winning for Black. H4. He's done it.
Yeah, but look at this. The king is entering king E6 with few seconds on the clock. It's so scary when suddenly your opponent creates some mating net on your king. Yeah, queen A2 check.
Oh, and the knight on G8 is holding the key E7 and F6 squares. The king has to go the way that it doesn't want to go. And Duda can keep pushing. He's winning.
Yeah, he's just pushing. The queen is protecting the F7 square. Knight protects the E7 square. There are no checks to be given to Black's king. Knight E8 can be met by queen F7 check, protecting. Wow, unbelievable. When we just came 2 minutes ago, it looked like there is a chance for Parham, and all of a sudden Black is the one winning.
Just amazing how many turnarounds we have in this World Cup. How these nerves and the time situation produces this effect on the players. So hard to be accurate. And even queen d5 here essentially forces the queen trade on the strength of an incredible tactical idea with knight f6 check, picking back the queen. He has gone
Well, you
queen
have to.
a8.
Yeah, because look at this, king f8, queen a check, knight e8, followed by queen g7 checkmate was a very dangerous idea. It's not over yet.
King f7, knight h6.
Ah, that's very important.
He's done it. Parham trying to stick around there. But
And then
should
queen
be
h8.
winning. Wow.
Then queen h8, beautiful defense.
And the geometry, Black's queen has gone from g1 to a7 to a8 to h8, potentially. Queen h8, incredible move. Shutting down all of White's remaining counterplay. And the h-pawn should decide the game.
Yes. And by the way, now, so White's king on e7 after queen h8 is in a serious trouble. But did Jan Krzysztof? No, he played queen g8.
Okay. But this is
Knight
less
e8.
convincing.
Yes,
Check
it did
and
not
knight
come as a tempo.
But now knight g4 covers the f6 square. And h2, this should be a win for Black at this point.
Yes, the knight on g4 beautifully activated, protecting the pawn. White has no cheapos here. And he can even queen his pawn. Yeah, just give a queen f8 check followed by knight f2 and h1 queen. There is no defense.
Oh my gosh, Vahapsanal saved it. Oh my gosh, he saved that endgame against Vasily Ivanchuk. And you called it, Peter.
Unbelievable.
It was much harder to convert that than the engine would have you believe, but still, Ivanchuk had 5 minutes to 10 seconds, and somehow Vahapsanal pulls out the draw, Keymer style. And this one is about to be over, one would think.
Yes,
Duda making the
knight
last
f2
couple moves.
on the board.
Wow.
The stunning knight f2 played.
And he will make a second queen, inevitably. It's resign time for Parham.
Wow, dramatic.
Man.
We have seen one incredible time travel scramble won by Parham, and now Jan Krzysztof is the one who wins another one and grabs the lead with the black pieces. Very big step forward in qualifying to the next round.
And now the pressure has been reversed. It's on Parham Maksudlu, who not only has to win on demand like Duda did, but has to do it with the black pieces against an incredibly solid Super Grandmaster. This will be a Herculean task that awaits the Iranian Grandmaster as he dejectedly extends his hand. Jan Krzysztof Duda keeps his composure, and he wins the first 10+10 game. He is one draw away from ending this match and advancing to the 5th round, as he has done before in the World Cup. Duda is a beast in this tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he is the defender, the World Cup defender. He has won the 2021 edition of the World Cup, and he is showing his incredible skills. Both these players are amazing fighters. That's what we are witnessing in all these crazy time scramble dramas between them. But now it is Jan Krzysztof Duda who grabs the lead.
And that concludes the games in the open section. Duda wins. Carlsen and Keymer have their most balanced draw yet. And that was the only decisive game. Unbelievable. We had 4 draws in a time control, which generally produces more decisive games than draws. But these players so evenly matched, in some cases unwilling to take risks, and in others, like in Vahapsanal's game, incredible saves all around. The Turkish young Grandmaster, he gives himself a new lease on life and a chance to knock Vasily Ivanchuk out, but he will have to win with the black pieces for that to happen. And on that note, folks, as the playing hall temporarily is cleared of players, they are taking a much hopefully a relatively deserved break as well. Do not go anywhere. Stick with us. The action continues to escalate. These players continue to pour their hearts out on the chessboard. And we will have the second game of round 4 tiebreaks, the 10+10 segment, on the other side of this short break.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Welcome back to the 2023 Fide World Cup and Fide Women's World Cup from Baku. It has been an incredible day of action, and the best news is that action will continue with the second game of the 10+10 rapid tiebreaks. GM Peter Leko, GM Daniel Naroditsky bringing you commentary of this day of round 4 tiebreaks. And obviously, we talk a lot about the World Cup in the context of a qualifier for the candidates tournament. And that is its most important role. That is where it gets a lot of the prestige. But it's not its only role. It also is a big moneymaker for the players who score very well. Everyone's expenses are recompensed. Even those players who get disqualified in the first round, they make enough money to buy out their travel expenses and their hotel expenses. But the top prize, Peter, 110K, that is a good amount of dough.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, incredible good first prize, but also not for all these players, yeah, who are trying to get to the last 16. There is so much at stake. Yeah, they want to keep on fighting for the big jackpot and for the prestige, for the prize money, for everything. And we are seeing Magnus Carlsen already sitting at the board. In fact, he was the one who was first this time. Vincent is coming. I think that we should also give the information that last year in the World Rapid Championship in Kazakhstan, Almaty, Vincent Keymer actually stunned the world and took the runner-up position, the second place, the silver medal in that stellar field, defeating players like Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana on his way to get to the podium, to the second place. Magnus Carlsen won that event. So lot at stake, and it also shows that Vincent in a rapid time control is able to fight against the very best players on par.
And he made a draw with Carlsen, a relatively peaceful game in their first mini-match game, and he, along with 4 others, made draws. There was only one decisive game, and that was Duda's victory with the black pieces over Parham Maksudlu, who has to win on demand. The other players have drawn their game, which means if they make another draw, we will have at least some matches go into the third stage of tiebreaks. And here we go, 20 seconds to the start of the match. Impossible to predict, Peter, what Magnus is going to play in the opening. We're just going to have to wait and see. He's gone D4, he's gone E4. He's just going to play what he feels like playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, intuitively, I feel like that D4 is not a natural choice against Vincent because Vincent himself is a D4 player. But on the other hand, it did serve Magnus well in the previous game. And
he
E4,
goes for E4.
Yeah, we see the switch to E4. It's very logical that in a 10 minutes rapid game, you want to test your opponent somewhere where he's less familiar, and we're going to see a Spanish.
Ooh, the same line that we saw in their classical game with this bishop coming out to C5, the delaying of B5. And Magnus in that game, I think, went bishop to G5. In this game, he plays the more conventional C2, C3, and we will transpose now to, I guess, a variation of the Archangel with bishop C5.
Yes, I mean, a rather soft line. On the other hand, Magnus has forced Vincent out with his bishop to C5. I mean, recently Vincent has been playing exclusively the Marshal with bishop E7, so there is some mind game going on from Magnus's side here.
H6 by Vincent preventing bishop G5. And the bishop from C1 can come out to E3. But Magnus playing this almost Italian style with the rook sliding over to E1 and the knight from B1, as we have seen so many times in a lot of these games, travels to the king side via D2, F1, and then parks itself on G3. That is how Fabiano Caruana won his game against Ray Robson. The knight later jumped into F5, setting up a bishop sacrifice on H6. There's a lot in common, Peter, between the Italian and the Rui Lopez in these lines. In fact, you actually can get some transpositions precisely in this type of variation.
Exactly, yeah, with the B5, with the Archangelsky type. Okay, usually black goes bishop B6 and transfers the knight also to G6, just as you indicated from white side. Yeah, bishop B6, black falls back, knight E7, knight G6 is kind of thematic, yeah, on the board.
And this is still a pretty well-known position, but there is just a head-spinning amount of move orders in the Italian. You could have the same position with A4 and without A4 and with H3 and without H3 and vice versa. And all of those subtleties are hard to recollect in a rapid time control, and they all add a slightly different signature to the position. So you have to understand this theoretically, but you also have to understand this from an idea point of view. You have to know, for instance, from the black side, where you are going to deploy your light squared bishop. Are you going to play bishop b6? I've also seen bishop b7 played, but probably not here, because that would give white a free hand to establish a knight on f5. Instead, Vincent plays this Chigorin style with a little queenside expansion, c7, c5. Peter.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I mean, I would have thought like knight g6 is thematic. Yeah, you just play knight g6. Magnus immediately goes a4. I believe that black will play the move rook b8. It looks like the most natural. Yeah, it's on the board.
Yep. Okay, what's going on here?
Well, black's knight will sooner or later anyway land on g6. And probably Vincent was thinking like, I am going to play c5 and knight g6. Let me not waste any time on these natural moves.
Carlsen, another decision to make. I feel like he's going to throw in the move h3. That just seems like the kind of move that you play when you want your opponent to be the first one to put his cards on the table.
But okay, on the other hand, it's pretty obvious that black will also put the knight on g6, and you still have to answer the question, yeah, do you gonna play d3, d4, the typical break, especially connected with h3, you made sure that there won't be any nasty pin with bishop g4. So I'm somehow seeing or sensing that this h3, knight g6, d4 sequence might appear on the board.
For sure. And you could consider bishop c1 to e3. And in addition to bishop g4, you would have to keep an eye on knight g4. So Magnus just decides to disallow all of that. He plays h3 and knight g6. You're expecting white to strike immediately with d4. Could white consider preparing that pawn break with bishop e3?
Well, it doesn't do much. Yeah. Also, after bishop e3, black can maybe play rook e8, and it targets the e4 pawn just in case. Yeah, because the knight is already. We are talking about knight g6, bishop e3, rook e8 position when the knight has already left the e file, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. I'm expecting knight g6, d4 to happen, and then there is always some kind of a dilemma for black that do you react to this d4 or do you keep the status quo? And usually here comes the question that how much experience you have with these structures.
Indeed. Bishop e6, of course, also always possible in such positions, but Vincent plays this more traditionally with knight g6. And Magnus, he starts by trading on b5. And I guess his logic is, listen, I've got the a file, so it's not going to hurt me to reduce the tension on the queen side and grab control of that file. And you called it, Peter, d4 is on the board, and the tension beginning to escalate in the center.
Yes, it's a very standard position. The big question is, does black commit the bishop to b7, or does he first try to stay flexible with rook e8? Usually I think that both moves are played, rook e8, bishop b7. White also often retreats the bishop to c2, guarding the e4 pawn in order to keep the center pawns. Magnus clearly has tons of experience with this position from the white side, also from the black side, which might be very important in a 10 minutes rapid game. If it would be classical chess, I would say that because the position is quite equal, the experience doesn't really mean so much, but with a faster time control, it could turn out to be very important.
Absolutely, and clearly Magnus is prioritizing and putting his experience above trying to go for a concrete advantage out of the opening. He plays a relatively vanilla line with this early d3 and c3, and clearly he has no objective advantage here. I think after bishop b7, we can all agree the position is equal, but the Ruy Lopez famously often referred to as an opening in which the better player wins. It's the ultimate OG maneuvering strategical battle, and Carlsen just believing that he has more experience here, more knowledge of the subtleties of the nuances than his young opponent, and we will see if he is proven right in the next couple of moves. But we have more interesting action in the Ivanchuk game. So as this game settles down a little bit and Magnus ponders his next move, perhaps we could travel to Ivanchuk land and take a look at this really interesting closed center position where Vasily will probably try to orchestrate an attack, a typical pawn attack on the queen side. Looking really good for white here, unless I'm missing something.
I don't think that you are missing anything. Chucky is enjoying his Chucky land. Yes, everything under control. Look at this grip, wonderful space advantage. Black's pieces are completely cramped. Of course, the question, how will white break through? Well, the typical answer to that question is to go b5. If black plays a6, then white will follow it up with a4, b5, eventually bishop c3, bishop a5 maneuver, putting that rook on b1 and slowly invading black's position, especially in a rapid time control. White's plays so easy. I mean, Chucky in total control.
I mean, it literally plays itself a4, b5, bishop c3, and black has only one pawn break that he is flirting with, which is g6, g5. And I feel like the situation has gotten desperate to the point where Vahapsanal should even consider playing it now. He is preparing it. He's playing bishop bishop f8 to e7. And then he's asking Ivanchuk, okay, do you want to play h4? And does Ivanchuk need to play h4? Or does he just ignore everything that's going on the king side and focus instead on expanding his queenside operations?
Yeah, for the moment, b5 makes perfect sense. For example, just to illustrate, if black does nothing, black goes bishop e7, then white can take bc, play the move bishop c3, and after the g5 move, there will be bishop a5, kicking that queen away from d8, and actually the pawn on g5 will fall. Yeah, so this strategical idea is not only good because it's strategically good, it even move per move makes a huge impact.
That's just what happens when you control all of the squares and have such a big space advantage. Great piece coordination. You get quote-unquote lucky in some of the lines and some of the particulars of the position. If black tries to keep things locked up with a5, question for you, Peter. Does white play b6 and then bishop c3 and then take on a5? It's a long plan, but it's a potentially fruitful plan with a5 and a6. Of course, black can try to clog up the a6 square. Or does Ivanchuk play the safer b takes c6 and then bishop c3 and rook b1, etc.? What would be more appealing to you if Vahap plays a5 here?
Well, I believe that first of all, it is black's move and black has to make this decision. I mean, playing the move a5, believing that after b6, bishop c3, bishop takes a5, you just lose the game unless you create some counterplay on the queen side. I believe the answer is no. And he does play bishop e7. He tries to keep this, but bishop c3 will come. And in fact, probably bishop c3 instead of b takes c6, just to keep that option that bishop c3, a5. Eventually, if we want, we can still go b6, or we stick to the more traditional plans.
That's a great point. And bishop c3 is such a natural move because you look at the dark squares on the queen side, and you just see that bishop sliding into a5, kicking away the queen, and obviously paving the way for rook b1. Ivanchuk has already played it. Man, it just feels like he's making these critical decisions really quickly, really confidently, and this is a nightmare of a position to have, especially in a rapid game where every one of black's moves takes a lot of time to make because you don't know what the heck to do.
Yeah, I mean, white's play is super easy, and of course, such a great master like Ivanchuk knows exactly how to handle this type of positions, no doubt about that. The pressure is all on black. Black's clock is ticking. Black has to make decisions. I mean, this is looking very grim. I feel like we should maybe even move away because it hurts my eyes. You know, the suffering from black in this position.
But Vahapsanal has been ridiculously resilient. He saved a lost endgame in the previous game, so he is obviously going to fight to the absolute last drop of blood. We have an exciting position in Dominguez Wojciech. The Carlsen game still remaining rather sterile, the position not changing much, so perhaps we can continue going around the horn. We have a very unbalanced middle game here, opposite side castling, and Radoslav Wojciech's last move, knight c6 to b4, opening up a direct assault on the c2 pawn. But, of course, as is common in the Najdorf, which this game came from, the d6 pawn, major long-term weakness that white can target by doubling the rooks.
Yes, it's a razor-sharp position. Everything comes down to tempo. For example, can white afford to just double up the rooks with rook hd1, or do you sidestep with the king on b1 in order to be able to kick that knight away with c3? That knight on b4 is a monster piece, and I believe that the move king b1 is the professional approach. Yeah, you just want to stay flexible. You don't know exactly if that attacking that pawn, do you have time to do that? But making sure that your king is as safe as possible.
As impressive as Black's piece coordination appears, and that pawn on f5 looks, I feel like Black is in a fair bit of trouble here in the long run. And again, it's because of the d6 pawn. And the knight on b4, the word which comes to mind to describe it is pseudo activity, right? It looks really good. It's pressuring c2, but it's got no stability. And once white plays c3, that knight will be kicked back to c6, where it will be completely restricted by the c3 pawn. In a different universe, white could even play b4 and restrict the knight further. And I think Wojciech, he feels the heat, and he tries d5, which I was going to propose, with total pandemonium in the center. But does this work out concretely if Dominguez takes not the d5 pawn, but rather the f5 pawn?
Yes, it's a very tough call because e takes d5 is much more natural. However, then Black has the move e5, e4, hitting that knight and then getting access to the d5 pawn. On the other hand, e takes f5 does open up this diagonal. Yeah, if Black queen takes on f5, then there's a pressure on c2, so everything comes down if white is able to meet that with queen takes e5. I don't really see why not.
I agree, and I wonder what Radoslav has in mind after e takes f5. Man, e4, knight d4. Black could end up a pawn down here. Was d5 a little bit of panic? It was an understandable decision. The position will remain complicated, but it feels like Dominguez should have the upper hand here. And he is up on the clock as well. Chances
Is rook e8 a move? I mean, is, for example, ef5, rook e8 trying to keep some tension in the position? Of course, then the question appears, what happens if white just plays g4, protecting that pawn? That's a legitimate question.
Exactly, because d4 gives up the e4 square, and e4 gives up the d4 square. So you kind of have to keep your pawns where they are in the center. And the other drawback of rook e8 is that it leaves the d5 pawn under the supervision of this unstable knight on b4. So white's threat after g4 is c3. In any case, looks a little bit stinky there as we go back to the Magnus game. And it's looking stinky for Vincent Keymer as well. I feel like he has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble here. There's bishop takes g6 and bishop f4. Oh my gosh, he might be losing the exchange.
Yes, okay. On the other hand, you can still sacrifice something because there are all kinds of ideas. I'm not as pessimistic yet as before. For example, there is this opportunity of going bishop b7. Yeah, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4. I get some really nice pieces. And yes, you do have this lovely tactic with bishop f4. But even then, after trading everything, I might be able to put knight on d3, push c4. It's still very double-edged.
Bishop takes c5 there also has to be factored in, but then bishop takes f3 ruins the structure. There is also the move rook e6 here, with the idea of recapturing on g6 with the rook. Then when white plays bishop f4, you go queen up to c6, and you can actually capture the knight on f3. And that is why you need to guide your rook to g6 so that the g2 pawn will be pinned. And try evaluating that position. It's easy when the eval bar shows an edge, but Vincent Keymer, doesn't want to allow bishop f4, but does he pay too steep of a price for preventing that move?
I mean, something feels very awkward of this move because the bishop is still on c8, so there are some kind of back rank issues. The computer screams that bishop takes h6 is a possibility. Why on earth do you let this happen?
Oh my gosh, and bishop takes h6. Bishop takes h6. It's a natural move. It's a typical idea in these Italian Ruy Lopez positions, but especially here with white's pieces all trained on the king side. And after bishop takes h6 gh, Peter, does white throw in bishop takes g6? Or does white play queen takes h6 with intending knight g5?
Well, both are very tempting, yeah, because then rook e8 checkmate is a threat, knight g5 is coming. On the other hand, I cannot believe that Vincent blundered a move like bishop takes h6, so he has to have something on his radar, but maybe it was just panic. Maybe it was fatigue, yeah, that he just couldn't control his nerves, because the exchange sacrifice looks so much more in the spirit of this position.
There is, I'm looking a little bit here, it looks very grim after bishop takes h6. Magnus is going to play this move. The other problem is that after that pawn is captured, black can't ignore the bishop because rook e8 check is a massive threat. There's too much going on the king side. I think Vincent will end up picking up that bishop. And after queen takes h6, black's king will be at death's door. so many different directions and threats. There's three of them. There's knight g5, there's rook e8, and there's bishop takes g6. Although knight g5 runs into rook h4, so it's never too late to blunder.
Yeah, bishop takes a6. I believe that Vincent is counting on something like bishop b7, just developing that bishop. And where is the knockout punch? Yeah, because after all, black has active pieces as well. Yeah, the king is
For sure.
is shaky, but it feels like the knight on g6 gives some protection.
The line there is extremely, extremely difficult. It's bishop takes g6. Okay, that move fairly natural, but after f takes g6, you have to stick your rook on e6, which is kind of a weird looking move, but the point is just to take on g6 and crush black on the g7 pawn. But Magnus, you're right, he has to see that idea if he takes on h6. Otherwise, the position after bishop b7 without an eval bar is incredibly hard to evaluate. I think
Yes,
rook
exactly.
b4, I'm feeling, now I'm the one feeling more optimistic perhaps when I see the move rook b4.
Yeah, well, if rook b4 would have been such a mistake, Vincent would have not played it. Yeah, he had almost 5 minutes on the clock, so he kind of believes that the move is possible. And the attack, for example, the other move that computer says that bishop takes g6, f takes g6, bishop g5 is shockingly strong. I mean, it will never ever happen in a human game. I mean, maybe in a correspondence chess, or if you have 2 hours on your clock, but not in a rapid blitz game.
Yeah, even with the aid of the computer, I would be pretty surprised if that idea is found. So, the big moment of truth. And he takes g6.
Wow.
And now he takes h6. So he does sacrifice, but he clarifies the position first. And Vincent can still play bishop b7, but then Magnus will be only one move away from spotting the potentially decisive rook invasion to e6. Big moment here. How will Vincent try to hold his position together? Bishop f5 is also a possibility here.
Yeah, now suddenly black has more options. Yeah, after bishop takes h6 immediately, the bishop was still on c2, so the bishop from c8 was not able to be developed to f5. On the other hand, Magnus kind of invites that move. What is going on in his mind? Yeah, because bishop f5 looks like a stable, more or less stable move.
There's an incredible idea. Bishop f5, queen d5 check. Seems to be strongly met by queen f7, but if you look at the rooks on b4 and b8, they're unforkable squares, and white's knight can travel via e5, which comes with a check after the queens are traded, to c6, and black drops the exchange. So that might be what Magnus is seeing against bishop f5. Maybe Vincent sees it as well and goes bishop b7, but there's too many squares that black has to defend here, and not enough pieces to do it with.
Yeah, but that bishop f5, even like this, that I know that there is the fork and computer believes that this is strong, I'm still not that scared of that. I feel like my 2 bishops are giving me hope. Maybe finally the a file, that this rook from a1 can enter the game. That's the decisive factor. But yeah, all eyes on Vincent now, how he will deal with this moment. Body language, what does it tell us? Yeah, Vincent not feeling happy. I mean, definitely realizing that this is much more dangerous than he thought.
Absolutely.
And Magnus in full concentration mode, yeah? He just senses the moment that this is so important.
Man. This is the ultimate high tension moment. It all comes down to this. They drew their previous game. The victor of this game decides the winner of the match. Will it be Magnus Carlsen? Can he finally convert a promising position on the strength of this lovely bishop sacrifice on h6, posing massive problems to Vincent, who has to decide, first of all, if he's accepting the sacrifice, which he likely will not. And if he doesn't, then his bishop on c8, will it go out to f5? Will it go to b7? Unfortunately, it cannot sit on 2 chairs. You would love for it to defend both d5 and e6, but obviously you cannot play bishop e6 because that square is now unprotected. That is why Magnus took the knight on g6, forcing the f-pawn away from f7. 2 minutes now for Vincent.
Yeah, just few minutes, and I mean, the situation is very tough. Yeah, he goes bishop f5. I believe his hand moved, yeah, bishop f5 played. And the big question, because white does have this very thematic natural move, bishop g5, claiming advantage, yeah, because you are threatening rook e7. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus would go for it, and he does.
Yeah. Practically speaking, a very unpleasant move. Rook e7 is now the big threat. Queen d7 maybe to try to get the queens off the board at all costs. It looks like that has to be played.
Yes, it has to be played, but then the white rook invades to e7 with the tempo, and potentially there is some bishop d2, bishop c3 regrouping as well, hitting the g7 pawn.
And there are some mating threats there. If the rook takes on g7, driving the king over to f8, the knight from f3 can checkmate the king either on h7 or on e6. Man, this just starting to feel like it might spiral out of control. Maybe it already has. And it's definitely spiraling out of control on the clock. Vincent with 1 minute. And as great as he's been in low time situations, this might be the biggest challenge yet.
Yeah, because his king is in danger. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not an endgame where you can somehow survive or you can listen to your instincts. Yeah, I believe he played queen d7.
Another endgame. Magnus will take the queen and go rook e7. This is the best opportunity he's got to get into this endgame. The best version, because he establishes that rook on the 7th rank with tempo.
Yes, and then this bishop d2, bishop c3 is the key. Yeah, that rook enters to e7, seemingly everything is protected, but the bishop falls back and eventually landing on the long diagonal. Of course, black might try to sacrifice the exchange on c3 and hope for the best with his two bishop. But with the time, if it would be opposite, yeah, that it would be Magnus down to 1 minute against 3 minutes, then I would say that yes, you sacrifice the exchange and you look for practical chances. What do we see? Did Magnus?
No!
Of course. All right.
Shocking, but he's still better. That's the thing. Queen c3, yes, objective mistake. But Vincent's king is in such danger here. And it's so easy to blunder. Rook c4 walks into knight e5. That's one example. He goes rook e4. Best move. Dousing the flames of the attack with rook e4, trying to trade as many heavy pieces as possible. Quick update, Ivanchuk will win his game with 99% certainty against Vahapsanal and advance. But this is the game of the round. Shocking.
Yes. Yeah, there is so much tension, but we can see that probably Magnus feels like Vincent is so stubborn in endgames that I want to checkmate him. Yeah, if we trade the queens, he might survive again. Yeah, it's typical mind games. You play against your opponent, you carry the emotions from the previous games, and he probably feels like with 1 minute on the clock, for the black side and this king on g8 will never feel safe because of the g5 square. There is a potential of white knight from f3 landing on g5, and there is no safety for the king.
There's a certain irony to all of this. Normally, you find other players afraid to go into an endgame against Magnus, and here maybe it's the role reversal. Magnus kind of reticent to go into the endgame against Vincent, who's been saving one endgame after another and defeated Magnus, showing great technique, of course, in game one, but that was a totally different kettle of fish. There, Magnus basically entered the endgame in a hopeless position. What do we have here? 2 minutes for Magnus. We haven't talked about his clock, but how does he continue to nurture the initiative? Rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen e5 is a fork, but the rook from b8 can slide over to e8, protecting the bishop on e4. Very important detail. And is Magnus running out of productive ideas here?
Well, he's not sure what to do, yeah, because actually black also needs like one move, rook b8, stabilizing everything. Yeah, we spoke about the king being unsafe. However, black has this idea of closing down the diagonal with c5, c4, opening that bishop from b6. And if black gets that, then it can be anybody's game.
Man, the twists and turns in this match, they never seem to end. Every time you think, okay, finally, this is heading in one particular direction, boom. All of a sudden, you stop on a dime, you go the other way. The tables have turned so many times, game after game after game. And wow, this is down to the last minute for both players. And Carlsen finally with 95, centralizing the knight, hitting the queen. But another inaccuracy according to the eval bar. The queen can slide up to d5, deftly dodging the attack by the knight. What's going on here?
Yes, but But it's so tempting to play queen d4. On the other hand, queen d4 probably runs into some kind of a trick. I don't see it yet, but yeah, queen d5 covers all the light squares and also targets that knight on e5. Runs into rook ad1, and we still have to find a move for black. Down to 27 seconds.
And he's made the other tempting move, hiding the queen essentially behind the knight, but now Magnus can take and go rook either e1 or d1. Both moves seem tempting to me, rook e1 especially, hitting the bishop.
Yes, that's always very nice to hit with the tempo, but okay, black will also find a tempo move with queen d5, hitting the pawn on g2.
He's played it. And Vincent, I think he is making motions to play queen. No, he's brought his bishop back to b7, exposing his queen to a potential discovery. And knight f3 might be a nasty little move, because queen c3 to b3 is a potential check if the black queen leaves this diagonal. And Magnus sees this as opportunity.
Yes, of course, instantly. Yeah, one should have not opened the e-file. Knights.
Oh no.
Knights almost, yeah, queen c4, it's almost only, basically it's the only move, but it also runs into queen e5 tempo. I mean, so many things are wrong with this bishop b7 move.
This is looking grim yet again. Only move not to lose, because queen d5, rook e7 is game over. You will not be able to defend g7, and he finds it, and he might have to hold yet another endgame with almost no time on his clock.
Well, but it's not a given that Magnus, knowing what he has done so far in this game, he will not trade the queens. I believe
that would be consistent with his strategy.
Yes, he will go for queen e5, I believe. Unless he thinks that queen takes, but against two bishops, you can never be sure that that's enough for a victory.
Without question. And what if white accidentally loses the b2 pawn? I mean, this could turn into a 3-result game. And now Magnus down to 40 seconds. So for the first time, he is also in serious time pressure. And a hesitation there. You're absolutely right, Peter. The queens stay on the board. The rook on b8 is hanging, and it will likely move to f8. That seems like the most natural move to me by far. Yes.
Yeah, and also, queen d6. Yeah, queen d6, very strong, hitting that bishop on b6, the vulnerable bishop. I mean, where do you hide it? What do you do? Very tough, and down bishop to 20 seconds.
Bishop a5, rook e7. Try defending that with no time on the clock. He takes on f3, trying to simplify the game. Not a bad move. GF.
Yes, GF. But look at White's king. White's king is super safe. Yes, at least this monster knight is eliminated. Bishop a5 had to be played on the board.
Where does Magnus tuck his rook away? Does he go rook e7? Does he go rook e3? Now a tough decision for Carlsen. Rook e4. Rook e4, hitting the queen.
Yes, very strong move.
Queen f7, that's the natural move. Queen b3. And bishop e3, going after black's queenside pawns. And g6 is now hanging as well. Oh man, this is so nasty.
Yeah, the bishop on e3 is a brilliant stabilizer, protecting the weakness on f2, making sure that your king will be super safe. That's what matters the most in time trouble.
With 13 seconds, Vincent defending c5. Magnus could take g6. He could make the prophylactic move king g2. Particularly unpleasant because the king is the safest on the board if it sits on g2, surrounded by that cocoon of pawns.
Yeah,
and back to e8. Only moves. Only moves.
Yeah, but still so scary. On the other hand, White needs a knockout punch because there is a very big drawish margin in any kind of endgame with all these double pawns.
For sure. Queen d5 check, rook f7 is a saving grace because if you move the king to the h-file, you get checkmated with rook h4. And Magnus will probably move his rook. Will he move it to g4, to e4? Not easy to find a knockout blow. And now he's actually down on the clock with 20 seconds himself.
Yeah, rook g4 runs into rook f6 tempo defense. Yeah, that's kind of annoying in time trouble. You don't want to let that happen.
He takes it, and he's going to take g6 and go a pawn up. But obvious chances for Vincent, who's got the more mobile pawn majority on the queen side. c4 maybe. Start pushing.
Yeah, he needs to open up that bishop. But on the other hand, then his pawn on b5 will be vulnerable.
Still a very difficult position.
Yeah, he has to push it, but no, he didn't. He played queen f7.
Okay. Queen
Gives the
C6.
chance queen c6. No, queen g5.
Okay. Still so nasty for black. It's so easy to drop the b7 pawn. And Magnus could try to get his bishop, Peter, to the e5 square and apply more pressure on g7. Feels, oh, Vincent's blundered the pawn.
Well, he couldn't really defend it, yeah, because the pawn on b5 was hanging, and now we are getting down to this queen endgame where Magnus, I think, is absolutely a beast and the best in the world. I don't think that anyone in the history of chess has played the queen endgames as good as he.
How does white win this? Does he advance his h-pawn? Obviously, if white can force a queen trade, he wins, but Vincent isn't going to let that happen easily. He will try to keep checking the white king as much as possible. And the white king is vulnerable along the g-file, so this is not an elementary win at all for Magnus.
Well, I feel like white's queen needs to be placed on e4. Yeah, he's heading towards the e4 square. Then it protects everything, takes away incredible vital squares from black, and slowly advances. These double pawns actually beautifully protect white's king.
Indeed. Vasily Ivanchuk has won. And Yakshistav Duda will hold, so he will advance as well. But we will get a 5+3. In the Wang Hao-Svane match, and Magnus starting to advance the h-pawn, it feels like this game is almost over. It feels like Magnus knows exactly how he's going to convert. He's got the target position in his mind, and he's got plenty of time on his clock now as he's built up over a minute.
And he also had time to take his water. Yeah, this illustrates that he believes that this is winning now.
H4, H5, and the death knells starting to ring for Vincent. This is feeling pretty hopeless now. 2 pawns down. His king is safe. Yeah, not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, king is going back to h8, trying to get out of checks. Because even some pawn endgame, yeah, if white sacrifices back a pawn with queen g6 but trades the queen, it could easily simply be winning with the double pawns. And Magnus, now after king h8, he did make a move, yeah, queen g5, step by step improving the position.
And tying black down to the b5 pawn, threatening h6 potentially, although that is not a move that you would want to make lightly. You would want to assess that trade and maybe even bring the f pawn up to f5 before you play h6. It should also be pointed out that a queen trade is good for white, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. That is the benefit of being 2 whole pawns up in a queen endgame. Vincent fighting tooth and nail, making it hard for Carlsen. Maybe queen b6 to prevent h6, but it feels like it's a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, it's hopeless. Yeah, queen e8, Magnus just goes h6, he takes, opens up the black king.
Maybe a stalemate idea with queen g6 at some point.
Yeah, queen g5 check.
It's easy to miss. You play queen h6 and f4? No. But there are scenarios.
Yeah, there are scenarios. Just to highlight what Daniel is mentioning, queen g6, queen take g6 would be a stalemate. That's a trick white really has to pay attention to. Otherwise, he should be simply winning this.
King up to g3. Vincent basically in Zugzwang. Among other things, he has to make sure that white doesn't put the queen on such a square such that the queen trade is forced, which really restricts the queen's choice of squares. Queen e2 is a nice defensive move, though.
Yeah, trying to get from behind, but queen g6 check. Played king f8. Will that white queen land on e4? Okay, first a check, and then queen e4. Yeah, exactly. That was the square that was smiling right from the start.
Oh, what a nice move. f4, pushing the pawn at the right moment. Preparing to block a check on g1 with queen e4 to g2. This is what Magnus does best. Exquisite technique and you feel like you're getting the life squeezed out of you by a boa constrictor in these types of endgames.
Yeah, and also he controls the clock extremely well. Yeah, he made sure that he is, and look at this. Yeah, his body language signals that yes, okay, I'm gonna win this. There is no way around that.
He's got a million lives, this Magnus, but Vincent's still trying. And obviously, apart from the stalemate ideas, there's perpetuals. There's the possibility that Magnus blunders a pawn. Technique is still required, and it ain't over till it's over. That is one lesson that we have learned again and again from this match. Just when you think that one player has it in the bag, all of a sudden, crazy things start to happen. But there's just so little that Black can do here as Magnus continues the inexorable march of that F-pawn. Vincent trying to check him from behind.
Yeah, but the point is that White's king actually can also march toward the b5 pawn. And this is what Magnus is combining. Yeah, he's just going towards the b5 pawn, and there is nothing Black can do.
Queen g2, king e5, queen g7, king d5. The king kind of zigzags its way away from the checks and towards c5. And once the b5 pawn is eliminated, you can basically safely resign with Black.
Yes, it's over. If the king reaches c5, it's over. And Magnus very delighted, very relieved. He knows that I have my plan, I know what I'm doing. Yes, queen h4 check, going queen d8 check. It's a typical kind of idea, trying to set up some perpetual check mechanism, but here this doesn't look like it.
It's a universal feeling. You know you have it in the bag. You know exactly how you're going to win, what you're going to do. And mentally, you relax. Obviously, you stay vigilant. But Vincent, a shake of the head, a sip of water for Magnus, king to c5. And Vincent will drop his b5 pawn. He will go 3 pawns down in the queen endgame. And with his king in the open center, there is no stalemate possibility. He does recover the f pawn, but that's not a fair trade. Because now Magnus has pass pawns on either side of the board and is completely winning.
Yes, I mean, okay, with one pawn, it's always tricky. The drawish margins are enormous. Even sometimes the computer says it's a draw, but practically speaking, it's still very difficult.
Oh,
however,
there it is.
Queen c4 check and the handshake. Wow, what a fight.
Incredible. A fitting conclusion to a struggle between two gladiators. And Vincent Keymer will feel pain. He came oh so close in the classical portion. He recovered from one lost position after another in the rapid portion. He brought this down to the wire. Even this game, down to a time scramble, down to a tactical affair. But in the end, Magnus Carlsen is so hard to depose. And there is a reason that he has terrorized the chess world for well over a decade. He stays alive. He moves on. He lives on to fight another day. But Vincent Keymer will have to return in the next World Cup.
Yeah, and it was fantastic that we got that. What do we see here between Duda and Max Hoodley? It's a theoretical draw. Yeah, this game is still in progress. I just wanted to say that there was an incredible relief in Magnus. It showed also he's completely exhausted himself. He gave everything, Vincent the same. And there was big mutual respect between these two players. Big congratulations to Magnus passing on to the 5th round. And a big congratulations for Vincent Keymer for this incredible fight against Magnus.
Absolutely. I mean, not a single person is going to begrudge him this loss, not only because of who he lost to, but also because of how he lost. I mean, the fact of the matter is, yes, he will be kicking himself for missing knight takes c4, but it's so hard to find these things when you're facing someone who almost never blunders. And he's had so many bright spots. He's gained a lot of rating from the World Cup. He beat Tabata by twice. He beat Carlsen once in the classical portion. He gets a big prize, a lot of rating. And obviously the saves in the rapid portion were something to behold, particularly in that bishop versus knight endgame. We thought that match was over then and there. No, he finds a way to fight, but it just wasn't enough. Magnus Carlsen, with his expertise in the Ruy Lopez and in those structures, ultimately takes this match.
Yes, his experience, but to be honest, he was dominating the rapid section. And there we go. It's a draw, which means that Jan Krzysztof Duda qualifies also to the 5th round. Incredible fight. We have witnessed two stellar, crazy time scrambles between these two players. And finally, Duda is the one advancing to the next round.
And that means we only have one pair of players, if I'm reading this correctly, moving on to the third stage of the tiebreak, the 5+3 stage, which will be two players who've drawn every single one of their games thus far. Improbable. And that is Rasmus Vane and Wang Hao. This was a close to technically winning position for Rasmus. He messed it up. Wang Hao holds it. They draw yet another rapid game, and they are moving on to the 5+3 phase. All other players, Dominguez, he does convert that advantage against Radoslav Wojciechek, sending him out of the World Cup. Ivanchuk beats Vahapsanal in excellent positional fashion. And of course, Magnus Carlsen, he defeats Vincent Keymer. Peter, just breathtaking action on all boards. We're not quite done just yet. We have this one group of players that we will be spotlighting in the next stage, but we have gotten everything we've asked for and then some.
Absolutely. I feel like we need some break to calm down. And there is also this incredible sportsmanship. We do see on our camera that Jan Krzysztof Duda and Parham Makhstula are still discussing their game. I mean, this just shows the love and passion for the game between these two players. It's so nice to see. Big congratulations also for Parham for this incredible fight. And look at this. Yeah, they are still discussing. There was so much to discuss, so much emotions involved. This is chess.
This is chess, and this is why we love the chess world, because yes, these players, they fight bitterly, passionately over the board, but once the game ends, they go to dinner together, they analyze together, and that's what encompasses the spirit of the World Cup. Okay, we will go on a break. We will have Rasmus Svane and Wang Hao battling it out in the third stage of the rapid tie breaks, but first a short break. Stay tuned for more World Cup action in just a couple of minutes.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Oh. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
So I loved puzzles. I love solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Welcome back to the 2023 Fide World Cup and Fide Women's World Cup. GM Peter Leko and GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping up the action here in round 4 tiebreaks. It has been epic action, minute after minute, hour after hour. We have seen the exit of Vincent Keymer after a gladiator-like fight against Magnus Carlsen. We have seen Hikaru Nakamura's exit at the hands of Praggnanandhaa. And Peter, Hikaru's match feels like it was 3 universes ago, except it was earlier today.
Exactly, yes. So much have happened. Ivanchuk also advancing, and that sets up the incredible match between Magnus Carlsen and Vasily Ivanchuk. Just something the whole chess world, I think, already looks forward to. But I'm also very happy that we have a chance to focus on Wang Hao against Rasmus Swane match, because these two players are playing some incredible chess in this World Cup, and we haven't had a chance to focus yet on their games. What is your take on this?
Well, they will be playing 2 games, consisting of a time control of 5 minutes with a 3-second per move increment. In the event of a 1-1 tie, they will be playing sudden death 3+2 games. And they've drawn every single one of their games so far. Peter, I really think of this as a matchup of 2 of the most solid players in the entire World Cup. I mean, Wang Hao has a reputation now for a long time as being someone who's incredibly hard to beat, solid opening repertoire. But Rasmus Swane, maybe a lesser-known name among chess fans, but he is just such a good player. Very good fundamentals. He's been 2,600 plus for a while. Obviously, his brother Frederick recently became a GM and crossed 2,600 himself. He got knocked out of the World Cup a little bit earlier, but Rasmus, his white repertoire in particular, is really tough to play against. He likes one knight f3. He likes d4-based openings. He likes to fianchetto his bishop as well. So I'm really excited to see this, and Rasmus will have the black pieces in the first game. A smile, a handshake, and the 5+3 mini-match begins. And begins with a Rui Lopez.
It's a Rui Lopez, exactly. I mean, Rasmus is a type of player who is extremely solid, and I think the reason why his rating is not 2660 or 2680, close to 2700, because he has trouble beating the weaker players due to his solidity. But exactly thanks to this stability, he is extremely well prepared. He is very solid. He understands chess brilliantly. And this format fits him, yeah, because as long as you don't lose, you are very much in the World Cup.
Whoa. Maybe this is a bullet game. Maybe they changed the time control of the third stage of tiebreaks because they are still blitzing out their moves. Now, we haven't seen this match, so maybe they're repeating a line from earlier in this match, or they're repeating some well-known theory. They're still blitzing the moves. We're 18 moves in, and they're still blitzing the moves. Rook a8, bishop e3. What's going on here? It's a symmetrical structure, but white's gone h4. White's got a knight on f5. It looks pretty equal to me, but Wang Hao clearly sees something in this line.
Yeah, well, there is some pressure from the white side. I believe that the position that we witnessed when white's queen was on b1 and white had the bishop on g5, we speculated if black is taking on g5 or not. It was very much this position.
So they're repeating the exact same line up till move 21 and counting. And here I think we did have this trade on g5, but this trade is by no means forced. Black can also try to pressure the knight by playing the move queen b8 to d8, and white is ready to bring the queen and deploy it on the king side with queen g4.
Yes, queen g4 is coming. I believe the reason why Wang Hao is repeating this, that he feels that maybe it's very solid for black, but come on, this is already now the blitz playoff. My opponent will not have much time, and it's a slightly passive position. White has the free hand on the king side, queen g4 is coming, the only weakness on c2, but first of all, white can always protect it with rook e2 and still keep all his pieces in the attack. I feel like white should be happy with this.
In the context of a blitz game, for sure. Yeah, maybe in a classical game, if the engine gives equality, you're okay with this. In a blitz game, white is, to me, the only one having a good time here. Okay, so an interesting decision by Swane. He trades on g5 and plays not queen to d8, but queen to e8. Just kind of involving the queen in the defensive effort and saying that pawn on g5 looks impressive, but it also blocks the white queen from directly influencing the course of the attack. Of course, queen g4 is still possible, but the plan that I really like, Peter, involves g3, king g2, rook h1, and queen h5. I mean, that pawn on h7 is held down by the pawn on g5, which makes this plan all the more enticing. And he's played it, g3 on the board.
Yeah, he has played it. Basically, black will rely on knight f8 defense. Yeah, that the knight will protect the h7 pawn. However, he has to make sure that his knight on c5 will be stable. So there's even a case to be made that the knight from c5, because it does nothing, starts its journey already to d7 and f8. The b4 pawn is also somewhat weak. It would be natural for black to try to push c5, but the knight on f5 hits the pawn on d6. Practically speaking, this is annoying for black.
And it's very telling that Wang Hao still has the amount of time that he started with, 5 minutes. Svane hasn't used up that much time, but given how quickly he blitzed out the first 20 moves, he spent about a minute and a half on the last 5 moves. I think he senses that this game could slip away from him in the next few moves if he's not ultra careful. Now, g6 is out of the question. We should point this out because the white knight can swing from h6 back to g4, and you cannot weaken the f6 and h6 squares permanently. That would just give white a free hand in the attack. He plays knight d7, goes for your line, Peter, and I'm expecting fully Wang Hao to quickly continue with the execution of his plan, king g2 and rook h1.
But you know, he also has suddenly queen d2, and it catches my eye. How do we protect that b4 pawn? c5 is impossible due to the hanging d6 pawn, and then we play rook b8. White might just occupy the a file with rook a1, and suddenly, because we know that rook h1 is not a checkmate because of black's knight reaching the f8 position, so maybe combining all aspects of the game.
Wow. What amazing whole board awareness queen d2 would be, but he sticks to his guns on the king side. And I always like to say that when there's only one open file, the side that controls it has a major positional asset. And after queen d2, that side would have been white. But instead, Wang Hao, he focuses on the king side. 3 minutes now for Rasmus Svane. Now, knight f8 is not the only path that the knight could take. It could also drop away to b8 and then towards c6. That would have the benefit of protecting b4, but also the knight could later jump to d4. And in general, I think minor piece trades would be in black's favor. Although even with just a queen and a rook, this queen h5, rook h1 idea would still be nasty. And so Rasmus trying to generate counterplay and hold the queen down by pinning himself to c2.
Yeah, the big question is, white's position is lovely, but how does white really break through? The attack against the h7 pawn seemingly is nicely guarded by a knight on f8. That's why I'm tempted, and bishop d2, okay, eyeing that b4 pawn, trying to create, if the queen goes, hang on, queen e7, I mean queen b8 runs into knight e7, check knight c6, taking the pawn on b4, is that a problem or not?
I think it absolutely is a problem. And g6, a big decision by Rasmus Svane. We said that move is very unlikely earlier, but things have changed a little bit. He's got this knight on d7 that is guarding the f6 square, makes this move a little bit more appealing. And a quick knight h6 check, I'm not sure that that was necessarily the best place to put the knight, but Wang Hao seems very confident in his attack. Is that confidence misplaced? Is Rasmus Svane starting to take over the initiative here a little bit?
Well, f6 comes, yeah, and then suddenly everything makes sense. The knight d7 move, also the move rook a2. Black eventually ready to go knight d4, hitting that c2 pawn, and imagine that rook entering the game via the second rank, and the f file opens up. There will be a tremendous pressure on the f2 pawn all of a sudden. It's not black's king who gets under attack, but white. Quite an incredible development.
And a drink of water, you know what that means? That means Rasmus Svane is probably pleased with the way that this game is progressing. And f6, I think it's going to come. He's going to undo the Gordian's knot on the king side. And after the trade, he is going to discourage white from jumping back to g4 with his knight. And how prescient of Svane to put his rook on a2 and tie the queen down. I think that's going to come in very handy. But very ambitious, knight d4, ignoring the situation on the king side in favor of a direct attack on c2.
Yes, I mean, hitting c2 because you so much want to bring that rook into the game. Yeah, and there was this golden opportunity. I believe that Wang Hao's bishop d2 move was a very big mistake. He just felt like he has all the time in the world. He can do whatever he pleases. And Rasmus punishes him for that.
Knight g4 is on the board, maybe trying to stick the knight to f6 anyway. Black could lift the queen up to e6, though. I really like that move because it pressures the knight. The white queen gets even more overloaded. And this plan of queen g1, queen h2 is rendered impossible.
Rasmus about to make a move. He wanted to make something. I think he was leaning towards the c2 pawn. I believe that he will take the pawn. Yes,
And
he
he
takes
does.
with the rook. Yeah, and then, okay, now white has different ideas. I don't know, knight f6, bishop e3. I mean, there are all kinds of interesting ideas for white.
Very hard call here for Wang Hao. Very hard call. And he takes on b4, restoring material equality. Obviously, his queenside has been completely shattered. This seems to be an indicator that he's not a fan of his position, but doesn't want to go down a pawn, and maybe will return back to d2 on the next move.
Yeah, but this gives Black the time to go queen e6, stabilize. Oh, I mean, that move that you called out. And what Rasmus goes queen b8, what a nerves of steel. He goes pawn hunting on b3. If it works, it's fantastic. Because queen takes b3, queen takes this, you get access to the e4 square. But not that you miss some rook takes h7, check, queen h1, knight f6, check, queen h6. Because the knight can fall back to e6. Okay, thanks to that.
Wow, and more good news there. Queen g1, queen h2 could have been met with h5, essentially forcing white's pawn to act as an umbrella. Knight e3, only move to keep the objective balanced. The point is to dislodge the rook from c2 in order to generate the c3 square for white's bishop, to keep the bishop as active as possible. And Rasmus could still then take on b3, but that would lead to some sort of liquidation and likely an equal endgame.
Yeah, let's see.
Whoa,
wow, rook takes f2.
What a move.
All right. Very interesting. Because suddenly white has so many weaknesses. On the other hand, okay, white is an exchange up, but certainly a brilliant exchange sacrifice.
Incredible. And he's got so much compensation. This outpost on d4, eternal knight. The other knight has c5. And look at how weak white's pawns are on the queen side. On the other hand, and on the other side, white still has that h-file. Very easy for black to fall asleep and forget about some sort of maneuver in the future, like knight g4, knight f6. Not sure who benefits in the event of a queen trade. Very, very hard to assess that, Peter.
Yes, because the knights are so strong. Knight d5, queen a5 played.
King g2.
The knight.
Ooh, check.
Wow, can black actually give this check? Because probably yes. Forcing that king to h3, and who knows, somewhere maybe some knight e6 ideas hitting the g5 pawn combined with queen d2, touching, and how do you protect?
That's exactly the thing. He starts with c6, maybe inaccurate, but still completely understandable. He knocks the knight out of its commanding post on d5. I think he will follow up with a check on a2, and that's exactly the thing, Peter. This pawn on g5 is such a big target now that could be easily attacked with this retreating move to e6. The players going down on the clock. Black is under a minute, but it feels like such a difficult position to handle with white as the king takes a walk here on h3.
Yes, I'm not seeing how to... Wow, knight c5, not knight e6. Knight e6 was so tempting.
Queen f1. Queen f1 threatens queen f6, and this may have been hasty by Rasmus, who should have kept the knight on d7 to protect that f6 square.
Yeah, this is a golden opportunity with 1 minute on the clock. It's so important to generate threats, counterplay. Rook h2 played. It's also a great move, cutting off black's queen on the second rank.
Queen takes b3. This is what we talked about. Generally the side with the extra exchange benefits in the event of a trade. And Rasmus has to trust his intuition here. He played queen a7. He tries to keep the queens on the board. Totally understandable because white's the one with the much weaker king. I still think that black's position is for choice, given the time situation.
Yeah, and queen e7, knight e6. If that comes, basically black will automatically win the game. So white has to do something immediate.
Queen f1.
Yes, queen f1 finally played, but now black can play queen e7. And I'm not sure that here this queen f6 check, because you give up that very strong g5 pawn in the endgame, that would be a very strong pawn.
And then you would give up another pawn because d3 and b3 are both hanging. Queen f6 is out of the question, I think. But b4 will send the knight back to e6. And maybe then he had queen f6. Instead, he drops back to g2. Oh, and rook h7 is a draw. Perpetual.
Wow.
What a save. Will he find it? He does.
Yes.
He does, and we'll get another draw in this game.
And Rasmus just cannot believe because, okay, this was a
gosh.
fantastic opportunity.
Are you kidding me? And what a devilish trick. Rook h7, queen f7. The king cannot escape the checks, because if it runs to h5, it walks into g4, and black will lose his queen. That's it. It's a draw. Another one. Another draw. Their 7th in a row.
And in what a big fight, yeah? These games are not easily drawn. They are fighting like lions. That's it, the handshake.
And that's the craziest thing, Peter. Every single one of their games has been a fight. Not a single one pieces.
Well, I mean, Rasmus first looked like he has to survive the position, right? Because out of the opening, Wang Hao got a very promising position. Sacrifice the exchange. We don't know exactly if it was forced or not, but practically speaking, very interesting. It looked like he has everything under control. He has excellent winning chances, long-term excellent winning chances, and then he blunders away with this stunning rook takes h7, rook sacrifice. Wang Hao survives, but we'll have to play the next game with the black pieces.
Oh my gosh. And white was actually winning in the end. We'll have to show this after the break.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. King h6 there was a losing move to the Grishukyan type trick with queen g8. Oh my god, we might have to show this now. Wang Hao has just missed a win at the end of the game. I can't believe this. Yes, let's go back to the scene. After king h6, neither player suspected, but queen g8 is a lovely victory because queen takes e3 gets mated with the epaulette mate. Look at this exquisite mating construction, and there is nothing that black can do because queen f6 runs into knight g4 with a fork. This is an instant resign after queen g8. A chance missed by the unsuspecting Wang Hao. Obviously, Rasmus Svane should have gone back to h8. He just chose a move at random, and Wang Hao could have won. Incredible. What haven't we seen today in these insane tiebreakers?
Exactly, and the point was that Rasmus was so disappointed that he has blown the promising position and now he let his opponent give a perpetual check. He was even thinking there, should I put the king on h6 or should I put it on h8? He was so disappointed that white anyway has the perpetual check, and Hao was so relieved, so he didn't look at all what will happen, and that was a brilliant chance.
Well, okay, Rasmus Svane and his feared opening preparation will be on display. He will have the white pieces in their next 5+3 game, but we will go on another short break. We'll be back with more World Cup action from our final round 4 tiebreaker match in just a couple of short minutes.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajabov. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn.
Okay, here we go. The second game between Rasmus Svane, who has white, and Wang Hao, who has black, is underway. It's underway with a London system, so a very solid choice by the German Grandmaster, and an early exchange on d4. This is a very fashionable line, Peter, with this knight coming to h5. It's been around now for a couple of years, and a very rich position as a result.
Yes, it actually featured this brilliant strategical victory by Fabiano Caruana in this tournament in the very first round against Chadlishvili. Exactly, bishop d6, knight e5, knight f6, f4, queen b6. That's some kind of a new development in this line.
Okay, so let's see what we have here. Bishop takes f4. A bishop pair has been given up by Rasmus Svane, but he is banking on the control that he has over the e5 square, and obviously just a ridiculously sound and solid pawn structure by white that would survive a nuclear apocalypse. I mean, white is as solid as it gets, but I think Wang Hao is more or less happy with the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, it's a slow maneuvering game. White plays queen c2. It was not clear. Queen c2 or queen e2. White will follow it up with g3, put a rook on e1, and eventually somewhere, will we see White putting his knight on e5? I believe yes, but it does lead to some dynamic change of pawn structure. Yeah, knight takes e5, d takes e5. Who benefits from there? It's a big question.
I'm interested to see what black will ultimately do with the bishop on f4. There's a lot of possibilities. It can drop back to d6. It can redeploy to g7, and the upside of that approach would be that black doesn't have to worry about these dark squares on the king side in the long run. Of course, there's no direct confrontation between the two sides right now. The position very sterile, very quiet. The price of a move is not high, and I think we see that from White's last move, a3, just kind of nibbling around the edges. But things could change in an instant, Peter. Black could play e5, White could play knight e5, so this structure isn't necessarily going to be maintained for a long time.
Yeah, it's a long-term position. I don't really believe that, yes, black can maybe consider to go e5, but there is no threat on his position, so I'm expecting some natural moves. What do we see?
I think he might have done it. And he did. He played e5.
It.
Whoa.
Wow, okay, so some clarification. I mean, there is this potential of all the pieces being traded on e5.
And the other knight coming to f3, and White's rook coming to d1, and we get yet another IQP structure. We've had so many of them, and he's taken with the bishop.
Wow, what a surprise. I did not see this coming at all.
Or shall we say, how surprising.
Yes.
And knight takes c5, knight takes c5. I had to do it once. That was the first and the last time. And then, does he want to go after the bishop? But Peter, he has to be very careful not to get a good knight versus bad bishop situation, or Svane will be wishing him a good knight after putting his knight on d4.
Yes, and Rasmus goes for rook e1. Of course, inviting, please take, but black will not take. I'm expecting queen d6. Some stabilizing move. Queen f6 or queen d6. Yeah, queen f6 on the board. I do hope that during that break, because we were told, luckily, thank you very much for the chat, pointing it out, that this king h6, queen g8 would have won the game for Hao. I mean, if somebody told him, it's impossible for him to play this game. I do hope that nobody told him and he just thinks like, okay, I escaped there, and he gets the comfort out of this.
That's a very good point. When ignorance is bliss when it comes to chess, when you know the opportunities that you miss, they keep circulating, spinning around in your mind. It's so hard to put them away, especially when the next game begins so soon after the last one finished. It feels like Rasmus is happy with how the last couple of moves have gone. Wang didn't have to go e5. He could have kept that structure. He tries to clarify matters, but maybe he oversalted it a little bit. White can go rook fe1. White can go h3. This is the kind of quiet, tiny pull that is really up Rasmus Svane's alley. He is a positional player. He likes risk-free positions. And it feels like Wang just has to be a little bit more careful here than his opponent to keep the balance.
Yes, on the other hand, after the knight raid, it feels like black should be super solid. Yeah, first of all, white doesn't yet have the control of the d4 square. Yeah, so some timely d5, d4 needs to be addressed. However, look at this. Computer points out that g3, rook f4, rook d4 might be a way to get to that d4 square.
And he's found a different way to do that. Queen c1, an excellent move, because black cannot liquidate the weakness with d4. It does run into this nasty rook f4. And it feels like Rasmus is making progress here toward blockading this weak pawn on d5, and it's stuck on a light square, which means that white can ultimately attack it by maneuvering his bishop to f3. White is better. White is definitely better, and this is close to a 2-result game at this point.
Absolutely, and there was also a movement in Rasmus's body language. He was moving himself closer, he was positioning himself on the chair, indicating that he believes that, hang on, I got a chance, I can squeeze this.
He has a serious chance, and sloppy play there from Wang Hao, who kind of made moves that look decent on the surface, but he has allowed White's rook to reach this commanding post on d4. But Rasmus could start with h4. He could start by expanding on the king side. Instead, he goes directly for rook d4. And a big decision here for Wang Hao. Very hard to say where he gets the most chances to hold. Is it with the queens on the board or with the queens off the board? And he keeps them on.
Yeah, this construction is famous for that actually black has a lot of difficulties protecting that d5 pawn in long run. Yeah, basically the only way to protect is a passive defense with rook d8, rook d7, rook e d8 against the bishop on f3, making sure that if white pushes c4, then you can take d takes c4 and the bishop protects the rook on d7. That's the only defensive construction. Bishop b5 is included just to ask little unpleasant questions.
Rook e7 is the natural move, but bishop d7 has to be calculated, because here's the thing. If white gobbles up the pawn on d5, then this is not the end of the story. Maybe Wang Hao could activate his rook to e2. Maybe this is what he needs in time pressure, but no, he keeps the status quo. He shifts the rook to f8, and it feels like Rasmus continues to make progress as he shifts his bishop around to f3, and then he will complete the tripling of his heavy pieces, and that'll be essentially the ideal setup toward winning this pawn on d5.
Yeah, black will have to put that rook on d7 to be on a protected square, but for the moment, rook d7 can maybe be answered by c4. That's also some kind of a tactical possibility. Rook e8 played, bishop f3.
Okay. Maybe h5. Maybe black should start expanding on the king side in preparation for losing the pawn, because at this point, there's no question in my mind that black will lose the d5 pawn. So you have to steel yourself, make the improvements that you can make, and hope that you can hold that pawn down position. But is Wang Hao making things worse by seeking an engagement on the queen side?
Well, on the other hand, he also gets some kind of a counterplay. Yeah, it's a double-edged question. The position was bad. The pawn on d5 was dropping sooner or later. Now we see a b5, rook b5, bishop takes d5 played. White collects the pawn, but black will get activity.
Black will get activity, and will it be enough to make a draw? It's quite likely that it will. Wang Hao will stick his rook on e2.
Yes.
And with a rook on e2, I find it difficult to believe that black is going to lose his game, even with his time deficit. I feel like Rasmus did not squeeze the most out of that position. I think we're going to get another draw here, quite likely. And now Wang Hao's turn to sip some water.
Exactly. The body language immediately, he looked like, you gave me a chance to go rook e2, and I already feel like Rasmus is regretting it, going for that pawn so easily.
There was so much buildup, right? So many maneuvers, and when he finally took the plunge and decided to take the pawn, it seemed like the worst possible moment. Black's pieces on ideal squares. White is passive. The rook on f1 is tied down to the pawn, and the queen alone is not going to be able to do sufficient damage. Yeah, you can collect a7, black will collect b2, and white will be unable to hold on to this c3 pawn.
Yeah, one could argue that queen e3 would be a stabilizer, so that after rook c2 we have rook c1. The question, queen takes f2. What is this pawn endgame, for example?
Oh,
it's completely crazy.
You have to try this, though, because white is not really risking there, although in pawn endgames, you really never know.
Yeah, I feel like because black will be able to set up this f5, g5, king e5 construction, it should be a draw, but with little time on the clock, it's so difficult to call all this.
Yeah, we're analyzing queen e3, rook c2, rook c1, and now this trick, queen takes f2, deflection, then rook takes c1, and white cannot run up to f2 because the queen is occupying that square, so white would have to drop the queen back to f1 and force a pawn endgame that both players would have to accurately evaluate. But if you're not playing queen e3 and rook c1, if you start with rook c1, you walk into queen takes c3, deflection, using the back rank, and white has no time to make luft. Queen e3, only chance, I think, for Rasmus to keep minuscule winning chances. He was about to go rook c1. and blunder queen takes c3.
Wow, yeah, these are nerves. But this also shows us that how big mistake Rasmus has made by capturing that pawn on d5 and also opening up that queen side with a4. Was no need, just create a luft, play slowly, make the prophylactic moves. Yeah, queen e3 played, rook c2 will be played. And rook c1, queen takes f2 will be on the board if white plays rook c1.
I think Wang Hao is confident that that's a drawn position.
Yes. I mean, all eyes on Rasmus now, because if he feels that, who knows what is that pawn endgame, and sometimes your mind is playing crazy games on you, then you just play g3 or h3 here and offer a draw, and it's a handshake.
And he does go for rook c1. He takes the plunge, and Wang Hao has no doubt that this is a draw. It is a draw. Black has to tread a little bit more carefully than white. Now, common wisdom would have it that white is playing for a win because he has the outside pass pawn, the pass pawn which is furthest away from all of the other pawns. But that doesn't always mean that you're winning, because the black king is sufficiently close to his own pawn island to ensure that white's king will not be able to easily infiltrate. This is a draw.
Yes, it's a draw. So basically white can move the g pawn a little bit, but anyway he needs to play king c3, king d3. Okay, you can try to put some Zugzwang, but finally black will never move the king from c5. He will advance his pawn, and the h pawn should also be a draw.
This will be the player's 8th draw in a row. And even without consulting the record books, I think I'm pretty confident in betting money, and I'm not a betting man, but and putting a silver dollar on the fact that there has never been a World Cup match with 8 draws in a row. Peter, do you share my intuition?
Well, but we have seen so many crazy things with chess. I would not dare to bet on it, and I'm not a betting man myself, so I stay away.
Nice. Same here, same here. Probably because I'm wrong. Now, Rasmus is still trying, so we're talking about betting. Wang Hao is thinking about how to draw this position. I would probably advance the pawn to h4 to make sure that whenever white pushes a pawn, that leads to a trade. White might keep waiting with king c3, king d3, king c3. And if black makes too many pawn moves, he creates holes that white's king can use to infiltrate black's pawn chain.
Yeah, but actually he will finally have to advance. Yeah, and that's why Rasmus is just... Okay, he has fixed the pawn with
he's
h3.
losing!
Look at f6.
f6 was winning, apparently.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, f6 was winning because white would end up in Zugzwang. No, but this is just... Oh my god, there was a beautiful breakthrough. I will show this after this game concludes, and it will conclude in a draw. Okay, g3! G3!
G3 was winning on the spot, and
missed
look at
it.
this.
No
Yeah, because
way.
the players were so inclined that, okay, this is a draw and that's it.
Oh my god. That was...
Oh, yes.
Oh my
Unbelievable.
goodness.
Yes.
G3 and white goes after the G2 pawn. This is elementary. The first win was incredibly hard, but G3 was on a golden platter there for Wang Hao. What on earth?
Yeah, and the handshake. Wow, but also white's mistake with h3. It was such a terrible move because you are losing the chance of ever making a pawn move.
But this was... Let me go to the second win. The first one. Forget the first one. Look at this position. Black plays the move g3. Now, what was his intuition? Well, he thought, well, white's closer to the pawns, therefore this doesn't work. But that's not how it works. If you stick to the c4 pawn, black breaks through with f4, f3. So you go king f4. Black goes king takes c4. 2 options. If king takes f5, black is first to the party. King f2, then king takes g2, and obviously black's pawn promotes first. If instead of king takes f5, white goes directly for the h4 pawn, then black can go king d3, for example, king takes h4, f4, and it's very easy to see that black plays king e3, followed by f3, typical pawn breakthrough, and black wins the game. All of this was overlooked by both players. They were intent, as you said, Peter. They had the result established in their head. In their minds, they had already signed the score sheets. The game was over. There was nothing left to play for. There was a formality. And when that happens, you switch off your tactical detector. You stop looking for unusual resources. And that was a very good case study of that exact process in action.
Exactly. Unbelievable.
Okay, so we will go on a quick break here, and we'll do that quickly because the players will not have a long break themselves. Stay tuned, folks. We will have the 3+2 sudden death games, and it'll start with one game and go on as long as they keep drawing. We'll have that for you on the other side of this short break here at the World Cup. Stay tuned.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play?
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
We are still here, and so are the last remaining players in round 4. Rasmus Svane and Wang Hao have just commenced the sudden death portion after 8 straight draws, including an improbable one where Wang Hao was winning in the last game. They are playing 3+2, 3 minutes with a 2-second increment. The winner of this game takes the match. They will play indefinitely as long as they keep drawing, but we need to get to the game. Here we go, and Wang Hao has the white pieces in a English. And this can be thought of as a reverse Sicilian. Rasmus Svane playing the principal d5, Peter, and we get yet another interesting position out of the opening.
Yes, and this queen c2, the tricky move queen c2, trying to unbalance things, trying to force your opponent to think as quickly as possible. The bishop on c5 and the knight on d5 are not yet stable. There are all kinds of ideas. I believe black is playing knight d4, but that's also some kind of an adventure. Or maybe you can also fall back with the knight to f6. Yeah, that's maybe a more solid move. I'm not an expert here, but I feel that this was a very good practical try by Hau.
Extremely. That took a long time for Rasmus Svane to get his bearings. And he does indeed shift the knight over to b4, hits the queen. Where will the queen remove itself? Queen b1 is the sort of thematic move. And he does play queen b1, and the other knight comes into d4, Sveshnikov style, forcing the exchange of knights, and he will probably stick an e-pawn on d4 to clamp down on some of these weak squares on the third rank.
Yeah, it reminds me of Hikaru Nakamura against Andrey Esipenko from the Berlin Grand Prix. We have seen very similar structure in that game. So hard to assess, evaluate, because it's really double-edged. And the Blitz game, you never know. I happen to know both players. I'm rooting for both incredible gentlemen. And I do wish that the game ends with a normal chess game, not with some kind of a drama like we have seen in the last two games, which could have been deciding this incredible match between these players.
And obviously fatigue and nerves, that is a toxic combination that produces a miasma in the brain, which often prevents you from finding moves that you would otherwise find in your sleep. And we saw that at the end of the last game with G3. Wang Hao missing wins in both of the last two games. He will be kicking himself if he cannot deliver on this sudden death game. We've got liquidation. Both knights disappear from the board. White gets doubled b-pawns, but an open a file. And bishop takes f2 check with crazy complications, deflecting the king. But now the queen is in trouble. And white has this check on e4. What is going on? Who's better?
Yeah, bishop e6 and black will castle. I believe that it also very much goes towards draw. It was a crazy tactical skirmish, but end of the day, white will recollect the pawns on the queen side, and it's very much within drawish burden.
Okay, I would have the players know that I have about 50 minutes before I have to go. So a couple more draws is okay, but not more than 5 or 6.
Well, at some point we'll have a decision. And the point I wanted to make that if finally this match ends by someone outplaying the other, then the player who loses can forgive himself. Yeah, then he understands that at least, okay, I got outplayed. But if it ends with some completely crazy, unexpected turn, that would be too much to handle.
And how are they always seeming to find the one way to just... Everything seems to disappear from the board every game. And one way or the other. But here we still have a tactical element in the position. Queen takes b7. Currently, black is up a pawn, but likely white will recapture on c7 and open up an attack on black's rook. Black will move the rook, white will take a7, and black will take b4. And that is how we could get a 3-on-3 on the same side of the board. Given the time situation, this does not necessarily mean draw, but if the queens come off the board, you can basically sign the score sheets. And there are no score sheets, but I'm using that as a turn of phrase.
Yes, exactly. I mean, white will capture on a7, black will take on b4, then white comes back with the queen to d4, will offer the trade of queens, and this black queen cannot really hide. Okay, one could argue that rook c4 is a move. Yes, rook c4, then queen d6. White will place his bishop on f3 just to cement this e2 weakness, and it should be completely draw.
I don't know how much of this was theory and how much of this was concocted on the spot by Rasmus Svane. I would definitely take black in a bullet game or a blitz game. I think the increment really helps. In a no increment situation, this would be very difficult because it is demanding. White has to be careful here. For example, rook e1. You have to calculate the move bishop. Well, no, bishop takes e2. Sorry, the queen was defending the rook, so no, never mind. But rook a2 is the safer option, just knocking the queen out of the second rank. Queen takes b4. Rook a4 skewers the queen to the bishop, but black has this move queen b3. Attacking the rook on d1.
Yeah, white can also play rook d4, and then I force another trade on c4. And I believe that if we trade one pair of rooks, then the danger on eventually getting hit on e2 is very remote. White will be perfectly safe there.
Impressive by Svane seeking direct confrontation, even though he seemed to be unfamiliar with this queen c2 idea. But knight b4 and knight d4, gutsy call. Bishop
but
takes
look at
f2.
this. He did
hasn't
not
taken
take.
the pawn.
Wow.
He hallucinated something. Maybe he was afraid of rook a4. Maybe, Peter, he didn't see the move rook c4 in response to rook d4. But now the plot thickens, and white is the one. Yet again, Wang Hao goes from being pushed around to being in the driver's seat. But it still, I think, is likely to end in a draw because of the long-term weakness of white's king. We'll see.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the king one. I felt like king g1 was a more safer move than bishop f3. I'm not a fan of bishop f3, but I mean, who can fold the players? But rook b8 also going passive. Yeah, white will come now with queen d4.
Rook c3 was begging to be played. Rook c3, hit the pawn, put the rook behind the b pawn, and make a draw. I mean, this is just sloppy play by Rasmus Svane. And now I think that white is very firmly in the driver's seat. You've got rook b2. You start pushing the b pawn. And most importantly, black has no easy way to generate lasting counterplay against white's king. Rasmus might pay the price for this.
Yeah, it could easily be in such a... Okay, finally he creates a luft with h6. That's very important.
Yes.
And okay, this pawn f3, g3, if one of the pawn would be on the second rank, it would be a completely different story. We would be believing in white converting, but with this shaky king, queen g4.
Queen g4 forces the queen trade. And white's got chances. And he does it, but it still might be a draw, Peter. Obviously still might be a draw, but white will likely put the rook on d4 and start walking the king over to the queen side and try to eventually dislodge this rook from b5. This is a hard position to defend with 15 seconds left.
Yes, absolutely. And there is only the 2 seconds increment.
Wow. Wang Hao has a free hand here. No risk as he gets his king closer and closer to the rook on b5. Okay.
Yeah, cutting the king, but king f3, rook e4 is anyway the mechanism.
Oh, rook f4 and rook e4. And Wang Hao is making progress. Serious progress.
Yes.
Maybe even rook c2 and rook c6. As he shifts his king. No, he's going for the old plan. King e3, king d3, king c4. I think it's almost winning in the context of a time scramble.
Yeah, it's so difficult to understand how black should be defending. Yeah, king walks to c4. The rook will eventually hit the rook on b5. Black will lose the grip and white advances b5.
It's winning now, and the eval bar is continuing to rise. The progress of the pawn is unstoppable in the long run. 5 seconds for Rasmus, and this is the idea. This is the key idea. You use the threat of a rook trade. 2 seconds, he barely made his move, and he blundered a second pawn, and now he's dead lost. And now he's dead lost. Rook c6. And rook c5, force the rook trade, and win the game.
Wow, frustration there from Rasmus. You could see how he captured on c5. He cannot believe it. I mean, he could have just collected that b4 pawn and he can never ever lose, even if he wants.
Unbelievable. And it's fatigue, it's the nerves. And even after he gave up that pawn, he had rook c3, plenty of opportunities, and he pays the ultimate price for his sloppy play. It's that b pawn which he didn't capture that ultimately becomes a c pawn and decides the outcome of the game. That is it. We will see a resignation here momentarily, and Rasmus Svane's time at the World Cup comes to an end after 8 straight draws. He can't believe it. He had his chances. What an incredible match this was. And in the end, it's Wang Hao's stability, his experience that prevails.
Yeah, and Hao cannot believe. Yeah, he was smiling that, oh my God, what was this? What was this? And if he gets to know that actually in the previous 2 games he missed the 1-move win when he thought that the game has already ended in a draw, that thanks that he qualified will forgive himself. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible.
For Rasmus Svane, a frustrating end to an excellent performance. His brother had gone out earlier in an earlier round, but for Rasmus, just a very, very solid player, a great player, someone who has been on the long road to 2,700 for quite a while. But his road at the World Cup comes to an end at the hands of Wang Hao, who will continue his journey in the 5th round. This concludes the matches from the tiebreaker of round 4, Peter. I'll repeat what I said a little bit earlier. I can't believe that the Praggnanandhaa match, the Carlsen-Keymer match, were all played on the same day. It feels like we've had parallel universes and completely different narratives all rolled up in one. What a delightful day of action it has been.
Absolutely. I mean, the players, how they fight with all their emotions, with their fatigue and everything, and keep on going. We did see a match between Rasmus and Wang Hao going all the way till the very end. and finally Wang Hao prevailing. But what we have seen before, Magnus Carlsen knocking out Vincent Keymer after a heroic fight from the German youngster. Magnus had a lot of chances today, but finally it came down also to many games. Hikaru, on the other hand, paid a big price for that big mistake in the very first rapid game. Basically, I think that that was the decisive mistake. And after that, he never got a chance against Pragg, the truly outstanding Pragg, who has played that match against Hikaru, not only in the tiebreak, but also in the classical portion to perfection.
Very well characterized. Let's take a quick gander at the two brackets, the open and the women's bracket. Just to recap all of the action that we saw today, you can see Magnus Carlsen will be facing Vasil Ivanchuk. This will be a legendary matchup of generations. Honestly, we could not ask for a better match, and we will be paying very close attention to it starting tomorrow. Wang Hao will have the difficult task of facing Gukesh, who defeated Andrey Esipenko. Nepo against Fide. Anywhere you look on this list, Caruana Duda, Sorana Dominguez, a pretty uncommon matchup, and I'm very curious to see how Alexei Sorana fares after defeating Wesley So. He faces a second Super Grandmaster, and now we can perhaps switch to the women's section, which also saw the departure of some pre-tournament favorites. It was Zhu Wenjun's judgment day today as she met her end at the hands of Elizabeth Potts and the Jabava London. Potts faces Anna Muzichuk, who defeated her sister. Obviously a bittersweet occasion. And Alexandra Garyachkina did not need to go to the tiebreak, but she might against Harika Dronovali, one of the most solid players in the field, who wins 2 tiebreaks in a row and knocks out the Dutch phenom Eline Rubers. On Picanero, she also meets her end at the hands of Bella Hotenashvili, and she faces Tan Zhongyi. Okay, these are the matches in the women's quarterfinal and in the men's round of 16. And on that note, it is time for us to wrap up today's incredible show. Peter, I'll pass it off to you one last time for your final thoughts.
Well, I mean, these tiebreaks are just completely crazy. Every single game goes dramatic, and I'm basically speechless. I feel like completely exhausted. Just as you mentioned, I have already forgotten what happened in the Hikaru's match, then what happened in the Magnus match. Now all eyes were on Rasmus Svan against Wang Hao. Incredible dramas there. Just kudos for the players, kudos for all the fantastic fans who are following our broadcast, watching all this action. You don't want to miss that, because I mean, chess is one of the most dramatic sports in Earth, and just come and join us tomorrow, because it's only beginning.
It is indeed. That's what makes the World Cup amazing. Each day of action is so epic, and yet it is a slow burn, and we have so many different matches, so many different time controls and narratives, and these narratives will continue to unfold as we get closer and closer and closer to determining an ultimate winner. Peter, it was a pleasure commentating the games with you today, as it always is. This was so much fun, and a big reason why is everybody in the chat giving your energy and your love to your favorite players. So a big shout out to everybody on Twitch and YouTube, of course to our lovely production team, ensuring a flawless broadcast and making our job easy behind the scenes. On that note, we wish everybody a fantastic rest of the Friday, a good start to your Saturday. This was Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Peter Leko broadcasting the World Cup. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early, 7 a.m. Eastern, for yet another day of amazing action. Have a good rest of your Friday.
Bye-bye.